Good evening and welcome to the History Dreaming. Tonight we open the oldest story ever told, a tale carved in marble, written in stars, and whispered by firelight. Before empires, before kings, there were gods, proud, jealous, immortal, each born from chaos, each carrying the flaws of the humans who dreamed them. Their loves shaped the oceans, their rage split the skies. Every storm, every dawn, every heartbeat was their doing. But Greek mythology is not just about gods. It is about us, our hunger, our vanity, our endless search for meaning. To hear these stories is to remember what it means to be human. So close your eyes and drift toward Olympus. This is boring history for sleep, where myths dream softly through the night. I invite you to like, subscribe, or share a thought in the comments. Before time began, there was only silence. Not the silence we know between sounds, but the kind that exists before sound itself. There was no light, no air, no sky, no sea, nothing that could be touched, seen, or remembered. The universe was asleep, waiting for a thought to wake it. This endless void was called chaos. It was not cruel, not kind, not even dark. It simply was. A space without edges, a breath that had not yet been taken. Somewhere inside that nothingness, a pulse began to move. Slow, soft, patient. It was the first heartbeat of existence. The pulse grew louder until the stillness started to change. It was as if the void began to think, dreaming of form, dreaming of color. From that dream came a presence, warm and steady. She was the first mother, though she had no children yet, the first earth, the spirit called Gaia. She was not made of soil or stone, but of intention. She wanted to be. She stretched across the endless silence and gave shape to the formless. Her breath became ground, her stillness became weight, and her longing became the world's first thought. But Gaia was alone. She looked upward and saw only nothing. So she dreamed again. This time she imagined a partner, someone vast enough to cover her, gentle enough to hold her. From her dream came Uranus, the sky. He rose above her, silver and blue, filled with the first glimmer of light. When his vast form touched hers, the universe trembled. It was the first embrace, the first motion, the first time anything had ever changed. The world took its first breath, and time began to move. The union of sky and earth was powerful. When they came together, the world filled with sound for the first time, deep, slow, and endless. They created life without meaning to. From their bond came children, each one a piece of creation itself. Mountains, rivers, wind, and flame, all were born from that eternal meeting of above and below. Gaia smiled, and from her joy, the stars flickered into being. Each spark was a promise that even in the emptiest places, something could still be born. But creation, like every living thing, carried its own shadow. For even as Gaia rejoiced, the sky began to fear his children. Some were bright and beautiful, glowing with the light of dawn. Others were vast, wild, and strange. The Cyclopes, with single eyes of fire, and the hundred-handed beings with endless strength. Uranus looked at them and saw chaos returning. Fear entered the world for the first time. To keep his power safe, he hid these children deep inside Gaia's body, burying them in darkness. The earth shuddered with pain. From that moment, love became heavier than before. In her sorrow, Gaia began to whisper. She spoke to the children who remained free, the titans, tall as mountains and ancient as thought. She told them how the sky had hurt her, how fear had turned him cruel. Among them was Cronus, youngest and cleverest of all. While his brothers stayed silent, Cronus listened. His mother Ia's words became a seed in his heart, a seed that would grow into defiance. He was the child of time not yet born, but already he understood one truth. Power that fears its own end cannot last forever. When Uranus descended again, the world darkened under his vast body. But this time, Gaia was ready. She had forged a weapon in secret, a blade of divine stone, sharp enough to cut through light itself. She gave it to Cronus, her chosen son, and the heavens held their breath. When the sky came close, Cronus rose and struck. The sound was unlike any that had ever been heard. The sky tore apart. The stars poured from the wound like glowing blood, and the sea was born where his pain fell. From that wound came new beings, the giants, the Furies, and from the sea's foam, Aphrodite, beauty born from sorrow. The reign of Uranus ended in silence. The sky drifted above, wounded but immortal. The Titans, now free, stood in the golden light of a new age. Cronus held the sickle high and crowned himself ruler of the world. But even as his brothers and sisters cheered, Gaia saw the same fear rise in his eyes, the same fear that had consumed the sky before him. Power, she realized, always carried the shadow of its own undoing. And far beyond them, in the oldest corners of the universe, chaos listened quietly, waiting for the circle to begin again. The world changed after the fall of Uranus. The heavens were quieter, the earth softer, and the seas no longer trembled in fear. Cronus ruled now, young, bold, and hungry for control. He promised peace, and for a time the world seemed to rest. Seasons began to turn. Day learned to follow night, and rivers remembered their paths. The first forests grew, and mountains lifted their heads to meet the sky. This was the age of Titans, an age of strength and golden stillness. But beneath its calm surface, something dark stirred. Even the most perfect order carries the echo of the chaos it came from. Cronus was not cruel at first. He listened to the wind and the sea. He honored his mother Gaia and built his kingdom between heaven and earth. Yet the prophecy of his father's curse haunted him, that one day his own child would rise against him and take the throne. The thought followed him like a shadow that never slept. He felt it whisper through the trees, through the stars, through the silence of every sunrise. Fear once again entered the heart of creation, and where fear lives, love begins to fade. One by one, his children were born. Rhea, his sister and queen, gave life to gods of promise and beauty, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Each child glowed with divine power, and each time Rhea placed the newborn in Cronus's arms, the same terror awoke in him. He remembered his father's scream, his mother's betrayal, and the sickle flashing in his hand. So Cronus did what he thought must be done. He swallowed his children one after another, trapping their cries inside him. The heavens dimmed, the stars turned away, and the earth grew silent once more. Rhea wept. The rivers mourned with her. The forests shed their leaves in grief. She had given life to gods, only to watch them vanish into darkness. The world felt heavier with every birth, and Gaia's heart ached again, just as it had when Uranus hid her children long ago. The pattern repeated, unstoppable, as if creation itself were doomed to circle the same wound forever. The fates, watching from their distant loom, whispered quietly as they spun their threads, "Even gods cannot escape the shape of their beginnings." But hope is stubborn. When Rhea carried her sixth child, she could not let the cycle continue. She went to Gaia, seeking her wisdom. The Earth Mother, old and knowing, listened in silence, then smiled a small secret smile. Together they made a plan that would outlast fear. When the time came for birth, Rhea hid her child in a cave deep within the island of Crete. The cave was guarded by sacred nymphs, and its mouth was hidden by storms. When Cronus demanded the newborn, Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and placed it in his hands. He swallowed it without question, thinking himself safe. Meanwhile, the real child, Zeus, slept beneath the mountain's shadow. The nymphs sang softly over him. Bees brought honey to his lips, and the sound of drums filled the cave so Cronus would never hear his cries. The earth itself seemed to cradle him. The rain that fell on the island was gentle, the lightning far away and kind. Zeus grew in secret, fed by the milk of a divine goat named Amalthea, his laughter echoing faintly through the stone halls. Above him, the world went on, unaware that the cycle of rebellion had already begun again. Years passed. Cronus's rule began to darken. The rivers flowed slower, the skies lost their shimmer, and the air felt thick with waiting. The prophecy, though unspoken, lived in every gust of wind, in every ripple of the sea. The other Titans began to murmur in fear and curiosity. Would the son of Cronus truly rise one day? Even Gaia watched in silence, her patience older than the mountains. The world had entered a calm before a new storm, one that would reshape creation itself. Deep beneath Crete's surface, Zeus grew strong. The nymphs told him stories of the world above, of the sun, the sky, the brothers and sisters he had never met. He listened quietly, his eyes reflecting the flicker of firelight. In his heart, something restless stirred. Not anger, not ambition, but balance. He felt the pull of justice, the need to restore what had been broken. Each night he looked upward, feeling the pulse of the heavens in his veins. He did not yet know what he was meant to do, only that he must one day climb higher than any before him. And so the world waited. The mountains whispered his name to the clouds. The stars began to shift slightly, as though aligning themselves for what was to come. Even chaos far beyond the sight of gods or mortals stirred again, not to destroy but to remind all things that creation and destruction are the same breath. Every heartbeat of Zeus was an echo of that truth. In his lungs, the air of the old gods gathered. In his eyes, the spark of rebellion flickered, and in his silence, the story of the future was already being written. The child who would one day free the swallowed gods slept beneath the same sky that had once wept for Uranus. The circle was closing. The pattern of power, fear, and birth would soon complete itself once more. Above him, the stars burned patiently, holding their light like a secret. And somewhere in the distance, Cronus dreamed of eternity, unaware that time itself was being born in the dark. Years drifted like clouds across an endless sky. The world aged softly under the quiet rule of Cronus. The mountains wore crowns of gold, and the rivers moved like silver threads through the earth. Yet beneath the calm, something restless stirred. In hidden caves, the wind carried a name, whispered softly, almost afraid to speak it. Zeus. The child had grown tall and watchful, his voice steady, his eyes bright as lightning before it strikes. He felt the pull of destiny in the air, though he did not yet understand its shape. Every sound of thunder felt familiar to him, every storm like a memory calling him home. The nymphs who raised him spoke of the world beyond his cave. They told him of the sky that once belonged to Uranus, of the earth that had borne the Titans, of a world chained by fear. Zeus listened quietly, his heart both heavy and brave. He learned that his father, Cronus, ruled with caution, not cruelty, a god afraid of the shadow cast by his own throne. Each tale deepened the silence in Zeus's eyes. He began to sense that the balance of the world had been broken long ago and that he had been born to mend it. He did not wish for war, but he could feel it waiting in the air, like rain before the storm. As he grew older, his presence changed the cave itself. Stones glowed faintly under his hands, and the air trembled when he breathed deeply. The mountain seemed alive around him, whispering its secrets through every crack of stone. The old goat Amalthea still fed him, her eyes wise and patient, as if she knew that her milk nourished more than flesh. It fed the seed of a god. Each night, Zeus would walk to the cave's mouth and look up at the stars. He saw them not as lights, but as distant fires burning with memory. The constellations felt familiar, like the faces of kin he had not yet met. He was a child of the heavens, born to lift his eyes upward. One evening the air changed. A low hum filled the cave, soft at first, then stronger, rolling through the mountain like distant thunder. The nymphs grew quiet, and even the rain outside seemed to pause. Zeus felt a warmth in his chest that was not his own. It was ancient, alive, older than the earth itself. The power within him had awakened. He looked to the horizon where the clouds were gathering, and for the first time he spoke his name aloud. The sound of it echoed through the mountains, deep and calm, and the world answered with a flash of light far above. The first bolt of lightning had found its owner. Not long after, Gaia herself appeared to him, not as a body but as a presence that filled the cave. Her voice was like water over stone, slow and eternal. She told Zeus the truth of his birth, the cruelty of Cronus, and the fate of his swallowed brothers and sisters. The world had grown weary under fear's shadow, she said. The time had come for balance to return. Zeus listened with stillness and did not speak. He understood that his life was not his own, that he carried the will of both earth and sky. When the voice faded, he stood alone in the darkness, heart steady, mind clear. The path before him was long, but the storm had already begun inside him. When he stepped out of the cave for the first time, the world opened around him like a sleeping giant. The air was heavy with the scent of rain and wildflowers. The sea shimmered in the distance, wide and endless. He felt the ground hum beneath his feet and realized he could hear its pulse, the heartbeat of Gaia herself. Each gust of wind seemed to whisper words only he could understand. The sky, once his father's domain, now stretched above him like an open invitation. So Zeus took his first step into the world, and thunder rolled softly behind him, like applause from the clouds. He journeyed in silence, guided by the unseen hand of the fates. In valleys, he learned patience. In storms, he learned restraint. The world itself became his teacher. He met the quiet rivers and the wild mountains, the birds that knew no fear of the gods. Each encounter shaped him. He learned that true strength was not in anger, but in balance, that thunder could bring both terror and renewal. His heart grew calm, but his purpose sharpened. He began to see the truth. The world was not divided between gods and mortals, light and dark, but bound together by the rhythm of both. Years passed, and the boy became a god. He traveled to the far edges of the earth where the sky met the sea and the horizon bent like a bow. There he found allies, beings born of the old order who had long awaited change. The Cyclopes, freed from their prison deep within the earth, came to him. They were the forgers of fire, the makers of thunder. With hammers of flame and anvils of stone, they shaped weapons fit for a new ruler of the heavens. They gave Zeus the thunderbolt, a shard of the storm itself, to wield against tyranny. When he held it for the first time, the clouds gathered as if to bow, and thus the quiet years ended. The wind grew sharper and the stars trembled. The earth prepared for the sound of battle once more. The Titans, still proud in their rule, felt the air tighten around them but did not yet know why. Only Cronus, sitting upon his throne of time, stirred in uneasy sleep. Somewhere deep within, he sensed a familiar fear, the same fear that had once haunted Uranus. The sickle of fate had turned again, and the child of prophecy had stepped into the world. Above all creation, chaos smiled, for the story it began was starting anew. The day of reckoning came quietly, as such moments often do. No trumpet sounded, no sudden flash announced the storm. It began with a whisper of wind that swept through the peaks of Mount Othrys, where the Titans kept their golden halls. The air trembled with unseen energy. Far below, the seas turned restless, and lightning flickered faintly across the horizon. Cronus sat on his throne of black stone, his gaze fixed on the still horizon. He felt the old unease stirring in his chest, the echo of a fear he had tried to swallow with his children. The world had grown heavy with silence, as if holding its breath for what it already knew would come. From the shadow of the mountains came Zeus, no longer the hidden child of Crete, but a god fully awake. His eyes held both fire and calm, his voice carried the weight of the storm and the patience of stone. Around him stood the freed Cyclopes and the 100-handed, their chains broken, their fury tamed by purpose. They did not roar nor boast, for they understood that true power makes no noise before it moves. The sky above them thickened with clouds, swirling in endless grey spirals. Each rumble of thunder was like a drumbeat of destiny, announcing the beginning of an age that would change all things forever. Gaia watched from deep within the earth. Her heart ached, though she knew the war to come was necessary. She had seen the same pattern before: rebellion born from fear, balance restored through fire. She whispered to the mountains, and they answered with echoes of her sorrow. Cronus had once been her vengeance, now he would be her loss. Even chaos itself stirred at the edge of creation, curious to see whether its children had learned anything from its silence. The universe seemed to lean forward, waiting for the first strike, that sound which always marks the end of one world and the birth of another. The first bolt of lightning tore across the sky, splitting the clouds into rivers of light. Its glow reflected on the marble halls of the Titans, turning gold to silver and silver to ash. Cronus rose, and in his hand appeared the sickle that had once ended his father's reign. He recognized the sound in the sky. It was the same voice that had called to him long ago. For a moment, he saw himself in his son's defiance, and he understood that fate was not cruel. It was simply endless. Then he lifted the sickle, and time itself seemed to stop. The air thickened, the earth shivered, and the Titan war began. The heavens became the battlefield, the mountains bled fire, and the seas screamed in thunder. The sky cracked open, and stars fell like sparks. For 10 long years, the Titans and the gods fought, father against son, brother against brother. The world burned and healed again. The Cyclopes hurled thunderbolts, the 100-handed threw mountains, and Cronus swung the blade that had once ended eternity. Through it all, Zeus stood in the storm's heart, unbroken. Each strike of lightning shaped the sky. Each clash of thunder carved the rhythm of destiny. The war was not only for power, it was for the right to define the future. When the final battle came, it was fought not with weapons, but with will. Cronus's strength began to fade. The sickle that had once glowed with the light of rebellion now dulled in his hands. The air grew still as Zeus raised his thunderbolt high. For a heartbeat, father and son looked at one another, not as enemies but as two reflections of the same endless truth. Power passes like breath. Order becomes fear. Fear becomes rebellion, and rebellion becomes order again. Zeus struck, and the heavens roared. Light swallowed darkness, and the world turned over once more. When the storm ended, silence returned. The smoke cleared, and the mountains stood taller than before. The Titans were bound and cast into the depths of Tartarus, where their cries would echo forever against walls of endless shadow. Cronus, weary and defeated, vanished into the folds of time. The sickle was lost, buried under ages of dust and memory. Zeus stood alone beneath the quiet sky, his chest rising slowly, his hands trembling with the weight of victory. The rain began to fall, gentle and cleansing, as if the earth itself sighed in relief. The war had ended, but the cost of peace was heavy. He walked through the ruins of battle, past rivers turned to steam and valleys still glowing with fire. The air smelled of ash and new life. Around him, the world began to mend itself, as if eager to serve its new ruler. From the clouds descended his siblings, freed from the belly of Cronus. One by one they stepped into the light. Poseidon, lord of the sea, Hades, keeper of the dead, Hera, queen of the heavens, Demeter, mother of growth, and Hestia, keeper of the hearth. The family that had once been swallowed now stood beside him, the first gods of a new age. The world was ready to begin again. Zeus raised his hand and the thunder ceased. The clouds parted, revealing a sky bluer than it had ever been. The earth glowed, wet with rain and promise. He looked to his brothers and sisters and spoke not as a king, but as a guardian. Each was given a realm to care for, a part of the world to keep in balance. To Poseidon he gave the sea, to Hades the underworld, to Hera the throne beside him, and to the others the gifts of warmth and harvest. Thus the Order of Olympus was born, not from power alone but from the quiet agreement that creation must never again be ruled by fear. As the sun rose for the first time in the new world, the light touched the peaks of Olympus. There the gods built their home, a mountain that would touch the heavens but remain rooted in earth. The winds carried laughter where once there had been war. Rivers found their voices again. The stars, once weapons of battle, returned to their calm watch in the sky. Yet in the stillness between heartbeats, a faint sound could still be heard, the whisper of chaos, patient and eternal. It did not speak in words, only in feeling, reminding even the gods that all beginnings must one day return to silence. Zeus stood at the edge of the mountain, his eyes tracing the curve of the horizon. He could see the scars left behind by war, but beneath them he saw growth. He understood now what his father and grandfather never had, that power is not kept by fear, but by balance. The storm within him calmed. The air smelled of clean rain and distant fire. Above him the heavens glowed with quiet pride, and below the earth hummed like a song half remembered. The cycle had turned once again, and for the first time it ended not in destruction, but in understanding. The world exhaled, the sea shimmered, the mountains slept. And in the deep stillness that followed, chaos closed its eyes and dreamed once more, not of war, but of peace. The first story had ended, yet its echo would live forever in wind and fire, in earth and sky, in every heartbeat that dared to remember where it came from. When the storm of creation faded and the fires of rebellion cooled, The world entered an age of rest. The mountains that had cracked during the war stood still again. Rivers ran quietly through the wounds of the earth, filling them with light. The sea, once raging under Zeus's thunder, now breathed in soft, steady rhythm. In the distance, the stars glowed like the eyes of old gods watching from beyond time. And on the highest peaks, the Titans who had survived the Great War built their thrones once more, vast, gleaming, unbothered by the shifting winds of mortal memory. This was the second dawn, the age of Titans, when the world exhaled and the echoes of chaos finally seemed to rest. Cronus, though dethroned, was not gone. His shadow lingered in the folds of time, like the scent of a storm long past. Some said he wandered the edge of the world, carrying the weight of his defeat like a stone bound to his heart. Others whispered that he had descended into dreams, ruling in silence from beneath the horizon. But even in his absence, his legacy remained. The Titans, proud, golden, vast, carried his mark upon their souls. They ruled not by fear, but by presence. They needed no armies, no thunder, no flame. Their power was in stillness, in the way the world bent naturally toward them, as grass bends toward the wind. Among them was Oceanus, whose endless waters circled the earth like a protective chain. His waves carried reflections of all things, stars, clouds, even the face of time itself. Beside him stood Tethys, his gentle companion, whose calm touch brought rivers and rain. Hyperion, bearer of light, watched over dawn and sunset, with eyes that glowed like molten gold. Theia, his sister, was the shimmer of day itself, soft and unending. Mnemosyne, keeper of memory, guarded the stories that had already been forgotten. And Rhea, quiet and wise, mother of gods and silence alike, stood between past and future, holding the world's rhythm in her breath. Together they were the pillars of existence, too large for worship, too ancient for fear. Under their watch, the world blossomed. The earth's crust cooled, forests thickened, and the first creatures of the deep stirred in the sea's cradle. Mountains grew green coats of moss and flowers, and the wind carried scents no god had ever named. The Titans' peace stretched across centuries like an endless summer. Mortals had not yet been born, but the land itself seemed alive, a living hymn to balance and time. The stars kept their quiet dance, marking nights that no one counted. It was an age without hunger, without desire, without the noise of ambition. The Titans did not dream, for they had nothing left to wish for. But perfection, even among gods, cannot stay untouched. Within the calm, a new pulse began to rise, faint at first, like a breath beneath the surface of the sea. It was the memory of movement, the same whisper that had once woken chaos itself. The world, too long still, began to stir again. The rivers ran faster, the wind pushed harder, and somewhere deep below the earth started to hum. The Titans heard it, but did not understand. To them, eternity meant sameness. They had forgotten that even stillness ages. What they mistook for harmony was only sleep, and every sleep must end in awakening. In the depths of the sea, Oceanus lifted his gaze. He saw shadows in his reflection, shapes forming and vanishing too quickly to name. "The world is changing," he murmured to Tethys, but she only smiled. To her, change was part of the tide's rhythm, yet even she could feel something unfamiliar beneath the waves, a restlessness, a will not her own. Far away, Hyperion's light dimmed for a heartbeat, as if something vast had passed between him and the sun. The air thickened. The silence, once peaceful, now felt expectant. The earth itself seemed to be waiting for something, or someone, to rise again. On Olympus, Zeus watched the heavens. The Titan war was over, yet peace did not sit easily upon his throne. He had inherited a world of perfection, but perfection is a fragile thing. The sky stretched endlessly above him, but within its beauty, he sensed the echo of something unfinished. His father's fall had ended one cycle, but the circle of power was already turning again. He felt it in the wind, in the slow beating of the clouds. The Titans had ruled with grace, but beneath that grace lay denial, the belief that power could sleep forever without being challenged. Zeus knew better. Nothing eternal ever truly rests. As the first storm since the war gathered over the horizon, lightning flickered faintly, like a heartbeat waking from a dream. The world held its breath. The age of Titans, for all its beauty, had begun to change. New voices whispered in the wind, voices of the earth, the ocean, the sky. They spoke not of rebellion, but of renewal, of life that must move or else fade. In the heart of Zeus, the storm began to stir again. He would not yet raise his thunderbolt, but he watched, he listened, he waited. For even a god must respect the rhythm of time and the whisper of giants stirring in their sleep. And far beneath the world, where no light had ever reached, something vast began to move. It was not the Titans nor the gods, but something older, a force born from the first scream of chaos itself. The giants, children of the earth's anger, opened their eyes. Their breath shook the roots of the mountains. Their hearts beat like the drums of fate. The silence that had ruled for centuries began to crack. The world was shifting again, and the balance the Titans had built was beginning to fracture. The golden age trembled on the edge of its end, though no one yet dared to say it aloud. The giants had been sleeping since the first storm, buried deep beneath layers of stone and silence. They were born from the blood of Uranus, spilled upon the earth when Cronus struck him down. From that wound, Gaia had birthed them, not out of love, but out of pain. They were her vengeance made flesh, her fury given form. For ages they slept in the dark, bound by the calm rule of the Titans. But now, as the stillness of the golden world began to crack, they began to stir. Their dreams were filled with heat and thunder, memories of the chaos that had once shaped the world. And in those dreams, they began to remember their purpose. In the deep caverns where even time moved slowly, the first giant opened his eyes. His breath was heavy as wind through mountains. His skin glowed faintly with the fire of the earth's core. Around him, others began to move. Slow at first, like trees waking from stone. Their voices were low, wordless, and full of power. They spoke in tremors, in echoes that made rivers tremble. Above, the earth began to quake softly, just enough to unsettle the roots of the forests. The Titans heard it but paid no mind. To them, the earth's whispers were harmless, no more than sighs of age. Yet Gaia knew. She felt her old wounds reopen, and from them the old wrath began to breathe again. Rhea, who had known sorrow longer than peace, climbed to the edge of her mountain home. She looked upon the valleys below and saw the trees swaying without wind. She heard the sound of distant rumbling, not from the sky but from below. "They are waking," she whispered. The air itself seemed to shiver at her words. Rhea had lived through the fall of Uranus, through the cruelty of Cronus, through the storm of Zeus. She knew that each age brings its own rebellion, and that peace, no matter how divine, never lasts forever. The sound rising from the deep earth was not the call of mortals. It was the voice of creation demanding to move again. In his throne upon Olympus, Zeus felt it too. It came not through his eyes or ears, but through the quiet sense that connects all living things. The mountains beneath him seemed restless, as if something within them strained to rise. He had heard tales of the giants, half gods, half earth, born from anger, not love. He did not fear them, but he understood them. For every act of creation leaves behind its shadow, and every ruler inherits not only peace, but its opposite. He knew they were not his enemies yet, but he could feel the shape of conflict forming, slow and inevitable. The Titans, he thought, had ruled by stillness. Perhaps his rule would be defined by motion. Far below, in caverns older than the sea, Gaia whispered to her children. Her voice was soft but endless, flowing through stone like water through roots. "Do not destroy," she told them. "Rise only when the world forgets me." The giants listened, their vast heads bowed in the dark. For though they were born from wrath, they were not mindless. They were protectors as much as destroyers, the balance that waited beneath the surface. Yet as the centuries of calm passed, they began to sense the world forgetting its mother. The sky grew brighter, the seas wider, but fewer voices sang to the earth. Temples rose to the heavens, and the soil grew lonely. That loneliness was enough to wake the giants once more. When the first giant broke through the crust of the world, the sound was like thunder dragging itself across stone. The mountains trembled, valleys split. The sea drew back from its shores as if afraid. The creature stood taller than cliffs, its skin streaked with fire, its eyes the color of molten gold. It did not roar nor rage, but looked upward toward Olympus with the quiet gaze of something older than fear. The world itself seemed to bow under its presence. From every corner of the earth others began to follow, shapes of stone, flame, and storm. They did not rise for vengeance but for balance, to remind the gods that power comes from the ground, not only the sky. On Olympus the gods gathered in unease. Poseidon stilled the seas, Hera hushed the winds, and Hades looked upward from his shadows. They saw the giants moving slowly across the horizon, like mountains walking toward dawn. Zeus stood at the edge of the clouds, watching. He did not lift his thunderbolt. The Titans had fought with rage, but he would not. He understood that force was not always victory. "They are not my foes," he said, his voice low. "They are the earth remembering its voice." Yet even as he spoke, the world around him tensed, unsure whether this meeting would end in peace or in another cycle of war. As dusk fell, the giants reached the borders of the known world. They stood still, their silhouettes rising against the sun's last light. The air between them and the gods thickened, full of power that neither side could name. For a long while, no one moved. The stars appeared one by one, quiet witnesses to the fragile stillness. Then the eldest of the giants knelt, pressing his vast hand against the ground. "We rise not to destroy," he rumbled, his voice rolling like distant thunder. "We rise to remember." The words moved through the world like a heartbeat, and even the gods felt it echo within their chests. The silence that followed was heavy, but it was not yet war. Zeus lowered his gaze, his mind quiet but sharp. He saw that the cycle had turned again, not through rebellion, but through remembrance. The Titans had ruled with calm, he ruled with lightning, and now the earth itself had found its voice again through the giants. Every age, he realized, is only a reflection of the one before it. Power changes its form, but never its purpose. The stars shone brighter as he spoke softly to the wind. "Let the balance hold." For that night, it did. The giants returned to their shadows, and Olympus stayed still. But deep below, the heartbeat of the world continued, slow and steady, waiting for the next age to turn. The age of Titans had lasted so long that even the stars seemed to have forgotten how it began. The rivers had carved their own quiet songs, and the winds carried the same ancient fragrance of peace. Yet all peace, like music, must one day fade into silence. It began gently, like the slow dimming of a torch. The harvests grew less golden, the seas more restless, and the once clear skies gathered new clouds at their edges. The Titans did not fear it. To them, the change was small, hardly worth notice. But to the younger gods, who felt the rhythm of life more sharply, it was a sign that the golden stillness was cracking. Zeus stood upon Olympus and felt the weight of stillness pressing down upon the world. He had inherited a kingdom built on perfection, but perfection had become heavy. Below him, the earth hummed with energy it could no longer contain. He could hear the sighs of the forests, the uneasy pulse of rivers that once flowed easily. He knew what it meant, that creation itself wanted to move again. Yet he hesitated. The Titans, vast and unyielding, had brought peace by refusing to change. To disturb that calm might mean to awaken forces he could not control. Still, the world beneath him whispered his name, asking not for power but for motion. Rhea visited him in the quiet of dusk, her voice soft like the rustling of ancient leaves. "The balance cannot sleep forever," she said. Her eyes, lined with centuries of memory, watched him with both pride and sorrow. The Titans built the world as they saw fit, but they built it to stand still. You are not meant for stillness, my son. You are thunder. You are wind. Do not become another stone in the mountain. Zeus looked away toward the horizon, where faint tremors glowed along the edge of the world. He wanted to believe that peace could last, that he could be both ruler and witness, but he knew the truth of his mother's words. Stillness is the first step toward decay. Far beneath the sea, Oceanus stirred. His currents, once smooth as glass, had begun to twist unpredictably. Waves rose without wind, and whirlpools spun without cause. He had ruled his domain for ages without question, yet now the tides seemed to resist him, zist. He looked into his reflection and saw not calm but depth, endless, dark, unknowable. "The world grows impatient," he whispered to Tethys. She placed her hand upon the surface of the water and nodded. "It is not impatience," she said gently. "It is life. Even gods must let it breathe." But Oceanus could not forget the warning hidden in her voice, that life, once awakened, does not always obey. The first sign of collapse came not in the sky, but beneath it. Deep in the caverns of the earth, the giants began to murmur once more. They spoke to one another in slow, thunderous tones that cracked stone and loosened mountains. They did not seek war, but their awakening brought motion, and motion invited chaos. Gaia, their mother, watched from her roots, torn between pride and fear. She had wanted the world to remember her, but remembrance, like creation, has a price. The soil trembled. Volcanoes whispered heat through their veins. The balance that had held the world steady began to sway, gentle at first, then harder, like a cradle rocked by unseen hands. On Olympus, the gods gathered once again. Poseidon's trident flickered with restless light, Hera's eyes glowed with cold concern, and Athena, born of thought and war, stood beside her father with silent understanding. "The world shifts," said Hera. "The Titans will not yield their order easily. If they resist change, they will crush us beneath their stillness." Zeus listened, his hand resting on the thunderbolt that hummed quietly at his side. He did not want another war. The memory of the Titanomachy was still carved into the stones of the mountains, still whispered by rivers that had once run red. But he knew that balance cannot be begged into place. Sometimes it must be forged again through storm. As if to answer his thought, lightning flashed on the horizon. The sea rose, struck by invisible wind, and thunder rolled through the deep. The Titans turned their faces toward the noise, their eyes filled with the weight of memory. They had seen this before, the sound of rebellion, the scent of destiny shifting. "So it turns again," murmured Hyperion, his voice like sunlight through mist. "The suns rise as we once rose. The circle does not break." None of them moved to stop it. Even those who still held power understood that resistance only delayed what must come. The world was breathing again, and its breath was louder than the will of any god. In the days that followed, the signs grew stronger. The forests thickened too quickly. The rivers flooded their banks, and the sky flashed with storms that came without rain. Mortals, the first true children of both earth and sky, began to wander the world, small yet bright, fragile yet endlessly curious. Their fires glowed at night like fallen stars, and their voices carried prayers that reached Olympus. Zeus listened to them, astonished by their courage and their fear. They were new yet somehow ancient, repeating the pattern of creation in smaller forms, building, destroying, dreaming. The gods watched them with fascination, seeing themselves reflected in their imperfection. The Titans, from their golden thrones, watched with unease. They did not understand this new life that did not obey, that changed with each breath. "They are chaos reborn," said Theia, her voice heavy with dread. "They will unravel all we built." But Mnemosyne, who remembered all things, shook her head slowly. "No," she said, "they are memory itself, the world remembering what it is to move." Her words fell softly, but they struck deep. The Titans had been creation's strength, but strength had hardened into stillness. And in that stillness, the seed of their fall had already taken root. When Zeus looked upon the world, he felt both sorrow and awe. The age of the Titans was ending, but it was not death, it was transformation. Every age must make room for the next, just as every god must one day step aside. He raised his hand to the sky, and lightning coiled softly around his wrist, not in anger but as a vow. "Let the world breathe," he said quietly, "even if it must tremble." His voice rolled through the clouds and into the sea, where even the oldest waves paused to listen. The golden stillness shivered, cracked, and began to fall away. The age of Titans was dying, but the age of life was only beginning. Dawn came softly, as if afraid to touch the world it found changed. The mountains that had once glowed gold beneath Hyperion's light now wore the pale shimmer of uncertainty. Rivers that had always known their paths hesitated at their bends, choosing new directions. Even the stars seemed dimmer, as though they mourned the end of something they could not name. On Olympus, the gods stood in quiet vigil, watching as the old age of stillness unraveled. Zeus felt the tremor in the sky, not the fury of war, but the sigh of surrender. The Titans, weary with time, had begun to fade, not through defeat, but through memory's gentle erosion. Their power had become too vast, too heavy for a world that now desired movement. Rhea, the mother of generations, descended one last time to the valley where she had once hidden her son. The air there was thick with the scent of wildflowers and rain. She touched the stones, remembering when they had been walls that protected hope. Now they were soft with moss, the work of countless seasons. "It ends where it began," she whispered. Around her, the mountains listened. The earth did not mourn the Titan's fall. It simply accepted it. That was the truth of creation. Nothing truly died. It only changed its shape. Even the gods, eternal as they seemed, were bound to this rhythm. The world could not remain golden forever. It needed shadow to see its own light. In the far west, beyond the edge of the sea, the last of the Titans gathered. Oceanus and Tethys stood side by side, their faces calm as tide and moon. Hyperion watched the dying sun with a kind of quiet reverence, as though bowing to a teacher. Mnemosyne closed her eyes, holding the memory of the world's stillness one final time before releasing it into the wind. And Cronus, old, distant, yet unbroken, sat upon a throne of stone, his hands resting on his knees. "It was never ours to keep," he said softly. "We only held it long enough to see it change." The others nodded, understanding what only immortals can, that eternity is not ownership, but endurance. Zeus appeared among them, not as a conqueror, but as a sun. The air shimmered faintly around him, the soft pulse of thunder beneath his calm. "Father," he said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries and the tenderness of memory. "The world is ready for a new rhythm." Cronus looked at him, his eyes deep and weary, but unafraid. "Then let it breathe," he answered. "But remember, the circle turns for you as it turned for me." There was no anger between them, no vengeance, only the quiet understanding that every reign is borrowed, every god a guardian of something that existed long before him. In that still moment, the cycle of rebellion ended, replaced by acceptance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Titans began to fade into legend. Some sank into the seas, their bodies becoming islands and coral. Some turned into mountains, their voices buried deep in the stone. Others dissolved into the sky, their light joining the constellations that would guide mortals in ages to come. Cronus drifted into the shadows of time, bound not by chains, but by memory, ruling a realm of dreams where time itself slept. The world grew lighter as they departed. The air moved freely again. For the first time since creation, the balance between earth and sky felt equal, not ruled, but shared. In the silence that followed, the earth seemed to awaken anew. The forests grew taller, the oceans bluer, and the first mortals began to walk the soil with eyes full of wonder. They built small fires to hold back the night, unaware that their flames mirrored the stars above. Zeus watched them, intrigued. They were fragile yet fearless, fleeting yet full of dreams. He saw in them something the Titans had never possessed, the gift of change. They could live and die, build and fall, love and lose, and through it all, the world would keep moving. In their brief lives, he saw eternity renewed each day. "Let them live," he said softly. "Let them remember." The other gods joined him upon Olympus, their laughter and conversation carrying gently across the peaks. Poseidon's trident shimmered like the sea at dawn. Hera's crown caught the light of the rising sun, and Athena's eyes gleamed with new wisdom. Together they watched the first prayers rise from the valleys below. The smoke curled into the sky, not demanding, not fearful, simply grateful. The gods listened, and for the first time, they felt purpose not in power, but in guardianship. The world did not belong to them. They belonged to it. The reign of the Titans had ended, but the age of the gods had only just begun. Far below, in the depths of the world, Gaia exhaled. The tremors ceased, the giants returned to sleep, and the heartbeat of the earth slowed into peace. She had seen her children rise and fall, seen empires of stars and stone crumble into dust, and still she endured. Her voice, older than the first light, whispered through the roots of the mountains, "Rest now, my children. The circle turns, but it never ends." The words reached even the farthest corners of creation, echoing through seas and skies, through wind and fire. For though the Titans had vanished, their essence remained, in rivers, in storms, in every quiet dawn that followed night. As the first light of a new day spread across the heavens, Zeus stood at the summit of Olympus, surrounded by the breath of dawn. The air was cool, sweet with the scent of clouds. He looked east, where the sun was climbing, and thought of his father's words. Power, he realized, was not the thunderbolt in his hand or the sky beneath his feet. It was the promise of balance, the willingness to rise, to fall, and to rise again. The golden age had ended, but in its ashes bloomed a softer light, one that would guide both gods and mortals for ages to come. The sky thundered once, low and gentle, like a heartbeat of the world itself. And so the age of Titans passed into memory, not destroyed, but transformed. The world would tell their story in whispers of wind, in waves against cliffs, in stars that never sleep. For every age, no matter how bright, must one day fade into myth. But in myth, it is never truly gone. It waits, patient and still, beneath the rhythm of time, ready to awaken again when the world grows too quiet. In that eternal rhythm, creation continues, the song of the sky and the soil, of gods and giants, of endings that always lead to beginnings. High upon Mount Ida, the wind sang softly through the stone caves where a young god once slept. The sound was neither storm nor song, but something in between, the hum of the world remembering its own heartbeat. Zeus had grown beyond childhood, his eyes carrying the deep calm of the sea and the quiet weight of mountains. He was no longer hidden from the gaze of the Titans. The time for concealment had ended. The prophecy whispered by the fates had ripened like fruit on an old tree. Somewhere beyond the clouds, Cronus sat upon his throne, unaware that his own son now stood beneath the open sky, watching the dawn he was destined to command. The nymphs, who had cared for him since birth, watched with awe. They had seen lightning bloom in his hands while he dreamed, had seen the air bend softly around him when he spoke. Even the old goat, Amalthea, now frail and slow, rested her head against his leg, as if sensing that her task was done. The boy she had fed had become something the world had never seen, not merely a god, but the bridge between earth and heaven. His laughter had once echoed through the cave like a song. Now, when he smiled, the wind shifted direction, carrying his breath across mountains. The world, it seemed, already obeyed him, even before he claimed his rule. Gaia appeared to him one last time. She came not in form, but in scent. Rain on warm soil, a whisper in the leaves. "The time has come," she said, her voice as old as water. "The circle must close." Zeus bowed his head, not in fear, but in reverence. "Will the world break again?" he asked quietly. The earth's voice trembled, like the sigh of trees before a storm. It must, to be reborn. Her words were both blessing and warning. Then she was gone, and only the echo of her presence lingered, the smell of earth after rain, the promise of thunder behind the clouds. The mountain where Zeus had lived all his life now seemed smaller. He walked to its edge and looked out upon the world below, the forests stretching like waves, the sea shimmering like an unbroken mirror. Somewhere beyond that horizon, his brothers and sisters slept in darkness within the body of Cronus, their voices trapped inside the endless turning of time. He could almost hear them when the wind shifted, faint murmurs like memories, like the distant cry of something calling to be remembered. "I will free you," he whispered, and the words carried upward into the sky. The first thunder rolled in answer. Far away in the golden halls of the Titans, Cronus stirred from uneasy dreams. His mind had grown heavy with the weight of eternity. The years, though countless, felt short in his chest, short and full of echoing dread. He had built a world where nothing moved too fast, where the seasons followed his rhythm, where the stars turned because he willed them to. Yet deep inside he felt time begin to resist him. He could no longer control the flow of days as he once did. Moments slipped through his grasp like sand through fingers. He rose from his throne and stared into the endless sky, and though he did not know why, he feared it. Zeus descended from the mountain with nothing but the thunder in his heart. The air grew restless around him, clouds forming above like silent sentinels. He moved through forests where the trees bowed as he passed, through valleys where rivers paused to listen. The creatures of the earth felt his presence and grew calm. Even the wind changed direction, carrying his footsteps across the land. He did not seek followers, nor did he crave worship. His path was not of conquest, but of restoration. He was the pulse returning to a sleeping world. The storm meant not to destroy, but to awaken. When he reached the plains where the horizon met the sea, he stopped. The water stretched endlessly, reflecting the shifting light of the sky. For the first time, he felt the full weight of what lay ahead. To challenge Cronus was not merely to overthrow a king, it was to challenge the rhythm of time itself. He would be fighting against the heartbeat of existence, against the father who had swallowed the future to keep it still. But Zeus did not waver. The storm within him had grown too strong to silence. "If time devours all," he said to the wind, "then I will teach it to breathe again." At that moment a voice rose from the sea, deep, ancient and full of sorrow. It was Oceanus, eldest of the Titans, whose domain circled the earth. "Son of Cronus," the voice rumbled, "you cannot turn the wheel backward." Zeus looked toward the horizon and saw the ocean's waves forming shapes like faces, vast and shimmering. "I do not seek to turn it back," he replied, "only to free it." There was a pause, long and heavy. Then the sea grew calm. "Then the world will know both storm and peace," said Oceanus. "But you must remember, even the sky has limits." The waves receded and the sea fell silent once more. Zeus continued his journey until the clouds above grew black and heavy. The air smelled of metal and rain. Lightning began to flicker in his hands, small and soft, like the first sparks of dawn. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and spoke, though there was no one to hear him. "I was born from fear, but I will not rule with it. I was hidden by the earth, but I will not hide from the sky." The thunder answered him like applause from the mountains. He felt no anger, only purpose, the steady rhythm of inevitability. The time of Cronus was ending. The age of thunder had begun to rise, and somewhere in the dark halls of the Titans, Rhea smiled. She had waited lifetimes for this moment, the quiet assurance that the world still remembered how to renew itself. She placed her hand upon the air, as if feeling the tremble of the storm gathering. "He carries your heart, my son," she whispered to the wind, remembering the children she had lost and the one she had saved. The clouds above glowed faintly, and for a heartbeat, the rain fell like tears of light. It was the first storm of the new world, soft, cleansing, full of promise. The prophecy had awakened, and the sky was ready to remember its true name. Part 2. The War of the Heavens. The storm began without thunder, a breath first, then a hum that rolled beneath the skin of the world. Clouds gathered from every direction, drawn toward an unseen center. Lightning flashed faintly, not as violence but as thought, a signal between sky and earth. Zeus stood upon a high ridge, his body still, his eyes closed. He did not call the storm. It came to him as naturally as memory. The air bent around his presence, alive, waiting. Far above, the stars trembled, aware that the order of ages was about to shift. The heavens, once ruled by stillness, prepared to move again. Cronus felt the change before he saw it. From his throne he sensed the pulse of time breaking its rhythm. The air around him thickened, heavy with the scent of rain. He looked to the horizon and saw the clouds forming. A wall of grey, rising higher than mountains. His heart, ancient and burdened, faltered. He remembered the day he had struck down his own father, remembered the blood that had fallen as stars. Now that same storm gathered for him. "So," he murmured, "the circle turns." His voice was calm, but the sickle at his side trembled, eager as if it too remembered. Zeus climbed toward the sky until the air grew thin. Around him, the Cyclopes, his allies, freed from their prison in the earth, worked in silence. Sparks leapt from their hammers, shaping the thunderbolts that would bear his name. Each strike rang like the heartbeat of the world. The hundred-handed stood behind them, vast as towers, waiting for the call to war. Yet, even among such might, there was quiet. This was not a war of rage. It was the slow, inevitable turning of fate. The gods did not shout, they breathed. The storm built itself on patience. When the first bolt left Zeus's hand, the sky did not roar, it sighed. Light spread across the heavens like dawn spilling too fast, flooding the edges of the world. The Titans lifted their faces, eyes narrowing at the brilliance that split their golden halls. Hyperion shielded Theia, whose light dimmed beside the new flame. Oceanus withdrew into his depths, his waters boiling with sorrow. Cronus rose and called out, his voice echoing through eternity. "Children of the storm, you challenge your own blood." The wind carried his words, but the answer was thunder, steady, merciless, true. The battle unfolded not in days or years, but in moments stretched across time. Mountains cracked open and healed again. Fire poured from the sky, carving rivers of glass through the fields of heaven. The Titans fought with the weight of eternity, the gods fought with the speed of becoming. The clash was not loud, but endless, a rhythm rather than a noise. Each strike of lightning erased an old law, each swing of the sickle tried to hold it in place. The world below watched in silence, the seas rising and falling with each heartbeat of the war above. From the depths, Gaia cried out, her voice shaking the roots of creation. "Enough!" she called, but neither side could hear her through the storm. Her children had forgotten that every battle leaves scars on their mother. Mountains toppled, islands drowned, the air itself tore open with heat. Yet even in her pain, she did not intervene. She understood that the world must shed its skin to keep living. The storm, though cruel, was also cleansing. It was the sound of history turning its page. At the height of the war, Zeus descended into the shadow of Tartarus to seek the fates. There, where no light had ever lingered, he found the three sisters spinning threads of gold and shadow. "Tell me," he said, "does this end in ruin?" The eldest lifted her gaze. "All ends in ruin," she replied, "but not all ruin is loss." The youngest smiled faintly, cutting a thread with her shears. "You fight not for victory, but for motion." Zeus bowed his head in understanding. When he rose again, the thunderbolt in his hand burned brighter than before. He had learned that to lead was to accept impermanence. Cronus met him on the plains of heaven, where light meets time. Father and son faced one another, silence stretching between them. Around them the battle slowed, as if the universe itself paused to listen. Cronus lifted the sickle, Zeus raised his thunder. Their eyes met, not in hatred, but in recognition. "You are my echo," said Cronus, "and you are my ending," said Zeus. They struck at once. The sound was neither thunder nor metal, but something deeper, the shattering of stillness. Light swallowed the sky, and for a breath, there was nothing. When vision returned, Cronus knelt, his hand pressed against the broken earth. The sickle lay beside him, its blade dulled, its purpose finished. Zeus stood above him, lightning fading from his palm. "You are not my enemy," he said quietly. "You are the path that brought me here." Cronus looked up, his gaze calm, almost relieved. "Then walk it well," he said, and closed his eyes. The storm above began to thin, its clouds unraveling like smoke after fire. The Titan's reign ended, not in wrath, but in surrender to what must be. The gods gathered upon the battlefield, the air still humming with the echo of creation's roar. The Cyclopes bowed their heads, the hundred-handed lowered their arms. The Titans, weary and vast, sank into the shadows of Tartarus, not as prisoners, but as guardians of time itself. The earth sighed, grateful and aching. Rain fell gently over the smoking plains, cooling what remained of fire, Zeus looked toward the east, where the first light of a new age was climbing the sky. The war had ended, but his task had just begun. For peace is never given. It must be kept, breath by breath, like the rhythm of thunder after the rain. The storm had ended, yet its echo lingered in every corner of the world. The air was thick with the scent of rain and stone, and the mountains still smoked from the fire of the gods. Rivers carved new paths through the land, washing away the ashes of war. From the silence that followed, a new sound emerged, steady, powerful, alive. It was not the cry of battle, but the heartbeat of a world reborn. The sky had a different color now, softer, deeper, filled with quiet light. The earth, wounded but alive, breathed again. The reign of thunder had begun. Zeus stood upon the highest peak of Olympus, his hair still damp with rain, his eyes reflecting the endless blue. Around him, the air shimmered with gentle power. The thunderbolt rested in his hand. But its light no longer burned. It pulsed calm and rhythmic like a living heart. He looked down upon the land where rivers glittered like veins of silver and forests shimmered with dew. "It is done," he whispered. But even as he spoke, he knew that nothing was ever truly done. Creation is a circle, not a line. Every victory carries the seed of its next beginning. The gods gathered around him, his siblings freed from Cronus's shadow. Poseidon, lord of the deep, whose eyes carried the weight of the ocean's moods. Hades, ruler of the underworld, quiet and steady, his voice like stone under pressure. Hera, fierce and luminous, her gaze sharp as sunlight on marble. Demeter, gentle yet strong, holding a sheaf of wheat glowing with life. And Hestia, the keeper of hearth and flame, her warmth soft as home. Together they stood upon the mountain, the first council of gods, their breath mingling with the mist. The air felt new, as though the world itself waited to hear what they would decide. Zeus lifted his hand and the clouds parted. "The old order has ended," he said, his tone soft but final. "The Titans ruled with stillness. We shall rule with balance. The world will no longer sleep beneath fear. It will move, breathe, and remember." His words rolled through the heavens like gentle thunder. The gods nodded, understanding the weight of his promise. To rule was not to command, but to tend, as the sea tends the shore, as the fire tends the dark. Hera placed her hand upon his shoulder, her touch grounding his resolve. "Then let us begin," she said. They divided the realms with quiet ceremony. To Poseidon, Zeus gave the seas, deep, shifting, and wild, where strength meets silence. To Hades, he gave the underworld, the realm of rest where memory walks beside shadow. To Hera, he gave the sky beside him, not as servant, but as queen. To Demeter, he gave the fields, where the pulse of life would rise each spring. And to Hestia, he gave the hearth, the center of warmth where every home would echo Olympus. Zeus himself kept the heavens, the space between stars and storms, where thought becomes law and lightning becomes mercy. When all was set, they raised their hands together. The world responded in kind. Mountains stilled, waves softened, and the sky glowed with new light. The age of thunder was not an age of noise, but of rhythm, the steady balance between storm and calm. Even the fates, who had watched in silence since the dawn of time, paused their spinning for a breath, as though honoring this fragile peace. It was not perfection, but it was harmony, and in that harmony life found its first voice. In the days that followed, Zeus walked among the clouds, learning the language of wind and rain. He spoke with Poseidon through the crash of waves, and with Hades through the whisper of caves. Each god kept their realm in balance, but it was Zeus who listened to the whole. He learned that the world's power did not lie in thunder, but in its silence, the space between storms. He began to understand that even gods must serve the rhythm of creation. The sky taught him patience, the sea taught him humility, and the earth taught him mercy. Yet not all hearts were calm. The memory of war still lingered, and beneath the surface, fragments of the old order whispered. From the depths of Tartarus, Cronus dreamed. His voice, though faint, still echoed through time, a reminder that no victory is without shadow. Sometimes, when the sky grew too still, Zeus could hear it, a low murmur carried by the wind, not of hatred, but of warning. "Guard what you build," it seemed to say. For even the strongest mountain can crumble if it forgets the sea that shaped it. Zeus would listen in silence, his gaze distant, understanding that even peace must be tended like flame. As the years passed, the world flourished. The rivers sang louder, the forests grew wilder, and the first mortals began to fill the valleys and plains. They built homes of stone and wood, lighting fires that mirrored the stars above. They did not yet know the names of their gods, but they felt them, in the rumble of thunder, in the calm after rain, in the warmth of a harvest fire. Zeus watched them with wonder. "They are fragile," he said to Hera one night as they stood above the sleeping world. "And yet they dream." Hera smiled, her voice soft as twilight. "Perhaps that is their strength." In the quiet hours before dawn, Zeus would walk alone along the edge of Olympus. He would trace the constellations with his eyes, memories of the titans who had once filled the sky. He did not hate them. He saw their faces in the stars, glowing softly, patient and eternal. Every age, he realized, leaves behind its light. The titans had ruled with stillness, and from that stillness came strength. He would rule with movement, and from that movement would come life. The balance between them was fragile, but it was beautiful. It was the music of thunder fading into rain, and so the heavens became his domain, not as a throne, but as a vast open field where every storm could end in sunlight. The reign of Zeus had begun, not with conquest, but with calm. His power was not the noise of the storm, but the silence that followed it, the deep, steady rhythm that made the world remember its breath. The sky, once heavy with fear, now sang with freedom. Every lightning strike became a heartbeat of renewal, every rumble a reminder that change need not destroy. It only needs to move. The world was new again. The air carried a softness it had not known since the first dawn, and the mountains seemed to rest at last after centuries of trembling. From the highest peaks of Olympus, Zeus watched the world turn beneath him, seas gleaming like liquid glass, valleys painted with sunlight, forests breathing mist. For the first time since creation, the heavens were quiet, not from exhaustion but from peace. The thunderbolt rested beside him, asleep. He had learned to rule without striking, to listen more than command. The sky, once the stage of war, had become his mirror. Vast, bright, and endlessly patient. Each morning he rose before the sun. The stars faded around him, returning to their distant slumber, and in their vanishing he felt a lesson. Even light must know when to rest. He would breathe deeply, drawing the scent of clouds and stone into his chest, and the sky would respond, pulsing gently as though it shared his breath. From this communion came the first law of his reign. To lead is to harmonize. He spoke it not aloud, but within himself, knowing that true law does not require proclamation. It simply exists, like the rhythm of tides or the turning of seasons. Every god, every wind, every living thing began to move in quiet rhythm to that unseen pulse. Hera joined him often on those mornings. They stood together in the pale light, her gaze fixed on the horizon, his on the heavens above. "The world stirs beneath us," she would say, her voice soft as a waking river. "Mortals are learning to speak, to build, to love. They do not yet know your name, but they already live by your rhythm." Zeus smiled faintly. "Then perhaps they will not need my name," he said. "If they can feel the law in their hearts, it is enough." Hera studied him quietly. "You sound less like a king," she said, "and more like the sky itself." He turned toward her, the corners of his eyes glowing with warmth. Maybe that is all a king should ever be. Below them, life multiplied. The world was full of sound, the cry of eagles, the laughter of rivers, the songs of mortals by their fires. Demeter's fields stretched golden across the plains, and Poseidon's waves danced with playful storms. Even Hades found comfort in his shadowed realm, shaping rest from darkness instead of despair. The balance held, delicate yet enduring. Zeus watched it unfold with wonder, knowing that this harmony was not his to own but to protect. He had learned from the fall of his father that power guarded too tightly becomes a cage. The law of the sky was freedom, to let things grow even when they might outgrow him. In time, mortals began to look upward. They saw lightning carve the sky and felt not fear, but awe. They heard thunder roll across the mountains and thought it was the world speaking to them. They built temples of stone, not to please the gods, but to feel closer to them, to echo the shape of Olympus on earth. Zeus watched these acts with quiet pride. "They dream," he said one evening, as the fires below flickered like stars. "Even in their smallness, they imagine worlds beyond themselves." Hera leaned against him, her voice a whisper. "They are the reflection of what you hoped for. You wanted motion. Now they move endlessly, building, falling, rebuilding again. But even in peace, the past lingers." Sometimes when storms gathered too thickly, Zeus would stand at the mountain's edge and feel the old ache of memory. The faces of the Titans would return to him. Hyperion's blazing eyes, Rhea's calm wisdom, Cronus's weary strength. He did not push them away, he carried them as sky carries cloud. "I am not their ending," he would murmur. "I am their echo." And when lightning struck, it was not a weapon, but a memory. The reminder that destruction and creation share the same spark. The rain that followed was his forgiveness. Years turned to ages. Mortals rose and fell. Empires bloomed and turned to dust. Yet the rhythm of the sky endured. Each dawn was the same story retold. Light reborn from shadow, sound from silence. The gods learned to speak less and listen more. Poseidon guided sailors by the stars. Demeter whispered to seeds beneath the earth. Hades cradled the spirits of the dead like a shepherd. Even the winds began to sing softly instead of howl. The storm, once the symbol of power, had become the pulse of order. Every thunderclap was a heartbeat, every flash of light a reminder that chaos had been tamed not by strength, but by understanding. Yet Zeus knew that no rain lasts forever. The fates had told him long ago that all things return to their beginning. He did not fear it. Instead, he found comfort in the thought. "If I am to fall," he once said to Hera beneath a crimson sunset, "then let it be as rain, to feed what will come after me." She smiled sadly, knowing his words would one day be prophecy. The sky darkened around them, not with storm but with the calm of acceptance. For gods too must learn to yield. Even eternity breathes in and out. One night, as the stars burned brighter than usual, Zeus descended from Olympus alone. He walked among the sleeping mortals, his steps soft, his presence veiled. He watched a mother hush her child, a farmer tend his last fire, a traveler gaze upward in silent wonder. He felt their fragility and their courage, their constant striving towards something unseen. In them, he recognized his own creation, beings born not to rule but to rise. He lifted his hand to the sky, and a single streak of lightning crossed the heavens, gentle and golden. It did not strike, it only illuminated. The world glowed for a moment, and then it rested again. At dawn, Zeus returned to his throne. The air was cool, the sun a faint whisper of gold. He looked across the endless sky and smiled. "So it continues," he said. He placed the thunderbolt beside him, no longer as weapon but as symbol, a promise that power could sleep and still remain strong. The winds bowed, the clouds parted, and the light of morning spilled across Olympus like a quiet hymn. The reign of Zeus was not thunder's fury, but thunder's peace, the long exhale after the storm, the echo of creation learning to breathe again. And so, the rise of Zeus was complete. The child hidden in a cave had become the calm above the world. The storm had grown gentle, the lightning wise. His rule would endure for ages, not because he conquered, but because he listened. And though time would one day turn again, as it always does, his name would remain woven into every sound of rain, every flash of light, every whisper of wind that reminded the earth of its sky. Long before mortals could dream, before the first temple rose to touch the clouds, there were three who stood outside of time. They did not live upon Olympus, nor within the sea, nor beneath the soil. They lived in the space between, where moments are born and die at the same breath. They were called the Moirai, the Fates. Their hands shaped the rhythm of existence itself. Where others ruled elements or realms, they ruled the silent pattern behind all things. Even Zeus, Lord of Thunder, bowed his head when their threads shimmered across the horizon. For in their tapestry, every life and god, mortal and beast, was a single line of light. The eldest, Clotho, was the spinner. From her fingertips came the beginning of every soul, a thread so fine it could pass through the eye of eternity. She spun from the dust of stars, from sighs of mothers, from the quiet dreams of the unborn. Each filament she drew from the void carried a secret color, known only to her. Beside her stood Lachesis, the measurer, who stretched each thread across her hands and decided its length. Her gaze was steady, without cruelty or mercy. She measured not in years or days, but in lessons, in the weight of what each spirit must learn. And when the thread began to tremble with its final light, Atropos, the third sister, lifted her shears and cut. Their hall was not built of marble or stone, but of shadow and starlight. The floor shimmered like calm water, reflecting the constellations above. Around them spun an endless web of threads, golden, silver, pale blue, black, weaving together in infinite patterns. The sound they made was not music, but something close to it, a soft hum, the pulse of reality itself. When they moved, the world moved. When they paused, time held its breath. Mortals called them cruel because they could not be bribed, and gods called them sacred because they could not be deceived. But the fates were neither cruel nor kind. They were balance made visible. One evening, as the stars shifted into new shapes, Clotho looked up from her spinning. "The world grows heavy," she murmured. Lachesis followed her gaze. "Yes," she said softly. "Too many lines pull toward power, too few toward peace." The youngest, Atropos, said nothing, her silver shears glinting faintly in the dark. "The threads of Olympus," Clotho continued, "burn brighter than they should." The sisters shared a glance, the kind that passes without sound, but changes everything. For they knew the truth of light. When it burns too long, it consumes itself. Far away, Zeus sat upon his throne, unaware that his own thread trembled gently in their loom. He felt only the faint unease of the wind, the heaviness before rain. The world was calm, yet something beneath that calm whispered of unseen movement. Even gods, he knew, could feel the pull of fate when it drew near. He looked toward the stars and wondered if they looked back. Somewhere beyond them he could sense the sisters watching, their eyes like lanterns in the dark. "Do they write even my path?" he asked the silence. The thunder did not answer. The Moirai continued their work, hands moving like tides. Clotho spun the thread of a new hero, a mortal yet unborn, whose choices would one day shake the heavens. Lachesis measured it carefully, sensing greatness and tragedy intertwined. Atropos hesitated before cutting, her eyes narrowing as if glimpsing something that even she did not understand. "His story will echo," she whispered, "but whose echo it will be, I cannot see." For once, uncertainty entered their perfect symmetry. The loom trembled, and for the briefest moment a single golden thread crossed the path of Zeus's own. When the vibration reached Olympus, the sky flickered. Zeus rose, his senses sharp. The thunderbolt pulsed beside him, restless, as if it too felt the shifting of unseen strings. Hera entered quietly, her eyes wary. "The air is strange tonight," she said. "I hear whispers on the wind." Zeus nodded. "The sisters are awake," he murmured. Hera's brow furrowed. "They are always awake." "Yes," Zeus replied, "but tonight they are listening." Outside, lightning crawled across the horizon, not as storm but as warning. The next dawn arrived pale and uncertain. The sun rose slower, as if reluctant to enter the day. Mortals went about their lives, unaware that threads of their existence had been tugged ever so slightly, changing small things, a delay here, a chance meeting there. For the fates did not shift worlds with fire, they moved them with whispers. A breath, a heartbeat, a single choice altered. The pattern adjusted, and destiny changed course. Even gods could not hear this weaving, but they could feel its weight. And Zeus, for all his thunder, felt very small against that silent rhythm. He climbed to the highest cloud and called into the void. "Moirai," he said softly. If I am to rule the sky, let me see the threads of the world I protect." His voice rolled across eternity, and for a moment there was no reply. Then a shimmer, faint and delicate, appeared before him. From the air unfolded a single thread of light, stretching endlessly into the distance. He touched it with one finger, and visions rushed through him. Births, deaths, laughter, storms, the endless turning of time. When he withdrew his hand, his eyes were wet. "So much beauty," he whispered, "and so much pain." The thread vanished, leaving only silence. Far below, the Fates paused their work. Lachesis looked up from the loom. "He has seen," she said quietly. Clotho nodded. "Then he understands." Atropos exhaled, setting her shears aside. "No one sees without consequence." The hum of the loom deepened, and the light of the hall flickered. A new thread began to spin, glowing with quiet fire. It was not for gods or mortals, it was for the future itself. "He will not control fate," said Clotho, "but he will respect it." The sisters resumed their weaving, and somewhere above them thunder rolled softly, not in anger but in awe. Night returned quietly, wearing the silver robe of the moon. The world seemed still, yet beneath its calm, the loom of destiny hummed without rest. Every spark in the sky was a thread, every shadow a crossing of paths. From their hidden hall, the Fates watched the movement of gods and mortals alike. Their hands glowed faintly in the starlight, weaving choices into consequence. When they breathed, the winds shifted. When they blinked, 1,000 hearts changed rhythm. And though no one saw them, their presence filled every silence between words, every pause between breaths. The universe lived in the small spaces they left behind. Zeus sat upon Olympus with the storm sleeping in his hands. He had seen the thread of life and could no longer forget its weight. Each flash of lightning now reminded him not of power, but of fragility, how easily brilliance burns away. He spoke less, listened more. Even the thunder seemed softer when it answered him. But Hera, watching him with quiet concern, felt unease. "You gaze too often at the horizon," she said one evening. "What do you seek there?" Zeus turned his eyes toward the dark beyond the clouds. "The line I once saw," he replied. "The thread that binds gods and men. It is moving, and I would know where it leads." Below, the first mortal kingdoms began to bloom. Stone huts became cities, songs became stories. Men built temples not only to ask for favor, but to remember that they were seen. Demeter's fields fed them. Poseidon's waves carried their ships. Athena whispered courage into their minds. Yet for every prayer of gratitude, another rose from fear. Mortals loved their gods but feared their moods, unsure if thunder meant blessing or warning. Zeus listened to their voices drifting upward and felt their threads tug at his own. He understood now that divinity was not distance, it was connection. Every mortal hope made the heavens heavier. Far beneath the mountains, Hades felt it too. The underworld, once silent, now echoed with mortal footsteps. Souls entered his realm carrying dreams unfinished, songs unsung. He gathered them gently, guiding them to rest beside the Lethe. But some resisted, their memories burning too bright to fade. "Even death defies me," he said softly to Persephone, who had begun to walk the fields above. She smiled with the patience of spring. "Perhaps that is not defiance," she said, "but longing." And together they watched the souls shimmer like faint stars beneath the earth, each one a thread continuing its quiet motion through eternity. In the hall of the Moirai, the loom began to glow with strange light. Clotho spun faster, her hands trembling as if guided by unseen force. "The pattern grows thicker," she whispered. Lachesis measured the new threads carefully. "They are not gods," she murmured, "and yet their lines shine brighter than Olympus." Atropos frowned, the reflection of her shears flashing across her face. "Mortals dreaming too loudly," she said. "They stretch their threads beyond their measure." But Clotho only smiled faintly. "Perhaps the gods have taught them to reach," and she continued to spin. One thread among thousands drew their special attention, a golden line intertwined with streaks of gray and blue. It vibrated with restless energy, as though aware of being watched. "This one will test the weave," said Lachesis. "His choices will shake the heavens." Atropos hesitated, her hand hovering above the shears. "If he is mortal, why does his thread touch those of gods?" Clotho's eyes darkened. "Because fate no longer separates them. The world has grown too close. Every prayer reaches Olympus. Every thunder answers a mortal heart." They exchanged a glance filled with the weight of inevitability. What the gods had begun, men would one day continue. Zeus sensed it before they did. In his sleep, he dreamed of a mortal standing at the edge of a storm, holding fire stolen from the gods. The man's eyes were bright with defiance, his hands trembling not with fear, but with wonder. When Zeus awoke, lightning still danced along his arms. He recognized the feeling, the same one that had driven Prometheus long ago, the ancient hunger for creation. He realized that destiny was no longer a chain pulled by divine hands. It was a river that flowed through everything, unstoppable and free. The gods could guide it, but they could not dam it forever. He went to the edge of Olympus and spoke softly to the wind. "If mortals begin to shape their own fate," he said, "what becomes of ours?" No voice answered, but a faint shimmer crossed the sky, the reflection of threads unseen. He smiled sadly. "Then perhaps that is as it should be." For the first time, the thunder sounded almost human, its echo gentle and thoughtful. Hera watched him from the shadows, her expression unreadable. In her heart, she felt both pride and fear, for she saw what he did not. That the gods, in teaching mortals to dream, had unknowingly written the beginning of their own fading. Far away, the Moirai paused their weaving. The threads around them shimmered with colors they had never spun. Clotho's voice broke the silence. "It has begun," she said. Lachesis nodded, her measuring rod trembling slightly. "The pattern shifts beyond our sight." Atropos closed her eyes, lowering her shears. "Then let it. Even fate must learn to yield." And as they released their hold, the loom sang, a low, steady hum that rippled through the universe. Across heaven and earth, gods and mortals felt its vibration and turned their eyes to the same sky. The fabric of destiny had changed, but it did not tear. It simply widened, making room for all that would come after. The night that followed was heavy with quiet. The stars seemed closer than before, almost listening. From the hall of Olympus, the gods looked downward toward the flickering fires of mortal villages. Their light was small, yet it trembled with purpose. Zeus stood apart from the others, his expression unreadable. He had long ruled the sky with order and wisdom, yet something in the air had changed. The world no longer waited for his voice. Mortals had begun to write their own stories, to shape their own destinies without thunder to guide them. For the first time, he felt the distance between power and meaning. Below, in the realm of men, destiny began to speak a new language. Farmers looked to the soil and trusted their hands instead of prayers. Sailors studied the stars not to beg the gods for calm seas, but to navigate them with skill. Lovers promised each other eternity without needing Olympus to witness. The threads of mortal life had begun to twist themselves into patterns no divine hand had woven. It was not rebellion, but awakening. The fates watched, their loom glowing faintly in the dark. "They choose," said Lachesis softly, "and in choosing they become part of our craft." On Olympus, Hera spoke to her husband with worry. "They forget us," she said, her voice carrying the tremor of age-old pride. "The temples grow cold, the offerings fewer. What are gods without devotion?" Zeus turned to her slowly. "Perhaps devotion was never meant to be ours," he said. "Perhaps it belongs to the life we nurtured." Hera frowned. "And when they destroy what we built?" Zeus looked toward the horizon, where thunder flickered faintly beyond the sea. "Then they will rebuild it as we did. The circle must keep moving." His words were calm, but deep in his chest, he felt the quiet ache of inevitability. Far below, the fates observed the weaving grow tangled. Threads crossed where they should not. Colors bled into one another, creating beauty and chaos side by side. Clotho's fingers hesitated for the first time. "They weave faster than we can follow," she whispered. Lachesis measured one strand that pulsed with strange brilliance. "This one dies young but changes centuries," she murmured. "And this," said Atropos, touching another, "ends in darkness but saves 1,000 others from it." The sisters exchanged glances. "The pattern has learned to shape itself," said Clotho. "We no longer guide, we only witness." None of them smiled. To witness was to accept that even eternity evolves. The gods began to feel the shift more deeply. Poseidon's seas no longer roared with worship. Men had built ships that challenged his waves. Demeter's fields still flourished, but now through mortal knowledge of seed and season. Athena, once the patron of wisdom, watched philosophers question even her existence with reverent doubt. Hades alone remained unchanged, for death still came to all things. But even he noticed that souls entered his realm with greater peace, less fear, more understanding. "They walk toward me willingly now," he told Persephone. She smiled faintly, brushing petals from her hair. "That is the gift of choice," she said. "It turns endings into beginnings." Zeus descended once more from Olympus to walk among the living. He took the form of a traveler wrapped in plain cloth, his divine light hidden. The air smelled of rain and wood smoke. In a small village, he watched mortals gather around a dying fire. They told stories, not of gods, but of themselves, of love found and lost, of courage born from fear. He listened to their laughter, their tears, their silence. When the fire died, one of them lifted a coal with care, blew upon it, and brought it back to life. Zeus smiled softly. "They have learned our secret," he murmured. "Creation and care, the same flame." When he returned to Olympus, Hera met him with questions in her eyes. "Did they remember us?" she asked. Zeus shook his head. "Not with names, but with spirit." Hera sighed. "Then our age ends." Zeus placed his hand over hers. "No," he said gently. "It becomes invisible, like the wind that moves the leaves." She looked at him for a long moment, and in her silence was understanding. Power seen is worship, power unseen is faith. The gods had not been forgotten. They had become the unseen rhythm of life itself. In their hall beyond stars, the fates stopped weaving. The loom glowed on its own now, threads moving without touch. The sisters stood in silence, awe softening their faces. "We are no longer the architects," said Lachesis. "The design has learned to breathe." Clotho nodded. "The world spins itself." Atropos lifted her shears, then set them down. "Then let it." They turned away, and the loom continued to sing, weaving its own melody. The song spread across the heavens and through the hearts of gods and men alike, a lullaby of freedom and connection, a reminder that fate was never chains, only rhythm. Zeus stood at the edge of Olympus, the wind cool against his face. Below him, lightning flashed in the distance, soft and brief, illuminating the valleys where mortals dreamed. He did not feel diminished. He felt infinite, not as ruler, but as part of the endless pattern. The fates had taught him the final lesson, that control is illusion, but harmony is eternal. "Let them write their own sky," he whispered. The thunder rolled gently in agreement, low and patient, like a god learning to rest. The architect of fate had done his work by letting go. Dawn rose over the mountains with the gentlest of light, spilling gold upon the sleeping clouds. The air was still, yet within that stillness the faint hum of destiny continued, softer now, as if the loom itself had learned to rest between its threads. Olympus glowed beneath the early sun, its peaks washed in silver and warmth. The gods stirred quietly, each wrapped in thought. They no longer looked to the heavens for command, but inward, to the rhythm that guided them from within. The age of thunder had softened into an age of reflection. Zeus, once the voice of the storm, now listened more than he spoke. He sat upon his throne, not high and gleaming, but worn by centuries of patience. The thunderbolt lay beside him, dull gold against the marble. It had not struck in many years. Hera stood nearby, weaving garlands from clouds and silence. "The world has changed," she said softly, "and yet it remembers." Zeus smiled faintly, watching the sunlight ripple across the sea. "Memory is another kind of fate," he replied. It keeps the past alive, not to bind us, but to remind us where we began. Hera nodded. And what of us? She asked. Do we fade? Zeus looked upward. No, we become the quiet in which new voices grow. Below Olympus, the mortal world thrived. Villages had become cities, temples had become schools. Mortals told stories not of the gods they feared, but of the lessons they learned from them. Farmers thanked the rain but no longer prayed for it. They understood the pattern of clouds. Sailors watched the stars not as omens, but as guides. The line between divine and human had blurred until it became one unbroken path. The fates had allowed the weave to widen, and in doing so they had freed every thread within it. Men and gods alike were now part of the same design, different in shape, equal in purpose. In their hall beyond the stars, the Moirai watched this new era unfold. The loom no longer required their hands. It spun slowly, gracefully, carried by the will of all things living and unseen. Clotho stood beside it, her eyes calm. Our work continues without us, she said. Lachesis smiled faintly. That is the sign of perfect creation. Atropos ran her fingers along a single glowing thread, its color unlike any they had spun before. What is this one? She asked. Clotho answered, It belongs to tomorrow. They bowed their heads, humbled by what they had once ruled and now could only admire. The architects had become witnesses to their own masterpiece. Zeus visited them one last time. He came not as a king but as a pilgrim, walking quietly through the Hall of Stars. The fates greeted him with a nod, their eyes soft with recognition. You have learned, said Lachesis, to rule is not to command. Zeus bowed his head. You showed me the pattern, he said, and I learned to let it move without my hand. Atropos smiled. Then you have become like us. Zeus looked around the hall, where countless threads shimmered like rivers of light. No, he said gently, I have become like them. His gaze turned toward the mortal world far below, glowing like a constellation. They are the new weavers now. When he returned to Olympus, the gods greeted him with quiet joy. They no longer feared the end of their worship. They had seen their reflection in the lives of mortals. Athena taught wisdom not through war, but through thought. Demeter blessed every seed that grew from mortal hands. Poseidon watched the sailors cross his waves and smiled at their courage. Even Hades, deep below, felt pride when souls walked into his realm, unafraid. The gods had not disappeared. They had become part of every act of love, every spark of learning, every moment of change. Their names might fade, but their essence had spread like sunlight through the fabric of the world. And still, the thunder would sometimes roll across the mountains, low and steady, not to warn, not to punish, but to remind. Mortals would pause at their windows, listening, and smile without knowing why. Somewhere deep inside they recognized the sound. It was the voice of the old sky, the memory of Zeus, still watching, still keeping balance between storm and calm. In every choice they made, a trace of that ancient rhythm lingered. The pulse of a universe built not on control but on harmony. Fate, once feared as law, had become music. As centuries passed, even Olympus began to blur into myth. Trees grew through its marble courts. Flowers bloomed where altars once stood. Yet in the whispers of wind through its ruins, the old truths remained. The sky, ever patient, still carried the songs of gods who had learned humility. And when the rain fell gently on the earth, it was said that Zeus wept, not from sorrow but from wonder. For every drop carried the reflection of what he had built, a world free to choose, yet always connected by the same invisible thread. One evening, as twilight brushed the horizon, Hera joined him at the edge of the mountain. They watched the stars kindle one by one, silent witnesses to endless cycles. Will it ever end? She asked softly. Zeus shook his head. No, he said. It will only change its form. The sky darkened, the wind cooled, and far above them the loom of the fates glimmered faintly, still spinning, still singing. The gods, the mortals, the stars, all were part of the same eternal weaving. And in that harmony, Zeus finally understood the greatest truth of all, that the architect's purpose is not to rule the pattern, but to become one with it. The night settled gently over the world, Rivers slept, winds rested, and the heavens pulsed with quiet light. Somewhere the faint hum of the loom continued, not as command, but as comfort. The music of destiny had become the song of life itself. In that sound, everything breathed together. Gods and men, earth and sky, past and future. The threads glowed softly, endless and intertwined, carrying the memory of every beginning and the promise of every dawn to come. Long before the world belonged to men, before the first city rose from the dust, the earth was quiet and cold. The seas moved, but slowly. The forests grew, but without song. Humanity existed only as flickers, fragile creatures of breath and bone, wandering beneath the sky like shadows in their own world. They built no homes, lit no fires. The night frightened them, and the cold taught them silence. The gods watched from Olympus, their eyes bright with curiosity and distance. Among them only one looked down with something like sorrow. His name was Prometheus, the Titan who still carried within him the warmth of the first dawn. Prometheus had watched the gods shape the world, the seas by Poseidon's will, the mountains by Zeus's command, the harvest by Demeter's touch. Yet when he looked upon humankind, he saw only fear. "They are weak," said the other gods. "They were made to serve, not to think." But Prometheus saw something different. He saw the spark within their eyes, the quiet hunger to understand. "They are unfinished," he whispered to himself. "They were made to grow." And so he began to wonder if the gods, in their pride, had forgotten what it meant to create without control. The world above Olympus glittered with stars, each one burning with the fire of the divine. To the gods, fire was life, the secret of immortality, the heartbeat of power. It burned in the forges of Hephaestus, danced upon Apollo's chariot, glowed in the veins of lightning itself. But to mortals, it was forbidden. They were left to shiver under the moon, their hands too frail to hold what was sacred. Prometheus would watch them from afar, huddled around dead branches, eyes filled with longing. "They are our image," he murmured. "How can we deny them the light that made us?" One evening, as the wind carried the scent of snow across the plains, Prometheus walked the edge of heaven. He gazed upon the forges of the gods, where fire burned brighter than stars. The flames whispered his name as though recognizing his heart. He reached toward them, feeling their heat upon his hands. For a long moment he hesitated. To touch the fire was to defy Zeus himself. To tear from the sky a gift meant only for eternity. But when he closed his eyes, he saw mortals trembling in the dark, and his doubt became resolve. "If the gods would not share their light," he said softly, "then I shall steal it." He waited for the world to sleep. When even the stars seemed to close their eyes, Prometheus descended from Olympus. He carried with him a hollow reed, simple, fragile, made from the earth itself. He approached the divine forge, where the fire burned with the breath of creation. Carefully he bent low, shielding the reed from the wind. The flame leapt willingly into its hollow, shrinking but alive. Its glow lit his face, not with pride, but with tenderness. He smiled faintly. "You are not mine," he whispered to the fire, "but I will carry you home." He climbed down the mountain, each step echoing against the stones. The night pressed close around him, the air cold and sharp. The wind howled through the valleys, as if trying to warn him of what he had done. Yet the fire did not die. It flickered gently inside the reed, warm and patient. When he reached the valley where the first humans slept, he found them huddled together beneath the stars, their breaths pale and thin. Prometheus knelt among them. He placed the reed upon the ground, and the flame leapt free, small, golden, alive. The humans gasped and drew back in fear. But when the warmth touched their faces, they reached forward, trembling, and wept. The first fire crackled softly, its light dancing upon the stones. The shadows of men and women stretched long and alive across the earth. They watched as Prometheus taught them to feed the flame, to gather wood, to breathe life into embers, to keep the darkness at bay. Soon laughter joined the crackling of the fire, and the cold night lost its hold. They sang, their voices rising into the sky, and the stars seemed to answer. Prometheus sat among them, silent, his eyes reflecting the flame. "Now you are awake," he whispered. "Now the world begins." But the sky was watching. On Olympus, Zeus awoke to the strange new light rising from the mortal lands. At first, he thought it a fallen star. But then, he saw more fires, countless sparks spreading across the world like veins of gold. His heart tightened. "Who dares?" he thundered, his voice shaking the heavens. The other gods trembled, for they knew no mortal could have stolen divine flame. Hermes searched the winds, Apollo the light, and at last, they found the trail. "It was Prometheus," they said. "He has given fire to men." Silence fell upon Olympus. Only the sound of distant thunder remained, rolling like the breath of judgment. Prometheus knew what was coming. He did not run. He climbed again to the mountains, standing where earth met sky. The fire still glowed in the valley below, alive and spreading. He smiled through the cold wind. "Let them hate me," he said softly. "I would rather suffer for love than live in comfort among gods who fear creation." The storm began to gather above him, thick and heavy with Zeus's wrath. Lightning flashed, and for a brief moment, his figure shone against the clouds, a man between worlds, holding defiance like a torch. And when the thunder came, it did not destroy him. It only illuminated him. For the world below already carried his flame, and no storm could take it back. The gift had been given, and with it, freedom had entered the heart of humankind. Prometheus looked toward the horizon, where dawn began to rise, and whispered to the wind, "Burn wisely." Then he lifted his hands to the sky and waited for the chains of his punishment, knowing that even in pain, his light would endure. The storm rolled across the heavens like a slow drumbeat of judgment. Clouds gathered in thick, spiraling walls, their edges glowing white against the black of night. From Olympus, Zeus looked down upon the world below, a world now glowing with countless fires. They shimmered in the darkness like stars fallen to earth. To mortals, the sight was wonder. To gods, it was defiance. Each spark reminded Zeus of what he had forbidden, that the power of the divine could live in mortal hands. His heart burned, not only with anger but with fear. The fear of losing control over a world he had built to obey. Around him the gods whispered in uneasy tones. Hera's eyes blazed with disbelief. "He dared," she said softly, "to give them what is ours." Poseidon struck his trident against the floor of heaven, the waves below rising in restless response. Athena, calm but troubled, folded her arms. "Fire is knowledge," she said. "Once given, it cannot be unlearned." Hermes leaned close to Zeus and whispered, "Shall I fetch him?" Zeus did not answer at first. He stood still, the air around him humming with quiet fury. "No," he said finally. "He will come to me. He has always known this day would come." Below, Prometheus climbed the mountain once more. The wind tore at his hair and robe, and lightning flashed above him, lighting the cliffs in cold blue light. He could feel the weight of Zeus's gaze pressing upon him. Each step he took was heavy with consequence, but his heart was calm. He had seen the fires blooming in the valleys, in homes, in caves, in human hearts. They no longer shivered in fear of the dark. "Let the gods rage," he thought. "The world is awake, and it will not sleep again." At the peak, he raised his face to the storm and waited. The clouds parted with a crack of thunder that split the air like stone breaking. Zeus descended in a blaze of light, his form vast and radiant, his eyes filled with storm. "Prometheus," he thundered, "you have stolen from the heavens." The Titan bowed his head slightly. "I have shared what should never have been hoarded." Lightning flared around them, striking the ground but leaving Prometheus untouched. "You have defied me," Zeus said, his voice low, dangerous. "You have armed the fragile against their makers." Prometheus met his gaze without fear. "I have reminded them they were made from the same earth as we. They only needed to see the light that was already theirs." The mountain shook beneath the weight of Zeus's wrath. "You mistake rebellion for mercy," the god roared. "You have doomed them. They will use this fire to destroy as easily as to create." Prometheus stepped forward, his face calm, the wind lifting his voice. "Then let them choose," he said. "If the price of freedom is failure, it is still worth paying. Even we, in all our glory, were born of chaos and mistake. Why should they be denied the same chance? For a long moment the sky went silent, the thunder stilled, the rain hung unfallen. And in that silence, something in Zeus's expression flickered, not mercy, but recognition. Then he raised his hand, and the sky obeyed. Chains of pure lightning formed around Prometheus, curling like serpents of light. They wrapped around his arms and chest, glowing against his skin. The Titan did not resist. He looked toward the horizon, where the fires of men still burned, golden and alive. "Do what you must," he said quietly. "My gift cannot be taken back." Zeus's voice echoed like a storm collapsing. "Then your punishment will echo through eternity." He lifted his arm, and the chains struck, binding Prometheus to the mountain's highest peak. The storm grew darker, its heart now centered upon the Titan's agony. The wind howled through the cliffs, scattering sparks from the lightning that struck his bonds. Yet even as pain coursed through his body, Prometheus did not scream. His silence was louder than thunder, his endurance brighter than flame. From below, mortals saw the flashes upon the mountain and thought them the sky's lament. They whispered his name into the night, not in fear, but in reverence. And so the legend began. The fire-bearer, the friend of man, bound for eternity yet unbroken. Hera turned her eyes away from the sight. "He defied you," she said, "but his defiance will make him eternal." Zeus's gaze hardened. "Then let eternity learn its cost." He called upon the eagle of heaven, a creature vast as storm and sharp as fate. "Each day," he commanded, "you will feed upon his flesh, and each night it shall heal again. He will live, and his suffering will remind gods and men alike of the price of rebellion." The eagle descended, wings spanning the horizon, its cry tearing the air. It circled the bound Titan, a shadow of divine punishment. And so the days turned to years, the years to centuries. The world changed around the mountain, but Prometheus remained. The eagle came each dawn, its wings blotting out the sun, its beak piercing his side. Each evening as the sun fell, the wound closed, and the Titan's breath returned. Pain became rhythm, and rhythm became prayer. Through every torment, he remembered the faces of mortals bathed in firelight. He remembered laughter, warmth, and wonder. "If they still burn," he whispered through gritted teeth, "then so do I." Time passed, and the gods grew weary of watching. Yet every night, when the world slept, Zeus would look toward the distant peak and see the faint light flickering there. Not from lightning, but from the man who had stolen the flame. He did not speak of it. But deep within his immortal heart, he understood something he could never admit. Prometheus had not defied him. He had fulfilled him. For what is a creator if not one who dares to share his fire? The mountain stood like a pillar between earth and heaven. Ages came and went, but its peak never changed. Snow covered it in winter. Wind stripped it bare in summer, and through every season Prometheus remained bound. The chains of lightning that held him glowed faintly against his skin, humming with the low song of eternity. The eagle came as always, wings cutting through the air like blades of time. Each morning it descended, each evening it vanished. Pain had become the rhythm of his days, but within that rhythm, a strange peace began to bloom. Not the peace of comfort, but of purpose fulfilled. When the eagle tore at his flesh, Prometheus looked not to the sky but to the valley below. He could still see the faint shimmer of fires burning in mortal homes, small, golden, alive. Smoke rose like threads, weaving itself into the heavens, carrying with it prayers, laughter, and stories. He would close his eyes and listen to the wind that carried those sounds up the mountain. It brought him comfort. "They remember," he would whisper. "Even if they no longer know my name, they keep my flame." Each cry of the eagle was answered by the echo of mortal voices, telling tales by firelight. Years passed like breaths to the immortal gods. Empires rose, crumbled, and were reborn beneath the mountain's shadow. Men learned to shape metal, to build ships that kissed the horizon, to draw light from the darkness without prayer. They fought, they healed, they dreamed. Some cursed the gods, others thanked them. But in every age, they carried within them the spark Prometheus had given, the will to create, even at risk. The fire had become their inheritance, and their defiance was its smoke. Prometheus, chained and broken, took comfort in that defiance. "Let them rebel," he murmured. "It means they are alive." On Olympus, the gods seldom spoke of the chained Titan. His name was a ghost that haunted the halls of the divine. To mention him was to remember imperfection, that even gods could err. Yet some pitied him. Athena, wise and restless, would sometimes gaze down at the mountain and whisper to the wind, "His wisdom burns brighter than ours." Hera, though proud, could not hide the shadow in her heart each time lightning flashed near his peak. Even Zeus, seated upon his throne, would feel the faint pull of conscience when the eagle's cry reached his ears. The punishment he had ordered was eternal, yet eternity, even for gods, begins to feel heavy. In the stillness of his solitude, Prometheus began to dream. He dreamed not of freedom, but of the first fire he had stolen. He saw again the moment the flame leapt from the forge, the warmth that touched his face. He saw the mortals gathering around it, their eyes wide with wonder. In his dreams, the flame whispered to him, not in words, but in feeling. "You did not steal me," it seemed to say. "You returned me." When he awoke, the pain no longer felt like punishment. It was memory made physical, a reminder of the choice he had made and the cost he was willing to pay. Sometimes in the silence between the eagle's visits, he would speak to the wind. "Do you still carry their voices?" he would ask. The wind, forever wandering, answered in rustling sighs that danced through the rocks. He imagined it carried stories, stories told by children, by soldiers, by poets, stories of gods who loved, gods who erred, gods who suffered. He smiled faintly, realizing that even bound, he had become eternal in ways Zeus never intended. Not as a warning, but as a symbol. The world no longer saw him as a thief, but as a giver, the one who had dared to share light. As centuries layered upon centuries, even the eagle grew weary of its task. Its wings grew slower, its cries less fierce. It began to look upon Prometheus not as prey, but as companion. Sometimes after feeding, it would perch upon a nearby rock, feathers ruffled, eyes watching the horizon. Prometheus would turn his head and whisper, "Even you are bound, my friend, armed by duty as I am by chains." The eagle would tilt its head, as if understanding. The two shared the silence that only endless time can bring. They were both part of the same story, playing their roles within an unbroken circle. And still mortals changed. They built temples in Prometheus's name, though the gods forbade it. They told tales of his suffering, of the fire that made them free. They carved his figure upon stone, bound but proud, eyes lifted toward the heavens. His name became a prayer for courage, whispered by those who dared to defy injustice. Prometheus, they said, who stole light for those who live in darkness. And with each retelling, the fire within humanity grew brighter. The gift he had given was no longer just warmth. It had become thought, invention, art, and hope. One evening, as dusk painted the sky in shades of crimson, Zeus looked down from Olympus and saw the world glowing with countless fires, city lights, forges, stars mirrored in glass. They burned not in defiance, but in harmony. The gods no longer ruled by fear. They had become guardians of what men had learned to keep alive. The fire had evolved beyond ownership. And in that light, Zeus felt a strange peace. Perhaps, he said quietly, he was right. The words hung in the air, carried by the wind to the mountain where Prometheus lay. The Titan opened his eyes, and for the first time in ages he smiled. Night fell gently over the world. The eagle did not come. The chains shimmered faintly, their glow dimming like stars before dawn. Prometheus lifted his head and felt the wind touch his face. It was warm, the warmth of fire carried from 1,000 hearths below. "They keep it," he whispered, tears of light tracing his cheeks. "They have made it their own." The mountain was silent, the heavens vast. In that silence, the sound of freedom was clear, the steady crackle of eternal flame. For though Prometheus remained bound, his spirit had already been set free. The centuries turned like pages in a slow-moving book. Empires rose, crumbled, and left only dust to speak their names. Yet on the same lonely mountain, Prometheus still waited, chained to stone that remembered every tear of the sky. The world below him shimmered with change. Fires had become cities, and dreams had become wings. Mankind now walked where only gods had dared, their hands shaping the world with the very light he had stolen. From his perch, he could hear the echo of their creations, hammers, laughter, music. It comforted him. He had given them the means to suffer and to rise, and both were sacred. One morning, the air shifted. The usual chill that came before the eagle's descent did not arrive. The wind was gentle, almost kind. Prometheus raised his head, confused by the silence. Then, from the horizon, a shadow appeared. Not the vast wings of his tormentor, but a smaller figure wrapped in the glow of divine purpose. As it drew near, he recognized him. Heracles, the mortal son of Zeus, half man and half god, bearing a bow strung with light. "You have endured enough," said Heracles, his voice calm, his eyes full of compassion. "My father's heart has softened, though he will never say so aloud." Prometheus smiled faintly. "So even gods learn," he murmured. Then all was not in vain. Heracles lifted his bow and took aim at the heavens. The arrow flew like a streak of sunlight, cutting through the clouds. It struck the eagle where it circled high above, and the creature fell, its cry echoing through the valleys before dissolving into mist. The chains that bound Prometheus began to tremble, glowing first red, then white, then fading into dust. The mountain exhaled as if freed alongside him. For the first time in countless ages, Prometheus stood. His legs trembled, his arms marked with the pattern of the lightning that had once bound him. The sky above broke open with light, not of wrath, but of release. He turned toward Heracles and bowed his head. "You have my thanks," he said. "Not for ending my suffering, but for reminding the world that mercy still exists among gods." Heracles lowered his weapon and smiled. "You gave men fire," he said. "I have only returned the flame to its maker." The wind carried their words away, scattering them like seeds across the mountains. From that moment, legend would bind their names together, the rebel and the hero, two reflections of the same divine defiance. When Zeus saw what had been done, he did not send thunder. He stood at the edge of Olympus, silent, watching the freed Titan descend from the mountain. Hera joined him. "Will you strike him down again?" she asked. Zeus shook his head slowly. "No," he said. "He has already paid the price that even I could not bear." His gaze drifted toward the horizon where fires still burned across the lands of men. "The gift is theirs now. To punish him further would be to punish ourselves." Hera said nothing, and for the first time, the storm in Zeus's eyes was still. Prometheus walked down through the valleys he had once only watched from afar. The air smelled of rain and wood smoke, of life in motion. Villagers saw him and did not know his name, yet they greeted him with kindness, offering bread and water. Around their fires he sat quietly, watching children laugh and elders tell stories that began with, "Long ago." In their words he heard himself, not as God, but as memory, as symbol. He felt no need to correct them. The truth of myth, he realized, is not in accuracy, but in endurance. So long as they remember warmth, he thought, I remain. Night fell, and he climbed once more to the heights above their village. There he built a small fire of his own. The flames danced gently, their color deeper than gold. He placed his hands above them, feeling the heat not as punishment but as homecoming. "Fire," he whispered, "we have wandered far, you and I. May you never again be feared." The flame flickered, answering in silence. Above him the stars looked down like watchful eyes, and he felt their quiet approval. The same heavens that had chained him now seemed to bow. Word of his freedom reached Olympus. The gods spoke his name again, not in anger but in respect. Athena said, "He gave wisdom before wisdom had a name." Demeter added, "He warmed the seed before it could grow." Even Poseidon, lord of storms, murmured, "He taught mortals to master what we could only command." Zeus listened to them all and nodded. Let him live among the ages, he decreed. Let his story remind both gods and men that light must be shared, not hoarded. And so it was written, not in stone, but in the sky, in every spark, every sunrise, every flicker of courage. Time carried on. Prometheus wandered the world quietly, unseen yet ever present. He became the patron of thought, the whisper behind every invention, the calm voice urging compassion in the heart of rebellion. He watched as humans built fires not only for warmth, but for art, for science, for love. Their cities glowed brighter than Olympus. Their ships crossed seas once ruled by gods. He did not envy them. He felt only pride. They have become what we could not, he said softly, mortal yet divine in their striving. As the ages folded into legend, mortals looked to the mountains and told their children that a kind spirit once brought them fire. They lit candles in his honor, not as worship, but as gratitude. The gods listened to those small prayers, carried on the smoke, and smiled. Even Zeus, when thunder rolled across the horizon, would let his lightning strike gently, lighting the world rather than scarring it. For in every flash, he saw the reflection of that long-ago flame. And so the tale of Prometheus came to rest, not as tragedy, but as transformation. His suffering became symbol, his defiance became faith. The fire he gave remained eternal, not in the heavens, but in every act of creation, every spark of love, every thought that dared to begin. The Titan who had stolen light became the light itself. The world moved on, but his lesson endured. That knowledge is both burden and gift, and that even pain, when born of compassion, can set the world alight. After Prometheus stole the fire, the world changed. The night no longer belonged to fear. Warmth glowed in every valley, and laughter rose where once there had been silence. The gods watched from Olympus, their hearts divided between awe and anger. Some admired humanity's courage, others saw only arrogance in the spark that burned too brightly below. Among them, Zeus stood most still. His eyes followed the rivers of light that flowed across the earth, and within their beauty he felt a question he could not silence. Had the gift of flame awakened wisdom, or defiance? The answer, he decided, must be tested. They have taken our fire, he said to the gathered gods. Let us see what they do with beauty. His words rippled through the golden hall like thunder muffled by cloud. Hephaestus, the divine smith, lifted his hammer and asked quietly, "What shall I forge?" Zeus's gaze hardened. "Not weapon, but wonder," he said. "A form so perfect that none who see it can resist. A heart so curious that it will open every door the world keeps closed." Thus began the making of Pandora, the first woman shaped not from clay alone, but from the breath of every god. Hephaestus molded her body from white earth mixed with rain and starlight. Athena wove her the gift of thought and voice. Aphrodite brushed her lips with charm and longing. Hermes placed within her a quick mind and a restless tongue. Each god added something of themselves, until she glowed with life, both divine and fragile. When her eyes opened, they reflected everything around her: sky, fire, and the quiet ache of the unknown. The gods looked upon their creation and marveled, for she was neither goddess nor mortal, but the bridge between. Yet Zeus alone did not smile. He saw within her beauty the shadow of curiosity, and in curiosity danger. To this being of light, Zeus gave a gift and a warning. Into her hands he placed a jar sealed with gold and marked by the sign of lightning. "This is your dowry," he told her, "a treasure to carry wherever you go. But heed this, do not open it, for within lies that which the world is not ready to see." Pandora nodded, her eyes wide with trust. She did not yet understand that every warning is also an invitation. Hera whispered to Zeus, "You test her nature." He answered softly, "I test the hearts of all who came from fire." Prometheus, still bound to his mountain, heard whispers of this new creation carried on the wind. "They have made a woman," said the breeze, "beautiful as dawn, and full of wonder." The Titan's heart stirred. "Then may she be free," he murmured, but in his silence he feared the truth. Gifts from Olympus never came without a cost. Down below, his brother Epimetheus, gentle and trusting, received Pandora as companion. The gods smiled, for this too was part of the design. "Accept her," they told him, "for she will bring balance to your loneliness." And so he did, never guessing that love and ruin often walk side by side. For a time, all was peace. Pandora learned the rhythms of mortal life, the way sunlight moved across the fields, the sound of laughter by firelight, the taste of rain. She loved the warmth of the hearth and the songs men sang to the stars. Yet within her grew a quiet tension, the pull of the sealed jar that rested always nearby. It whispered without words, humming softly in her dreams. What could it be, she wondered? A gift so guarded must be precious. She tried to forget it, to lose herself in the comfort of the days, but the question lived in her heart like an ember that would not die. Athena's wisdom echoed faintly in her mind. Knowledge is not always mercy, but Hermes' laughter echoed louder. A question unasked is a cage. Each time she walked past the jar, her hands trembled slightly, torn between fear and longing. Even the air around it seemed different, warmer, alive. Epimetheus, noticing her unease, smiled kindly. "Leave it, Pandora. Some gifts are meant to stay sleeping." She nodded, yet that night when he slept, the moonlight fell across the golden seal and the jar seemed to breathe. She approached it slowly, her heart pounding like a drum. "Just a glance," she whispered, "only to see what the gods have hidden." Her fingers touched the cool lid, lightning shimmered beneath her skin. The seal broke with a sound softer than sighing. For a moment there was nothing, then a whisper escaped, thin as smoke. The air darkened, the room filled with wind, and the world itself seemed to shudder. From the jar poured shapes without form, sorrow, envy, disease, despair, all the shadows that had never before walked the earth. They swirled around her, laughing in voices she did not know. Pandora cried out, trying to close the lid, but the storm was already free. When the wind finally stilled, she fell to her knees, trembling. The world outside had changed. Laughter had become echo. The fires burned lower. She lifted the jar again, tears streaking her face, and peered inside. At its bottom, one light remained, a small glowing spark. It flickered weakly but did not die. Pandora cupped it gently in her palms. "Who are you?" she whispered. A voice answered, quiet and warm. "I am Elpis. Hope." She placed it back within the jar and sealed it once more, her hands shaking. The darkness had spread, but the light remained. Above, the gods watched in silence. Some wept, some turned away, and Zeus stood unmoved, his face unreadable. "The balance is restored," he said. "Fire has its shadow." Yet even he felt the smallest tremor of compassion as he saw Pandora kneel in the ruins of her home, clutching the jar that still glowed faintly with hope. He knew the truth the others did not, that even chaos, once born, carries within it the seed of understanding. For the first time, the world had learned what it meant to choose between despair and light. The morning after the jar was opened, the sky did not shine the same. A pale light covered the land, thin and uncertain, as if the sun itself hesitated to rise. The laughter that had once filled the valleys was gone, replaced by the sounds of weeping, of hunger, of fear. The world had gained knowledge of its own fragility. Disease crept through the air like an invisible mist. Jealousy stirred where once there had been trust. Men who had sung together now quarreled over food and fire. Even the gods could feel the weight of it. For the first time since creation, Olympus grew quiet, uneasy in its perfection. Pandora wandered among the people, her heart heavy with guilt. She saw what had escaped from her hands, grief in the eyes of mothers, doubt in the voices of lovers. They did not blame her. They could not. None knew her secret, but she blamed herself with every breath. "I meant no harm," she whispered to the wind. "I only wished to see. Yet the world does not measure intent, only consequence." Each tear she wiped away felt like her own. When she closed her eyes at night, she heard the echoes of what she had released, whispers that sounded like sighs of joy twisted into sorrow. Epimetheus tried to comfort her. He built her a small home beside a river where the trees grew tall and green. "The world has changed," he told her, "but not all change is evil. Perhaps pain is how the earth learns to breathe." She wanted to believe him. But when storms tore the roofs from their home or hunger hollowed the faces of children, she could not forget the jar and the sound it made when it broke. She kept it near her, sealed again, hidden beneath the floor. At night she would touch its cold surface and feel the faint warmth still pulsing inside. Hope, though silent, had not left her. The gods above watched humanity stumble through this new age. Some pitied them, others admired their endurance. Athena observed them closely, seeing how wisdom grew from suffering. "They have begun to think," she said softly to Hera. "Even pain has become their teacher." Hera turned away. "They were made to serve, not to suffer," she answered. But Athena smiled faintly. "Perhaps service and suffering are the same road. One ends where the other begins." Even Zeus, seated upon his throne, said nothing. He saw mortals light fires against the night and share what little they had. In their despair, he saw the faintest glow of something divine. One evening, Pandora walked to the riverbank and looked at her reflection. Her face had changed. She was no longer the untouched creation of Olympus. There were lines of grief near her eyes, but in them shimmered something deeper, understanding. "I opened what should have stayed closed," she said aloud. "Yet without that, how would we know compassion?" She touched the water and it rippled with light. Behind her, the trees whispered as if agreeing. She realized then that the jar had not cursed the world. It had made it whole. For perfection can be as lifeless as stone, but imperfection, right, that trembles and loves out, is alive. In the villages nearby, mortals began to adapt. They learned to treat wounds, to share harvests, to comfort one another. They sang songs not to praise the gods, but to remind themselves of endurance. Pandora listened to their voices at dusk, the words carrying across the fields. Songs of loss and gratitude woven into one. For every sorrow the jar had released, a strength had risen to meet it. Where despair walked, hope followed quietly. It lived not in the sky, but in the hearts of those who refused to bow completely to darkness. Pandora began to see that her name, which meant all gifted, was not irony, but prophecy. Above, the gods debated what to do. Ares demanded vengeance. "They challenge our order," he said. "Their pain makes them wild." Apollo disagreed. "Their songs reach higher than our temples. Let them be." Demeter, listening to both, said softly, "They have learned the cost of the harvest. Loss feeds life." Finally, Zeus raised his hand for silence. "The world must walk its own path now," he declared. "What was done cannot be undone. We may watch, but we must not interfere." And so Olympus grew still again, not in ignorance, but in restraint. The gods had learned that even their power could not undo choice. Seasons passed, and the world began to find balance in its brokenness. The rivers carried both silt and reflection, the skies both storm and calm. Children were born who knew hunger and joy in equal measure. Pandora grew older, her hair touched by the silver of wisdom. She became a quiet healer, teaching others to face suffering with patience. Yet she never forgot the jar. Sometimes she dreamed of it calling her name, asking to be opened again. But she always woke before her hand could touch it. Hope, she realized, must remain unseen to stay alive. It was the one flame that burns best in secret. At twilight, she would sit outside her home and watch the world she had changed. The air smelled of fire and rain, of life rebuilt from ruin. In the distance, she could see the faint glow of fires, echoes of Prometheus's first gift. "He gave them warmth," she whispered, "and I gave them understanding." She smiled sadly. Between us, the world has learned both joy and sorrow. The wind stirred the grass, carrying her words toward the mountains where Prometheus still stood in memory. The world, wounded but awake, continued to move beneath the same patient sky. The years drifted through Pandora's life like slow-moving clouds. The earth healed itself in quiet ways. Forests regrew where fire had burned. Rivers softened the scars of flood, and humankind began to understand the rhythm of loss and renewal. Yet though the world seemed at peace, the shadows born from her jar never vanished completely. They lived in the corners of every heart, jealousy, greed, sorrow, and doubt, whispering softly in moments of weakness. Pandora saw them not as curses anymore, but as reminders. Without shadow, she would say to those who feared the dark, we would not recognize the light. Each dawn she walked through the fields near her home. The soil, rich and dark, felt warm beneath her feet. Children followed her laughing, unaware of the weight she carried within her heart. To them she was simply a gentle woman with kind eyes and quiet strength. But in her mind, she still heard the echoes of the jar, faint cries like distant storms. Sometimes at night, she would light a small flame and watch it flicker. The flame was her comfort, her memory of Prometheus, whose courage had given her world both warmth and consequence. She often wondered if his suffering had ended, or if the gods still bound him to his mountain of pain. One evening, as twilight spread its blue veil across the land, Pandora sat by the river and spoke to the wind. "If I could speak to him," she whispered, "I would tell him that his fire still burns, but it burns now with purpose." The wind moved softly through the trees, as though carrying her words to the far corners of the earth. In that moment, she felt less alone. The weight she had borne for so long felt lighter, shared somehow by the unseen. She looked toward the stars and imagined them as eyes, not watching in judgment but in understanding. Above them, perhaps, even Zeus had learned compassion. Meanwhile, the gods had grown quiet. Olympus was no longer a place of thunder and decree, but of reflection. The age of command had softened into an age of observation. The gods looked down upon humanity and saw that pain had become a teacher, not a punishment. Athena often visited the mortal world in disguise, walking among philosophers who debated the nature of justice and truth. "They question even the gods," said Apollo with amusement. "And yet," Athena replied, "in their questions they honor us." Zeus listened from his throne, neither angry nor proud. The rebellion of Prometheus and the curiosity of Pandora had done what no law could. They had awakened the mind of creation. Pandora grew older, her beauty fading like sunlight at dusk, but replaced by a different radiance, the quiet grace of wisdom. People sought her counsel from distant villages, bringing gifts of bread and song. "Why do we suffer?" they would ask her. "Why must love end and joy fade?" She would smile gently and answer, "Because without ending, there is no meaning, and without loss, there is no gratitude." Some left comforted, others left confused, but all returned changed. For her words were not meant to erase pain, but to make peace with it. That was the true gift she carried, the understanding that imperfection was divine. One night, as a storm gathered over the horizon, Pandora awoke with a start. The jar beneath her floor pulsed with light. She rose and knelt beside it, her hands trembling. "Why now?" she whispered. The thunder outside echoed softly like a familiar voice. She hesitated, feeling the same pull she had felt long ago, the ache of curiosity mixed with fear. The seal remained unbroken, yet the air hummed with energy. She placed her palms against the lid and closed her eyes. Inside, she could sense the presence of everything she had released: sorrow and disease, envy and despair, swirling like ghosts. But beneath them, faint and steady, was the light of hope. A single tear fell from her eyes onto the jar, and the light within glowed brighter. "I see you," she whispered. "You have not left us." The glow spread through the room, casting gentle shapes on the walls. Faces of those she had lost, memories of moments that had shaped her. For the first time, she felt no fear of the jar. It was no longer a prison, it was a mirror. Within it was everything that made existence real: joy and pain, love and loss, ignorance and awakening. She realized that what she had opened that fateful night had not been a curse at all, but life itself. As dawn broke, the storm faded into silver mist. Pandora stood outside her home, the jar in her arms. The world was quiet except for the singing of birds and the slow rise of light across the fields. She looked up to the heavens and spoke softly, "Forgive me not for what I've done, but for what I did not yet understand." The sky answered not with thunder, but with warmth. A single ray of sunlight touched her face and she smiled. She placed the jar back upon the earth, covering it with soil and flowers. "Stay," she said, "and grow with the world you changed." Far above, Zeus watched her through the shifting clouds. Hera stood beside him, her expression unreadable. Would you punish her still? She asked. Zeus shook his head. No, he said. The punishment became its own wisdom. The world she broke learned to heal itself. Hera's gaze softened. Even the gods learn, she said. Even we. And for the first time in many ages, they smiled together. Not as rulers, but as witnesses to a creation that had finally learned to stand on its own. The seasons turned gently over Pandora's home, marking the years in golden leaves and rippling streams. The world had long forgiven what it never fully understood. Sorrow still lived among men, but so did laughter. Death walked beside birth, night beside dawn, despair beside love. The shadows from the jar had become part of life's fabric, woven into every story told by firelight. What once felt like punishment now felt like truth. The quiet knowledge that joy is precious because it ends, and hope endures because it must. Pandora, older now, walked among the people and saw in their eyes a wisdom brighter than any divine gift. Her garden had grown wild with color, flowers tangled with vines, and trees leaned toward her cottage as if to listen to her thoughts. Each morning she would rise before the sun and sit beside the spot where the jar lay buried. She never unearthed it again. Its warmth had spread through the ground, feeding the roots, giving bloom to what had never grown before. The world keeps what it needs, she would say softly, touching the earth. Even the broken can bear fruit. She had come to understand that the jar had not released evil, but possibility, the wide range of what it means to be alive. Children often came to her garden. They would ask about the stories their elders whispered, of the woman who opened a forbidden jar and let sorrow into the world. Pandora would smile and invite them to sit among the flowers. It is true, she would tell them. I opened what was meant to stay closed. But if I had not, we would never have learned kindness. She would point to the bees working tirelessly between petals, to the clouds drifting without rest, to the fires that burned in hearths across the hills. Even the gods make mistakes, she would add gently, and sometimes that is how they teach us. At night, she would light a single lamp in her window, a small steady flame that could be seen from far across the fields. Travelers passing by called it the lantern of hope. They said that those who lost their way could follow its glow and find comfort at her door. Pandora never turned anyone away. The poor, the weary, the grieving, all found warmth within her home. She would feed them, listen to their stories, and send them away with a small ember wrapped in cloth to light their journey onward. Carry this, she would say, and remember that even the smallest light can keep the dark from winning. The gods still watched from above, though they interfered no longer. Athena sometimes walked the mortal world in disguise, visiting Pandora's garden as a traveler with eyes like clear water. Do you regret what you opened? She asked once. Pandora smiled, her hands resting on the soil. No, she said. Regret is for those who believe life can be perfect. I have seen too much beauty born of mistakes. Athena nodded slowly, her gaze soft. You have learned what even Olympus struggles to remember, that wisdom grows best in imperfection. When she left, the flowers leaned toward the path she walked, their petals trembling in the breeze. In time, Pandora's hair turned white, her steps slower but steady. She had no fear of what waited beyond life. She felt it in the wind. The same voice that had once whispered from the jar now called her home. One evening, as the sky deepened into violet, she walked alone to the river that had mirrored her reflection for so many years. The water was calm, carrying both starlight and shadow. She knelt by its edge and whispered, I am ready. The wind answered softly, You were ready the day you opened the world. She smiled and let her hand rest upon the water. The ripples spread outward, shimmering with the glow of unseen fire. When the villagers found her the next morning, she was seated peacefully by the riverbank, her face serene, her hands folded as if in prayer. Around her grew wildflowers unlike any seen before, white petals tipped with gold, their fragrance sweet and strange. The people called them Pandora's blooms and believed they carried her spirit. They said that if you touched one with kindness in your heart, your sorrow would lessen and your courage would grow. They took seeds from her garden and scattered them across the world. Wherever they sprouted, Hope followed quietly, unseen but alive. On Olympus, the gods bowed their heads in silence. Hera wept softly. Athena whispered, "She gave us back our reflection." Even Zeus rose from his throne and looked down upon the earth, his eyes filled with thought. "She has done what none of us could," he said. "She made mortals love their fate." Then, for the first time in many ages, he sent no thunder, no command, only a single cloud shaped like a dove that drifted above the river, dissolving into light. In that moment, heaven and earth were one, bound not by law, but by understanding. As night fell, the stars appeared brighter than ever. Each one seemed to carry a spark of the same flame Prometheus had stolen long ago. The world, once trembling between despair and wonder, now rested in balance. The fire burned, the shadows moved, and between them, humanity walked, flawed, curious, and endlessly striving. In their hearts, the seed of hope continued to bloom, quiet but unyielding. It needed no jar, no god, no prayer, only the courage to live. And so the story of Pandora did not end with sorrow, but with awakening. Her shadow, once feared, became the silhouette of wisdom against the firelight of time. The world she had changed went on spinning, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of her choice, that even when darkness escapes, hope will always remain. After the storms of rebellion and the sorrows of creation, a stillness settled over heaven and earth. The wars of gods and titans had ended, and the wounds of the world began to close. Out of that silence rose a new rhythm, the steady pulse of order. From the high peaks of Olympus, the air shimmered with divine breath. The mountain that had once trembled under thunder now gleamed in calm light, crowned with mist that never touched the ground. It was here that Zeus built his home, not as a fortress of conquest, but as a temple of balance, a city above the clouds where each god would hold a place and purpose. The halls of Olympus were not made of gold or stone, but of light woven with air. Columns glowed with the colors of dawn, and floors shimmered like the surface of rivers. Each breath carried the scent of rain and the hum of distant thunder. At its heart stood a great courtyard, where 12 thrones circled an open flame, the eternal fire of Prometheus burning brighter than ever. It was not worshipped, it was remembered. Around it, the gods gathered to speak, to argue, to dream. The flame flickered in their eyes, a reminder that even perfection must bow to the warmth of imperfection. Zeus sat upon the highest throne, his face serene, his lightning resting idle at his feet. He no longer ruled through fear, but through rhythm, guiding, not commanding. Beside him sat Hera, radiant and resolute, her gaze sharp as the edge of truth. Around them gathered Poseidon, restless and vast, Demeter, tender as the soil after rain, Athena, calm and precise, Apollo, bright with song, Artemis, still as moonlight, Ares, proud and silent, Aphrodite, soft as flame, Hephaestus, shaped by fire, Hermes, laughter hidden behind thought, and Hestia, the quiet keeper of every home. Together they were called the Olympian Order, the circle that mirrored the balance of the world below. When Zeus first gathered them, he spoke not as king, but as conductor. "We are no longer the storm," he said. "We are its echo. The world listens to our silence more than our thunder. Let us build not rule, but rhythm." His words settled in the air like dew. The gods nodded, each understanding in their own way. Poseidon promised to calm the seas for sailors who prayed with courage. Demeter vowed to bless the soil that knew both drought and rain. Apollo swore to guide mortals through song, and Athena through reason. Even Ares, whose blood once fueled endless war, pledged to honor valor rather than rage. Olympus was no longer a throne above man. It became a mirror of humanity's better self. From that day, harmony became the law of heaven. The sun rose by Apollo's hand, set by Artemis's bow. Rain fell when Poseidon stirred his trident, and the harvest ripened under Demeter's care. Yet even in perfection, the gods learned humility. For with every gift they gave, mortals created something new that even Olympus had not foreseen. They built temples of stone and temples of mind, poetry, philosophy and art, each one a small rebellion against silence. The gods watched in awe. "They dream as we do," said Athena one evening. "Perhaps we are only their reflection." Zeus smiled. "Then let us reflect them well." But harmony is never without tension. For just as light cannot exist without shadow, peace cannot endure without challenge. Among the gods, pride still flickered like hidden fire. Ares, though quieter, still longed for glory. Aphrodite, radiant and restless, sowed the seeds of passion even where reason ruled. Hermes whispered truths that sounded like lies, and lies that sounded like truths. And Hera, ever watchful, guarded Olympus with love so fierce it sometimes became jealousy. Zeus saw these currents swirling beneath the calm and did not stop them. "Order is not the absence of conflict," he told Athena. "It is the art of containing it." The goddess of wisdom nodded. Then the world below learns from its gods exactly what it should. From Olympus, the gods looked down upon the earth and saw their image reflected in mortal hearts. Kingdoms rose and fell, ruled by men who prayed to Zeus yet acted like Ares, who loved like Aphrodite and dreamed like Athena. Each god saw themselves mirrored in humanity's triumphs and mistakes. Apollo often descended to whisper music into mortal ears, giving birth to poets whose words outlived empires. Demeter walked through farmlands disguised as an old woman, blessing fields where mothers worked beside their children. Hermes guided travelers through forests, laughing softly when they lost their way, but always showing them the path home. Olympus was not above the world anymore. It was within it. One twilight, as the sun bled gold across the clouds, Zeus called the gods to the courtyard once more. "Look," he said, pointing toward the horizon. Below them, the cities of men glittered like constellations upon the earth. "They have built their own heavens." Hera frowned slightly. "Do you fear their ambition?" Zeus shook his head. "No, I see our promise fulfilled." Athena stepped forward, her voice steady. "They rise not to dethrone us, but to understand us. The order we built was never meant to stay still. It was meant to teach movement." The flame in the courtyard flared brighter, as if in agreement. The gods watched silently, their reflections dancing in its light. That night, the winds over Olympus carried the sound of mortal prayers, some in joy, some in despair, all in hope. Each one rose like a note, blending into a song that even the gods paused to hear. Hestia, the quiet hearthkeeper, smiled. "Listen," she said. "They speak our language now, not in words but in warmth." Zeus closed his eyes, feeling the hum of 1,000 hearts beating in rhythm with the heavens. "Then our work is not to rule them," he murmured, "but to remember them." The others bowed their heads, understanding that the true Olympian order was not thunder or flame. It was the harmony between divine and mortal breath. And so Olympus rested, its halls glowing softly beneath the moon. The gods had found peace not through power, but through purpose. The fire of Prometheus burned at their center, eternal and calm. From its light, the new world took shape, one guided not by fear, but by balance. The storm had passed, the sky was whole, and above the sleeping earth, the 12 thrones of Olympus shone like stars, each one a promise that even in the chaos of eternity, harmony could be found. As the light of Olympus ripened into permanence, the gods turned their minds toward order. Not the rigid kind born of fear, but a harmony that could hold the weight of eternity. Zeus gathered the 12 once more in the great courtyard, where Prometheus' fire burned like a golden heart. Around the flame the air shimmered, carrying the scent of cedar and rain. "The world below," he said, "grows louder with its own heartbeat. Let us give it rhythm, not chains." The gods leaned forward, the glow of the fire painting their faces in living color. It was not command that shaped Olympus now, it was conversation. Athena was the first to speak. "Wisdom must have patience," she said, her voice smooth as calm water. "Let mortals err and learn. A mind grows only by its missteps." Apollo followed with a smile. "Then let light be their teacher. I will mark the hours so they may know time and temperance." Demeter laid her hands upon the ground. "And I will bind them to the seasons, that they may remember the balance between sowing and harvest." One by one they spoke, their words weaving unseen threads through the air. It was as if the cosmos listened, noting every vow. When silence returned, Zeus raised his hand. "So be it," he said. "These shall be the laws, not written in stone, but sung in wind, rain, and fire." He gestured toward the horizon where the world shimmered below. "The heavens shall move in pattern with the earth. No god will rule alone, for power shared becomes peace." Hera's gaze softened at his words. Poseidon's deep eyes reflected storms subdued. They understood. The age of solitary dominion had ended. Olympus itself was to become a living balance, a pulse that mirrored the turning of the world. For a time, all was tranquil. The sun rose and fell as Apollo's lyre commanded, and the moon drifted faithfully behind Artemis's bow. Rivers learned to dance to Poseidon's tides. The fields answered Demeter's call. In their divine rhythm, mortals found guidance. They built temples not to beg, but to celebrate, each structure echoing the symmetry of the heavens. Priests sang of justice as balance, not judgment. Children watched the skies and saw order written there, a promise that even chaos obeyed a hidden music. And when thunder rolled, they did not cower. They listened, hearing in it the voice of law, not wrath. Yet even in harmony, small dissonances began to form. Ares grew restless, pacing the marble halls. "Peace dulls courage," he murmured. "Without struggle, valor rots." Athena answered gently, "Then teach restraint instead of rage." Aphrodite, lounging nearby, laughed. "Let him rage. The heart needs conflict to remember desire." Hera watched them, her eyes sharp but kind. "Every virtue hides its opposite," she said. "It is the mixture that makes us whole." Zeus listened and did not intervene. He knew that order cannot silence discord. It must learn to breathe with it. And so Olympus continued to hum with quiet argument, the proof that even gods evolve. Below, mortals mirrored their makers. Kingdoms debated law and mercy. Poets questioned truth. Sailors challenged the sea. Each discovery pushed the boundaries of fate a little wider. Sometimes the gods sent dreams to guide them, soft visions that glowed behind closed eyes. At other times they watched silently, as men forged their own wisdom through failure. "They have inherited our light," said Hestia, feeding the eternal flame with a single spark. "But it burns according to their need." Hera nodded. "Then perhaps that is the greatest order of all, that nothing perfect stays still." The Olympian laws spread beyond sight, shaping not only earth and sky, but the heart of existence itself. Even the stars began to move in patient circuits, forming constellations that told stories of courage, love, and loss. Mortals looked up and found their own lives mirrored there. Orion's hunt for meaning, Perseus's struggle against fear, Andromeda's faith in deliverance. The gods smiled at these new myths. "They remember us through imagination," said Apollo. "Then we are safe from forgetting." Zeus replied, "Yes, and one day when they no longer need our names, the laws will remain. But peace is not an end, it is a bridge." Beneath Olympus, new questions stirred, quiet but insistent. Could justice exist without judgment? Could love survive without pain? Even the gods pondered these riddles. Athena walked beside Zeus one night, the clouds beneath them glowing faintly. "Balance is delicate," she said. "Too much mercy and the world forgets strength. Too much strength and mercy dies." Zeus looked toward the stars. "Then we must trust the rhythm we began," he answered. "The heart of order is motion." The night wind rose, carrying the faint sound of mortal prayers. They were not pleas, but gratitude. Songs for rain, for harvest, for children born. The gods listened in stillness, warmed by the echo of harmony. Hestia tended the flame in the courtyard, her eyes reflecting its steady glow. "So long as they sing," she whispered, "the fire will not fade." Above her, the thrones of Olympus shone like constellations in motion, each god a guardian of one thread in an infinite design. And in the quiet between lightning and thunder, the world felt whole, fragile, fleeting, yet held together by the law that was not command, but compassion. The age of divine balance stretched long and golden. The winds moved as the gods willed, and the stars obeyed their patterns like dancers in eternal rhythm. From Olympus, the world below seemed peaceful. Fields gleamed with harvest, cities thrived, seas carried songs instead of storms. Mortals had learned to live within the laws of heaven. They honored the gods not with fear, but with gratitude. The prayers that rose to Olympus were gentle, woven with music and memory. For a time even Ares slept. Yet beneath this harmony, Zeus felt a stillness that made him uneasy. Perfect order, he knew, was only silence waiting to break. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Zeus walked the marble terraces of Olympus alone. The air was calm, too calm, the kind of calm that hums before lightning. He paused beside the flame of Prometheus that burned eternally at the mountain's heart. Its light flickered with warmth, but within it, he saw shadows moving, faint shapes twisting like whispers. "Fire remembers rebellion," he murmured. "Even peace carries its echo." He turned his gaze to the earth below, where mortal ambition burned as fiercely as any divine flame. He wondered if the gods had given too much freedom, or perhaps not enough. Far below, humankind had begun to change. Their knowledge deepened, their cities grew, and their hearts, once filled with awe, now stirred with pride. They looked to Olympus, less for guidance and more for example. Some began to question the very sky. "Are the gods not but reflections of ourselves?" poets asked in the marketplaces. "Do they not err as we do?" These words reached the heavens like ripples in calm water. Hera frowned when she heard them. "They forget who we are," she said. Athena shook her head. "No, they remember too clearly. They see their flaws in us and find courage in the likeness." Zeus said nothing. He only watched as the first stars of evening trembled like uncertain eyes. Ares awoke from his long sleep, restless and sharp. "The mortals grow bold," he said, pacing the halls. "Their pride breeds conflict. War will rise again." Demeter sighed. "War is the harvest of arrogance," she said. "And arrogance grows best in times of peace." Aphrodite's laughter rippled softly through the air. "Then let them love, and they will forget war." Ares smirked. "Love, too, can burn." The gods looked to Zeus, waiting for judgment, but he raised his hand in quiet. "Let them choose their path," he said. "Choice is the law we gave them. Even fire must test its boundaries to know its light." The days that followed proved his words true. Below, empires rose, shining, ambitious and proud. Their kings built palaces so tall they seemed to challenge the heavens. Their armies marched with thunderous steps, banners catching the light like small suns. For every prayer of gratitude, a dozen more were whispered for victory. The gods watched, half in awe, half in sorrow. "They mirror us too well," said Athena. "Our flaws have become their foundations." Hera replied, "Perhaps that was always their destiny, to perfect what we could not." Yet even as they spoke, smoke from burning cities drifted upward, clouding the once clear air of Olympus. Zeus felt the world's balance tilt. The thunder within him stirred, heavy with memory. He called the council once more, summoning every god to the courtyard of flame. "The world forgets the rhythm we gave it," he said. "It beats too fast, then not at all." Poseidon crossed his arms. "Shall we remind them of our power?" he asked, the sound of waves rumbling in his voice. "No," said Zeus. "Power was never the lesson. They must rediscover harmony, not fear." Athena nodded. "Then let them learn through consequence." And so the gods watched silently as the world below stumbled toward its next reckoning. Mortals fought their wars and built their monuments. Empires that had touched the sky crumbled back into dust. The rivers that once carried gold ran red with rust. But from ruin rose something unexpected: understanding. Philosophers wrote that even suffering was sacred, that every fall contained its own seed of rise. Artists carved beauty from broken marble. Mothers taught children to sing over the ruins. "They learn as we did," said Hera softly, "through loss." Zeus looked down and saw hope flickering again in small ordinary acts, a fire lit in the dark, a kindness shared among strangers. "Balance returns," he said quietly. "It always does." Yet even as peace returned, a shadow lingered, not one of malice, but of knowing. The gods, for all their wisdom, felt a strange melancholy. "They no longer need us," murmured Apollo as he tuned his golden lyre. Athena answered, "They never did. They only needed to remember what they already carried within." The music that followed was soft, almost human. It drifted down through the clouds, mingling with the prayers of mortals who no longer begged, but thanked. Zeus listened and felt no pride, only serenity. The age of worship was ending, but the age of remembrance had begun. Night fell over Olympus, cool and endless. The fire of Prometheus glowed at the center of the courtyard, its flame smaller now, steadier, like the heartbeat of a world that had learned endurance. Zeus stood before it, Hera beside him, and the other gods gathered in silence. "We have built what we were meant to build," he said. "The order we sought was not of heaven, but of the heart." The flame flared once, bright as the first dawn, then settled again. From its glow the gods saw themselves reflected, not as rulers, but as keepers of memory. They were no longer the thunder, they were the quiet after it. Above them, the stars continued their patient dance. The universe moved in balance once more, harmony hard-earned, fragile yet true. The gods, the mortals, the fire, the silence, all belonged to one rhythm now, the eternal pulse between chaos and calm. Olympus breathed with the world it had once ruled, and for the first time in all creation, there was no distance between heaven and earth, only the steady hum of understanding that sounded like the night over Olympus stretched wide and silent, deep as the space between stars. The winds had quieted, the storms forgotten. Even the thunder slept. In the great courtyard of light, the eternal flame burned low and steady, its glow wrapping the marble in gold. Around it stood the 12 thrones, empty for the moment, each gleaming faintly like memory. The gods had withdrawn into quiet thought. It was an age of reflection, the twilight of divine rule, when creation no longer needed its architects to guide it. The heavens did not mourn, they simply breathed, content with what they had made. Zeus sat alone upon the highest terrace, the sky unfurling endlessly before him. The stars shimmered like scattered embers, each one holding a whisper of life. He remembered the ages before, the chaos, the storms, the wars, the birth of law. All of it flowed through his mind like a river returning to its source. "The world no longer looks upward for command," he said softly. "It listens inward for truth." Hera approached and stood beside him. Her voice was gentle. "That is not loss, my love. It is growth." Zeus turned to her, his eyes glowing faintly with lightning subdued. "Then we have done what we were meant to do." Below them, the earth shimmered with quiet fire. Cities glowed like constellations of their own. In each, mortals worked, loved, and dreamed without waiting for divine intervention. They spoke of the gods not as rulers but as stories, ancient teachers whose lessons had become part of their nature. Children learned the tales of Prometheus and Pandora, of wisdom and rebellion, of order and hope. In those retellings, the gods lived on, transformed into symbols of what humanity could become. The line between heaven and earth had faded until both breathed the same air, shared the same heartbeat. Athena gathered the gods one final time in the courtyard. "We stand not at an ending," she said, her voice calm as dawn, "but at a return. The fire we gave has multiplied beyond count. It burns now in every thought, every song, every act of kindness." Sir Apollo nodded, strumming his lyre softly, and music filled the air like sunrise turned to sound. Demeter smiled, feeling the pulse of life in every seed beneath the soil. Poseidon closed his eyes and heard the rhythm of waves against shores built by mortal hands. Even Ares stood in stillness, humbled by the quiet courage that peace required. Olympus glowed as if the mountain itself were alive. Hestia stepped forward, her hands cupping a small flame taken from the great fire. "This light will never go out," she said. "It will live wherever warmth is shared, wherever home is made." She placed it upon the marble floor, and it did not burn. It breathed, pulsing softly, spreading invisible warmth through the air. Hermes smiled. "Let it wander," he said. "Let it travel as story, as dream, as hope." The gods agreed. They had learned that eternity was not in permanence, but in renewal. Every ending was a beginning disguised by time. The flame was no longer theirs. It belonged to all who remembered. Zeus rose from his throne and looked to each of them, to Athena's calm, Hera's grace, Apollo's light, Ares' silence, Aphrodite's radiance, and all the others who had shaped the fabric of the world. "We have built order," he said, "but the universe thrives on freedom. Let us now be guardians of balance, not its masters." The words fell gently, yet carried the weight of eons. The gods bowed their heads, not in obedience, but in understanding. The air shimmered with quiet reverence. The mountain exhaled, as if Olympus itself had accepted the peace its rulers had finally found. As centuries passed, Olympus grew quieter still. The temples below began to crumble, their stones reclaimed by earth and vine. But even in ruin, they whispered. Travelers who rested among the broken columns said they heard faint music when the wind passed through, the echo of Apollo's strings, the hush of Hera's breath, the murmur of Zeus's thunder. The gods were gone from sight, but their presence lingered like fragrance after rain. They had become the elements themselves, the kindness of rain, the patience of stone, the wisdom of silence. The Olympian order had dissolved not into absence but into everything. One night, as the world turned beneath the stars, a single spark rose from the last visible flame of Olympus. It drifted upward, glowing brighter as it climbed through cloud and shadow. The wind carried it higher until it joined the constellations. There it settled, a new star burning softly at the edge of heaven. Mortals saw it and gave it many names: the heart of the sky, the light of remembrance, the gift of the gods. None knew that it was the final breath of the divine fire, sent to remind creation that even gods bow to the beauty of continuation. Zeus watched the new star from afar and smiled. "So ends the order," he said. "Not in thunder, but in peace." Hera placed her hand in his. "And so begins something greater," she replied. "The world does not need us to live. It needs us to be remembered." Their voices faded into the wind, mingling with the hum of the earth below. The flame on the mountain dimmed, leaving behind only warmth unseen but eternal. And thus the age of Olympus passed into legend. The gods became myths, the myths became memory, and the memory became truth once more. For in every spark struck by mortal hands, in every song sung to the stars, in every whisper of thunder on a distant hill, the Olympian order lived on, not as power, but as peace. The world turned quietly under their gaze, and the heavens watched with gentle pride, knowing that harmony once born never truly dies. The silence after Olympus did not last long. When the thunder faded and the gods withdrew into memory, the world began to whisper again. Mountains still breathed, seas still dreamed, and from the quiet of the earth, something new began to rise, not divine, but no longer only mortal. The children of men had grown bold under the long watch of the heavens. They carried within them the spark of Prometheus, the wisdom of Athena, the longing of Aphrodite, and the defiance of Zeus himself. They were born of dust, yet their dreams reached towards stars. And thus began the age of heroes, mortals who walked as echoes of the divine, carrying fire in their hearts instead of their hands. The dawn of that age was unlike any before. It came not with the command of gods, but with the will of men who refused to wait for miracles. The sky glowed with new ambition, the seas murmured with restless purpose. Where once temples were built to honor Olympus, now cities rose to honor courage. Every horizon called to those who would answer it: sailors, warriors, poets, dreamers. The gods had left the world's music unfinished, and mortals now sought to complete the song. In every child born beneath that growing sun, the rhythm of destiny beat louder, calling some to greatness and others to ruin. In the hills of Argos, the wind carried stories of men who could lift mountains and women whose wisdom rivaled Athena Aegis' own. Across the isles of the Aegean, sailors sang of monsters that tested the soul more than the sword. And far beyond the shining plains, wanderers spoke of kingdoms, yet untouched by light, lands where courage itself had to be invented anew. The people of this era lived in a tension between glory and grief. For every hero who rose, a tragedy followed close behind. It was as if the gods, though unseen, still whispered, "Every gift carries its weight." The first of these heroes was said to be born beneath a comet's trail, a child whose cry made the mountains tremble. His name was Perseus, son of light and shadow. The legends told that when he first opened his eyes, the sea calmed, as if Poseidon himself paused to listen. He grew not in privilege but in exile, raised by fishermen, learning strength not from temples but from hardship. When he was grown, he set forth to face the Gorgon, a creature whose gaze could turn life to stone. He carried no army, no banner, only a mirror and a blade forged by divine hands. In that reflection he saw both his fear and his purpose. When he struck, it was not the monster he conquered, but the silence of his own doubt. His victory was not of power, but of becoming. News of Perseus spread like sunlight through morning fog. His name reached cities and islands, stirring hearts that had long been quiet. People began to believe that greatness was not a gift from heaven, but a choice born from courage. If one man can face death and win, they said, then so can we. And so across the world others rose, drawn by the same invisible pulse. Heracles, whose strength shook mountains, but whose heart longed for forgiveness. Theseus, who ventured into the maze of the mind as much as the labyrinth of Crete. Jason, who gathered companions and set sail toward the impossible. And Atalanta, swift and unyielding, who proved that valor bowed to neither gender nor fate. Their lives became verses in a song older than memory, a song of trial, loss, and transcendence. Yet not all who heard that song survived it. For the fire that fuels courage also burns those who hold it too tightly. Many fell to pride, believing themselves greater than the balance that bound all things. Kingdoms rose upon the backs of heroes, only to crumble beneath their own stories. The gods, unseen but ever present, watched with quiet sorrow. "They repeat us," said Hera from beyond the clouds. "They build, they love, they destroy." Zeus answered her in a voice that sounded like distant thunder. "Then they are truly our children. The heavens did not intervene. The age of gods had ended. The age of consequence had begun. Still, amid the ruin and the triumph, something luminous endured, the human will to rise again. For every hero lost to the sea, another was born beneath the stars. The world became a stage of lessons written in struggle. Every challenge, every monster, every heartbreak was a reflection of an inner truth waiting to be faced. When Heracles bore the weight of his labors, men learned that strength is the patience to endure. When Theseus found his way out of the labyrinth, they learned that reason is a kind of light. When Jason failed to keep his golden prize, they understood that even victory can become a burden. And when Atalanta ran beyond every man who dared to chase her, they saw freedom itself in motion. The gods, though fading, could still feel their names carried on the winds of mortal deeds. Athena smiled at the cleverness of kings. Poseidon watched every voyage with secret pride. Even Zeus, whose hand once ruled lightning, now let storms form naturally, proud that men had learned to weather them. "They no longer pray," said Hermes, watching from the edge of cloud, "but they remember." And memory, he knew, was the truest form of worship. For as long as their stories were told, the gods were never gone. They had simply moved into the hearts of those who dared. By the time twilight fell upon the first age of heroes, the world had become alive with legend. Songs echoed through valleys, carved in stone and sung by firelight. Children dreamed not of immortality, but of courage, of facing something greater than themselves and standing unbroken. In their laughter, in their grief, in their striving, the gods heard the echo of Olympus reborn in human form. The flame of Prometheus still burned, but now it burned within every living soul. Proof that creation's greatest secret had never been power, but perseverance. And so the dawn of heroes continued to spread across the horizon. It was not the return of gods, but the awakening of what the gods had left behind. That quiet, unyielding spark that says, "I will try again." The heavens watched, not as masters, but as witnesses, and the earth beneath them thrummed with new life. The story of the divine was becoming the story of humanity itself, and for the first time since the birth of the world, both sang the same song. The heroes of the new age soon discovered that courage was not born from glory but from struggle. The gods had vanished into the echoes of time, leaving the world to its own rhythm, and within that silence, mankind began to learn the meaning of strength. No longer did thunder dictate destiny, now choices did. The world had become vast and unpredictable, a living labyrinth without walls. Monsters walked not only through forests and seas, but through the hearts of men: jealousy, greed, ambition, fear. The heroes of this age did not fight only beasts, they fought the mirror of themselves. Among them was Heracles, the son of Zeus and a mortal woman, born with strength beyond measure and sorrow to match it. His life was both triumph and torment, his deeds carved into time like thunder left in stone. For every monster he slew, another rose within him, the beast of guilt, the ghost of anger, the ache of regret. His 12 labors were not merely tasks of muscle, but of meaning. When he faced the Nemean lion, he learned that some battles must be fought bare-handed. When he cleaned the Augean stables, he learned that even filth serves purpose. When he captured the golden hind, he learned restraint. And when he carried the weight of the heavens, he learned what it truly meant to bear the world's burdens. Through his struggle, the world learned too. Strength, they saw, was not in defiance, but in endurance, the ability to keep walking through pain without losing sight of light. Bards sang of Heracles not for his victories, but for the wounds he refused to hide. His story spread across the seas, whispered in taverns, carved on temple walls. He had become more than mortal, yet less than divine, a bridge between the two, like fire between wood and air. When he died, the people said the heavens glowed brighter, for even the stars had bowed to his perseverance. He burned, they said, and from his burning we learned to shine. Another tale belonged to Theseus, the thinker among warriors, whose courage was born from reason. He walked willingly into the labyrinth, not of walls but of choices, to face the creature known as the Minotaur. Guided by a thread of hope and the faith of Ariadne's hand, he ventured into darkness to meet the face of chaos. The beast he found there was not pure evil. It was sorrow twisted into rage, creation misunderstood. When he emerged, bloodied and changed, he realized that every labyrinth is merely the mind searching for itself. His victory was not escape, but understanding. From him, mankind learned that the greatest map is thought, and the truest weapon is clarity. Then came Jason, the dreamer with the heart of a wanderer, who set sail upon the Argo in search of the Golden Fleece. His voyage was a reflection of every mortal-less longing, to reach something that gleams just beyond reach, something promised by destiny and tested by the sea. He gathered companions as flawed as they were brave: Orpheus, whose music tamed tempests; Atalanta, whose swiftness outran pride; and countless others whose names became waves upon history's shore. Together they faced sirens, storms, and their own divisions, and when Jason at last held the fleece in his hands, it shimmered not with triumph, but with melancholy. For what he had sought to claim, he could not keep. From him, the world learned that not all quests end in victory, some end in wisdom. Atalanta, fleet of foot and fierce of spirit, walked a different path. Born in the wilderness, she refused the chains of expectation. While kings plotted and heroes boasted, she ran, swift, untamed, unyielding. She hunted with Artemis, raced with lions, and challenged any man who dared underestimate her. Many tried to catch her, none could. But when she met love disguised as trickery, her path faltered. Yet even in defeat, she did not vanish. Her name became the wind's whisper through the trees, the voice of freedom, warning and inspiring in equal measure. From her, the world learned that strength has many shapes, and that the wild spirit is sacred. These heroes did not walk in harmony. They clashed, stumbled, and often fell into the same traps as the gods who came before them. Pride fractured alliances, love led to betrayal. Yet every failure carried forward the rhythm of growth. From ruin came reform, from sorrow, song. The gods watched unseen, their essence scattered through wind and fire, guiding not by voice, but by instinct. "They repeat us again," said Athena softly from the shadows of the stars. "Only this time, they choose their own endings." Zeus's echo answered faintly, "Then they are freer than we ever were." In the mortal world, myths intertwined with memory. The people began to see their own struggles as echoes of the heroes. The farmer who braved drought became Heracles in the field. The sailor steering through storms became Jason upon the sea. The child who faced fear in darkness became Theseus in the labyrinth of dreams. The age of heroes was not about gods choosing favorites, but about mortals finding the divine within their endurance. They did not need Olympus to tell them who they were. They needed only to remember the stories written in their own hearts. As centuries unfolded, the tales of these heroes wove into the very fabric of the world. Statues crumbled, songs faded, but their essence endured, not in marble or melody, but in spirit. The world had entered a new kind of dawn, one where the fire no longer needed to be stolen because it lived in every living soul. The heroes had not replaced the gods, they had fulfilled them. The gift of Olympus had come full circle, divinity scattered into the courage of countless hearts. And so the world turned, neither ruled by gods nor bound by fate, but guided by the light of those who dared to rise. The age of heroes had begun in fire and would end in reflection, but its lesson would outlast both. That courage is not absence of fear, but the will to face it and keep walking forward. In every age that followed, men and women would tell these tales not to remember power, but to remember perseverance. And through them, the gods would whisper still, not from the sky, but from within. The age of heroes burned brightly, so brightly that even the gods hidden beyond sight felt its warmth. But all light, no matter how radiant, casts a shadow. As courage grew into legend, pride began to whisper once more through the hearts of men. The heroes who had once fought for others began to fight for their own names. Songs turned to boasts, victories to conquests. The fire Prometheus had given them, and the fire meant for warmth and wisdom, flickered now with hunger. And so, as always, the balance trembled. The same flame that built temples began to burn them down. It began quietly, as all downfalls do. In the courts of kings and the halls of warriors, envy took root. Poets compared one hero to another, and admiration turned to rivalry. Jason's name faded beneath newer tales. Theseus became ruler, not savior. Even Heracles, immortalized among the stars, became a symbol too heavy for mortals to bear. They prayed to him for strength and forgot that he too had known weakness. "They worship our struggle, not our truth," whispered his spirit to the wind. The gods heard it and were silent. They understood too well what it meant to be remembered for power instead of purpose. In the shadow of this fading glory rose new figures, kings who called themselves chosen, empires that claimed the favor of forgotten gods. They built statues of the heroes, their faces serene and untouchable. But no stone could capture the sorrow that had shaped them. The world began to confuse myth for memory, turning lessons into laws, stories into prisons. Athena, watching from the edge of cloud, sighed. When mortals forget that stories are mirrors, they begin to worship their own reflection. Hera's voice, softer now with age, answered from the ether. Perhaps they must. To lose the divine is to search for it within. The sea, once calm under Poseidon's watch, grew restless again. Waves rose like beasts in rebellion. Cities that had grown proud beside the shore were swallowed whole. "They build without balance," Poseidon murmured, his trident tracing lines upon the deep. "They forget that every gift must serve both sea and sky." On land, earthquakes cracked the marble foundations of temples. Crops failed. Storms came not from divine anger, but from the world resetting itself. For harmony, once broken, always seeks repair, even through ruin. The heroes' descendants looked upward, but the heavens no longer answered. The silence was their new teacher. In that silence, one figure emerged unlike the others. His name was Odysseus, a wanderer born not of strength but of mind. When the war of Troy ended, a war begun by love and sustained by pride, he refused the easy road home. His journey became a meditation on endurance. He met monsters that tested not his sword but his heart, temptations that promised rest but demanded forgetfulness. When he reached the edge of the world and saw the endless sea, he realized that heroism was not victory, but return. The ability to come home changed, yet unbroken. His tale marked the twilight of the heroic age, when greatness began to mean something quieter: wisdom. Odysseus' story spread like tidewater, washing away the noise of conquest. People began to see heroism not as war, but as endurance. Mothers who waited for sons became heroes of patience. Elders who told stories became heroes of memory. Even the laborer, the sailor, the poet, all found pieces of Olympus within their small, unrecorded lives. The gods, unseen, smiled at this new awakening. "They have learned," said Athena, her voice like wind across parchment. "The hero is not born in battle, but in persistence." Zeus's echo rumbled faintly through the stars. "Then our work is done." But peace was fragile, as it always had been. As centuries passed, the stories of the heroes grew distant, reshaped by time and tongue. What had once been lesson became legend. What had once been truth became symbol. The people began to question whether the heroes had ever lived at all. "They are myths," said the skeptics, "tales to comfort the simple." Yet still, when storms struck or darkness fell, even the doubters whispered their names. In times of need, disbelief faltered. The heart remembers what the mind forgets. The age of heroes was gone, but its echo still moved in the breath of humankind. The gods too faded further into dream. Olympus was now a place of memory, not marble. Its halls stood empty, save for the hum of Prometheus's eternal flame, which burned low and steady. Its light reached neither heaven nor earth fully. It existed between, in the space where memory becomes meaning. That flame was no longer divine, it was human. It burned wherever courage endured, in a mother's lullaby, in a soldier's silence, in the quiet resolve of those who dared to hope. The gods had not disappeared. They had dissolved into the essence of all living things. One night, a child sat by a dying fire and asked her father, "Do heroes still exist?" He smiled and pointed to the stars. "Every one of them was once a flame like this," he said. "They burned for a while, then rose to join the sky. Their light is far away, but it still reaches us. That is what a hero is, not someone who never falls, but someone whose fall still shines." The child listened, eyes wide, and the flame reflected in her gaze. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the gods heard her small laugh and recognized it as their own. And so the fire of courage continued, dimmer but eternal, no longer bound to the names of gods or heroes, but to the living pulse of humanity itself. The age of Olympus was long gone, but its song endured in the rhythm of the world, in the rise and fall of waves, in the cry of birds, in the quiet determination of every mortal heart that refused to give in. The flame that once defied heaven had finally found its home, not in sky, not in stone, but in the steady breath of humankind. As centuries passed, the fires of the heroic age dimmed into embers, yet their warmth remained. The names of the great ones, Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, Atalanta, Jason, Odysseus, drifted through the generations like constellations blurred by time. The storytellers who once sang of their deeds now whispered their tales to children by candlelight. The world had grown quieter, but not empty. The thunder of heroes had become the heartbeat of ordinary life. Men still worked, dreamed, and faltered beneath the same stars, unaware that the gods once walked among them. The divine no longer lived above the clouds, it lived in their memory. The poets of later ages began to see the heroes differently. They no longer described them as flawless titans of might, but as fragile mirrors of human truth. Heracles was remembered for his sorrow as much as his strength. Perseus became not only the slayer of monsters, but the man who faced his fear reflected back at him. Atalanta stood as freedom's symbol, not perfections. The people no longer needed to believe their stories were literal. It was enough that they were real in spirit. "A myth," wrote one philosopher, "is not a lie. It is truth, told in the language of eternity." And so, the stories survived, reshaped by love more than by belief. As the last temples of Olympus turned to dust, the world began to find holiness elsewhere, in the faces of mothers, in the courage of farmers, in the hands of craftsmen who built with patience. The divine had dissolved into the daily, the sacred hidden in the mundane. The ocean still roared with Poseidon's breath, the wind still whispered with Hera's voice, the flame still flickered with Prometheus's defiance. Even in a godless world, the rhythm of Olympus endured. Humanity had inherited not heaven's power, but its purpose: to create, to fail, to rise, to love, and to remember. In this quieter era, a new kind of hero was born, not from prophecy, but from compassion. He did not wear armor or carry a sword. His battles were with despair, not dragons. She did not race the wind or outwit kings. She simply endured the weight of her days with grace. These heroes lived unnoticed, but their courage shaped generations. They were the keepers of fire in a colder age, the ones who refused to let the light go out. Every act of kindness, Every whisper of forgiveness, every hand extended to lift another, became a small spark in the long legacy of light. At night, the world still looked upward. The stars, faint but patient, watched over those who dreamed. The old constellations still carried names carved by ancient hands: Orion, Perseus, Andromeda, Heracles. Children would trace their outlines and ask their parents, who were they? And the answer, spoken softly, never changed. They were us, long ago, before we forgot our wings. The heroes had become myth, but myth had become reflection. The people did not need to climb Olympus to find the divine. They needed only to look within. For what is a hero, if not the part of us that still believes in something brighter than fear? One dawn, as mist rolled across the mountains that once held the throne of Zeus, the last ember of Prometheus's fire flickered beneath the stone. A shepherd passed by, his flock grazing nearby, and saw the faint glow in the rock's hollow. Curious, he leaned down and shielded it from the wind. With patient hands, he fed it twigs and breath. The flame revived, soft but steady. He smiled, not knowing the story he had just rekindled. "Good warmth," he murmured. "Good fire." Then he carried it home to light his hearth and feed his family. The gods did not speak, but the mountains seemed to sigh, as though relieved to feel life again. Generations later, poets said that flame still burns somewhere in the world. It cannot be seen, but it can be felt, in courage, in kindness, in creation. It is the fire of the gods carried by humanity through every age. Some call it inspiration, others call it love. But whatever its name, it is the same light that guided the first heroes through darkness and still flickers behind every act of hope. The divine had not vanished. It had become the spark that keeps the world alive. Even when it fades, it waits, patient as dawn, certain as return. And so the story of the heroes became the story of everyone. No longer bound to a single age or legend, their fire lived on in every heart that dared to keep moving forward. The gods had withdrawn into myth, but their dream had succeeded. The world no longer needed thunder to believe in light. Every generation found its own heroes, some with swords, others with words, many with nothing but compassion. Each carried the fire of Prometheus, the wisdom of Athena, the endurance of Heracles, the longing of Odysseus, the freedom of Atalanta. The heavens looked down and saw themselves reflected in humanity's steady, imperfect brilliance. The night sky shimmered. The constellations glowed as if alive, their lines connecting across centuries. The old gods, now scattered among stars and seas, watched and understood the final truth of creation. That immortality was never the body, nor even the name, but the story that keeps returning to life. And so, the world turned, quiet, fragile, divine. The fire burned on, invisible but endless, lighting the road between past and future, between heaven and earth. Before the world learned silence, before even Olympus grew quiet, there was a city that sang louder than the tides. Its name was Atlantis, a kingdom of light built upon the wide shoulders of the ocean. Legend said it rose from the foam of Poseidon's longing, carved from coral and cloud, so radiant that even the sun paused to admire it. The streets gleamed with marble that reflected the sky. Gardens bloomed upon terraces of pearl. Towers curved like waves, their tips lost in mist, and bridges of silver arched over canals clear as glass. To stand in Atlantis was to stand in the echo of creation, to believe that man and God had built something that could never end. Its people were unlike any others. They were dreamers shaped by the sea, inventors, philosophers, poets, and warriors of the mind. They listened to the pulse of the ocean and learned its rhythm, creating machines that moved like fish, chariots that sailed both wind and wave. They studied the stars not for prophecy, but for understanding. The heavens are mirrors, they said, and we are their reflection. In the age when most men still worshipped the sky with fear, the Atlanteans reached toward it with reason. Their temples were not built for sacrifice, but for study. Their prayers were not for mercy, but for meaning. For a time, the world envied their wisdom and called them the favored of Poseidon. In the heart of the island stood a great citadel, surrounded by rings of water that shimmered with divine color. At its center burned the crystal flame, a light said to be gifted by Poseidon himself, drawn from the deep where the sea touches fire. It glowed without smoke or heat, illuminating the city with perpetual dawn. The Atlanteans guarded it not with weapons, but with reverence. They believed it to be the soul of their world, the breath of balance between sea and sky. Each morning, they gathered before it in silence, watching its glow ripple across their faces like sunlight through water. And every evening, they bowed their heads, whispering thanks for another day of wonder. Poseidon loved them deeply. The god of the sea often rose from his depths to walk among them in disguise, his eyes the color of storms. He taught them how to listen to the currents, how to speak with whales, how to harvest coral without wounding the reef. He gave them peace but warned them gently, "The sea gives only what it may take back. Remember humility, or the waves will remember it for you." For a long time they did. Atlantis flourished in harmony with the ocean's breath, its people living as part of the tide, not above it. Theirs was a beauty that knew balance, until pride began to whisper through the coral halls. It began as admiration for their own perfection. The Atlanteans, surrounded by their marvels, began to forget that their gifts were borrowed. They looked upon the waves and saw not the sea's power, but their reflection upon it. "We have mastered the ocean," said their king, his crown forged of blue gold. "We are the heirs of Poseidon himself." The people cheered, believing it true. They built higher towers, deeper harbors, machines that challenged the wind. They learned to summon lightning through metal, to draw heat from the heart of the earth. In their wonder, they crossed the quiet boundary between reverence and arrogance. And though the sea was patient, patience is not the same as forgiveness. Poseidon watched in silence as the harmony he had given began to twist into hunger. The prayers he once heard grew fewer, replaced by the sound of hammers striking ambition into shape. "They have mistaken brilliance for wisdom," he said to the waves. The waves murmured in reply, restless. "Then let them learn again what power means." Still, he hesitated, for love is slow to punish. He sent them warnings instead, storms that broke ships but spared lives, earthquakes that shook towers but left them standing. Yet each time the sea calmed, Atlantis rebuilt stronger, prouder, louder. "We have conquered the gods themselves," they declared. The ocean began to listen differently. In the temples once dedicated to thought, scholars now debated dominance. "If we rule the sea," they asked, "why not the stars?" Their king nodded, his crown gleaming beneath the eternal light of the crystal flame. "Then let us ascend," he proclaimed. "We will build a bridge of fire and sky, a path to the heavens themselves." And so they began, shaping towers of crystal that reached beyond the clouds. The earth groaned under their ambition. The sea darkened. Even the birds avoided the skies above the city. But Atlantis no longer listened to warnings. Its people believed themselves invincible, immortal beings born of reason, not of reverence. One night a trembling passed through the ocean floor, faint at first, then deep enough to shake the citadel itself. The crystal flame flickered for the first time since its birth. The priests gathered around it, fearful but defiant. "It is nothing," they said. "The earth bows to us in respect." But the tremor returned, stronger, longer, followed by silence so profound it seemed to hold its breath. Poseidon rose from the depths, his face veiled in sorrow. "You were meant to be my song," he said to the wind. "Instead, you have become my echo." The gods do not rage as men do. They mourn, and mourning, in the language of the sea, sounds like thunder beneath the water. That night, as the stars turned their eyes away, the sea began to rise. Waves grew taller than temples, their crests glowing with lightning. The people of Atlantis stood upon their shining towers and watched the horizon vanish into darkness. "The ocean remembers," whispered an old fisherman. The king raised his hands toward the heavens, crying, "We are your children." But the storm answered only with silence. The wind howled through the golden bridges, tearing them apart like cobwebs. The first towers fell, breaking into the sea with a sound like the shattering of glass. The earth opened beneath the city's feet, swallowing its pride whole. And as the waters rushed inward, the crystal flame flared one last time, bright enough to be seen from distant shores, before sinking into the deep. When dawn came, Atlantis was gone. The ocean lay calm as though it had never stirred. The seagulls circled aimlessly above an empty horizon, and only the faint scent of salt and lightning lingered in the air. The world mourned without knowing why. Travelers spoke of strange lights beneath the waves, of music that rose from the deep when the moon was full. Some said the city still lived below the surface, its people walking among coral palaces, their laughter muffled by water. Others said it was a warning, a story told by the sea to remind the proud that nothing made by hands can outlast humility. The sea does not bury, it remembers. Beneath the calm surface where gulls now drift, the ruins of Atlantis still shimmer in the half-light of the deep. The marble towers, once bright as dawn, now stand draped in coral and silence. Fish weave through open windows, their scales glinting like fragments of lost jewels. Gardens once full of song now sway in slow motion, their flowers turn to anemones. The city is not gone. It only sleeps beneath the waves, dreaming of the world it once ruled. The ocean hums softly above it, a lullaby for a kingdom that mistook its reflection for eternity. In the stillness of that drowned world, voices remain. On quiet nights when the moon is full, sailors claim to hear faint music rising from below, a sound like wind through hollow stone, or perhaps the ghost of laughter turned to sighs. Some say it is the sea breathing through the ruins. Others whisper that the souls of Atlantis still walk its streets, their hearts bound to the light they refuse to surrender. They say that if one listens closely enough, the ocean speaks a single word, remember. But the sea's language is not for the impatient. It tells its stories slowly, in tides, in tempests, in time. Poseidon watched from his throne beneath the waves, his trident dimmed by sorrow. The sea god had not destroyed them from anger, but from love too deep to watch them destroy themselves. His kingdom, once full of laughter, now echoed with silence. He visited the ruins often, drifting through their halls unseen, touching the walls that still glowed faintly with the ghost of divine fire. "You were my brightest song," he whispered, "and my loudest warning." Even gods, he knew, must learn humility, that no creation, no matter how radiant, can live forever if it forgets its rhythm. The tide is eternal because it yields. Atlantis fell because it would not. The world above moved on. Centuries passed, and the story of Atlantis became a myth, a whisper carried by sailors and poets. Some said the city never existed at all, that it was only a dream carved into the sea's memory. But dreams too have weight. They pull at the soul, shaping what men choose to build and what they choose to destroy. The story of Atlantis became more than a tale of ruin. It became a mirror. Every generation found itself within it. The builders, the dreamers, the proud, the lost. "Beware the beauty that forgets its source," said the storytellers, "for even the sea must bow to the moon." One night, as storms gathered across the world, a traveler stood upon a cliff and looked down into the dark waters. He had heard the legends since childhood of a city that once glowed brighter than the stars. "If you still exist," he whispered, "show me your light." For a long while there was nothing but the sound of waves against rock. Then faintly, deep beneath the surface, something stirred, a pulse of blue, soft and slow. It glowed like a heartbeat, illuminating the outline of towers and bridges far below. The traveler gasped, tears mixing with rain. The sea answered him not with words, but with memory. For the ocean never truly hides what it loves. Scholars and dreamers followed his tale. They drew maps of the deep, chasing the shimmer of Atlantis across the world's forgotten edges. Some found only silence, others strange lights, others ruins that spoke of civilizations long lost. Yet none could capture the full truth. The ocean gave them glimpses, never answers. "Atlantis," said one philosopher, "is not a place we lost, but a lesson we keep losing." He was right. The city's fall was not a single moment of destruction. It was a rhythm repeated through time. Every empire that rose too high, every kingdom that forgot its humility, every mind that mistook invention for divinity. And still Atlantis endured, not in stone but in spirit. Its wisdom drifted upward through the centuries, in the sails that carried explorers, in the instruments of scholars who studied the sea, in the songs of poets who spoke of worlds beyond reach. Every ship that set out to cross the horizon carried a fragment of that lost courage. Every artist who dreamed of perfection carried a piece of its pride. The sea forgave them all, as Poseidon had once forgiven his own creation. For even failure, when remembered, becomes wisdom. Beneath the deepest waves, where light fades to colorless calm, the crystal flame still burns, faint, flickering, patient. Its glow touches the statues of forgotten gods, the mosaics of vanished kings, the murals of constellations painted by hands long turned to dust. Around it, the current hums softly, as though guarding something sacred. Sometimes, when the world above trembles, the flame grows brighter, as if reminding creation that arrogance and awe are twins born of the same light. Atlantis, even in ruin, had never truly died. It had become the sea's soul, a heartbeat beneath every tide. Poseidon still visits it when the moon is fullest. He walks among the coral towers, his trident a beacon in the dark. The sea creatures bow as he passes, the currents stilling in reverence. At the heart of the city, he kneels before the crystal flame and whispers, "Forgive them." The fire flickers, and for a moment he sees them, the people of Atlantis, bathed in gold, smiling as they once did. "We are not lost," their voices seem to say. "We live in every act of wonder, in every dream that dares the impossible." Poseidon smiles sadly. Then the world still remembers. And as he rises, the sea itself exhales, soft and endless, the sigh of a god who learned that love and loss are one. The centuries after Atlantis were quieter, as if the sea itself had grown cautious of its own strength. Waves rolled with patience, winds whispered more gently. The earth had learned humility, and mankind, scattered across new shores, began again. They built small villages instead of cities of gold, their hands rough from labor rather than pride. They spoke softly of the sea, treating it not as servant but as spirit. Yet beneath their reverence, the story of Atlantis endured, told in whispers beside fires, painted on pottery, carved into stone. It was no longer a tale of power, but a warning written in water, that no light burns forever without shadow. One day, long after the old gods had fallen into myth, a sailor named Theron set out across the western sea. He had heard stories of strange lights that glowed beneath the waves, whispers of a kingdom that still breathed below the surface. "The world forgets too quickly," he said to the wind, "but the sea remembers." His ship was small, his crew few, but his will was vast. For days they sailed through calm waters, the horizon endless and blue. On the seventh night, when the moon hung low and the tide was still, Theron leaned over the railing and saw the impossible. A faint shimmer far below, like starlight trapped beneath the ocean's skin. He called to his men, but none could see it. "You chase ghosts," they warned. "The sea shows illusions to those who dream too much." But Theron could not look away. The glow pulsed with rhythm, like a heartbeat in the dark. The current pulled his ship forward, not with violence, but with invitation. They followed it for hours, until the stars began to fade into dawn. Then, without warning, the sea fell silent. The sails hung limp, the air thick with stillness. Beneath them, the water turned clear as glass. Through its depths they saw it, the outline of towers, bridges and domes. Atlantis, sleeping beneath the waves, her shape ghostly but whole. Theron dropped to his knees, overcome. "It's true," he whispered. "The city still lives." The others looked down and saw nothing but darkness. Fear overtook them. "We tempt the gods," they cried. "Turn back before the sea remembers our names." But Theron could not. Something in the deep called to him, not in words, but in feeling, a longing, ancient and familiar. "Only those who listen can see," he murmured. And so, against their pleas, he dived into the still water, leaving behind the world of air for the silence of the abyss. The descent was endless. Light faded to blue, blue to shadow, and shadow to silver. Yet the deeper he swam, the clearer the city became. Columns rose from the seafloor, covered in coral like veins of color. Statues of kings and scholars stood frozen in perfect calm, their eyes glinting faintly in the dim glow of the crystal flame, still burning far below. Fish swam through doorways, and gardens of kelp swayed like forgotten songs. Theron felt neither fear nor need for breath, only awe. He reached the citadel and placed his hand upon its stone. It was warm, Then he heard it, the sound of voices, faint but clear, echoing through the water. "Why have you come?" they asked. Their tones were neither kind nor cruel, only curious. Theron looked around but saw no one. "To remember," he answered, "to learn what pride destroyed." The current swirled around him gently, as though considering his words. Then the sea spoke again, softer this time. "Few seek to remember for wisdom. Most only wish to find what was lost." Theron bowed his head. "Perhaps remembering and finding are the same." A pause followed, then a voice that seemed older than time. "Then take what cannot be taken, the lesson, not the treasure." The light around him brightened. The crystal flame flared once more, casting patterns across the ruins. For a moment, Theron saw the city as it had been, alive, radiant, full of laughter. Children ran along bridges of glass, scholars wrote upon water, and Poseidon himself walked among his people smiling. It was not a memory, it was a glimpse through the veil of what still existed in another form. Then the vision faded, and the ocean grew dark again. The voice whispered once more, "Carry this with you, not as a story but as a warning." Theron closed his eyes and the sea lifted him upward, carrying him gently back to the world above. He awoke on the deck of his ship, gasping, his crew gathered around him. "You were gone for hours," they said. "The sea went black, and we thought you drowned." Theron looked over the railing. The water below was ordinary once more, calm and opaque. The shimmer had vanished, leaving only his reflection. Yet in his hand, he held a small shell that glowed faintly with blue light. When he pressed it to his ear, he could hear waves, whispers, and faint music, the song of the lost city. "Atlantis is not gone," he said softly. "It only waits for us to listen." When they returned to shore, Theron told his tale. Many dismissed it as madness, a dream shaped by longing, but others believed. Scholars wrote of him as the first to see Atlantis reborn. Sailors carried his story to distant ports. And though centuries blurred his name, the idea endured, that beneath every ruin lies a memory, and beneath every memory, a chance to begin again. The sea does not keep what it cannot love. It only teaches patiently through the rise and fall of tides. And so, long after Theron was gone, the waves still carried his echo, the promise that remembrance itself is a form of resurrection. Long after Theron's voyage, the world continued to change, yet the sea remained the same, vast, secret, eternal. Empires rose upon new shores and fell again into dust. Kings built their cities beside the waves, whispering prayers to Poseidon for mercy and fortune. Some listened to the warning of Atlantis, others ignored it. But the sea, patient and ancient, watched without judgment. It knew that every age repeats itself, the pride, the wonder, the fall. For the ocean holds no malice, only memory. Its depths are a mirror, and every civilization that gazes too long into it eventually sees its own reflection sinking. In quiet moments between storms, when the wind sleeps and the moon hangs low, sailors still speak of strange lights beneath the surface. They say that sometimes, when the waters are perfectly still, you can see towers glowing in the deep, not ruins, but whole cities, alive with color. "It's the dream of Atlantis," they whisper, the echo that refuses to fade. The fishermen cross themselves. The poets smile and the sea continues to breathe, its voice soft and endless. Perhaps the city never died at all. Perhaps it only learned to exist where human arrogance cannot reach, below pride, below time, below the surface of thought. Poseidon, weary but eternal, still walks his watery halls. His temples are coral now, his throne a reef grown over with light. He no longer raises storms, for anger has long left him. Instead, he listens. The sea sings to him, not of glory but of rhythm, of life returning again and again to its beginning. He knows that Atlantis was not failure but transformation. "The sea does not punish," he murmurs. "It remembers, and in remembering, it renews." He reaches out a hand and a current rises, swirling softly around him. In its motion, he feels every tide of the world, every heart that dares, every mind that forgets, every spirit that learns again what it means to be humble. Above the waves, the world has long forgotten his name. But each time a storm passes, each time the ocean gives back what it once took. A pearl, a ship, a shore renewed, his essence stirs. Children build sandcastles that crumble and laugh as they fall. Lovers walk beside the water, carving names that vanish with the tide. These small acts, so fleeting, are sacred. They are lessons in impermanence, the same truth Atlantis forgot. Nothing is meant to last forever, Poseidon whispers to the wind. Not even the sea, only the rhythm, only the return. In the depths, the crystal flame still burns. It flickers faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat beneath centuries of silence. Around it, life thrives, coral, fish, plants glowing with impossible light. The ruins of Atlantis are now gardens. What was once marble has become reef. What was once pride has become shelter. The city has found new purpose, its beauty no longer in perfection, but in persistence. The ocean's current moves gently through its streets, carrying the laughter of dolphins and the hum of the deep. If a diver were ever to reach it, they would not find ruin, but rebirth. The sea has turned memory into life. On rare nights when the stars align and the tide is high, the ocean glows brighter than usual. The water near certain coasts shines with pale blue fire, not from moonlight, but from the faint stirring of something ancient below. Fishermen call it the breath of Atlantis. They say it's the sea remembering itself, releasing fragments of its long-forgotten light. Those who stand on the shore and watch in silence often feel something in their chest, a soft ache, a recognition. It is not fear nor sadness, but awe, the reminder that the world once dreamed bigger than itself and paid the price to dream again. Generations of poets and wanderers continued to seek Atlantis, though few ever admitted what they truly sought. It was not a city they wanted to find, but the feeling it represented, the point where wonder meets consequence. Some searched the sea, others searched their souls, and each in their own way found it. For Atlantis had never been just a place. It was the shape of humanity's longing, the story of what happens when creation forgets gratitude. Its fall was a lesson written in water, meant to be read again with every wave that breaks upon the shore. As time marched on, the myth softened, becoming comfort rather than caution. Parents told their children that Atlantis had not drowned, but transformed, that it had become the heart of the sea, keeping the world balanced beneath the waves. Every time you hear the ocean, they would say, you are hearing Atlantis breathing. And so the story lived, not in books or ruins, but in sound. The hush of the tide, the sigh of the wind, the low hum of eternity moving just beyond understanding. One dawn, when the horizon glowed with pink and silver, the sea was utterly calm. The light spilled across its surface like liquid gold, and for a moment, something shimmered far away, a faint outline of towers rising from the mist. No ship saw it clearly, but the waves carried the reflection to every shore. For those few heartbeats, the world felt Atlantis again, not as a warning, but as a blessing. Then the vision faded, leaving only stillness. Yet in that stillness was peace. The city had not returned, it had been here all along, waiting for the world to remember. And so the legend endures, not as tragedy but as truth, that all things born of wonder must learn to fall, and in falling, find renewal. The sea continues to move, ancient and alive, its surface reflecting the light of forgotten dreams. Deep below, the crystal flame burns on, unseen but eternal, a promise from the ocean to the sky. Atlantis sleeps, not dead, not gone, but resting, a reminder that even in loss, beauty remains. For the ocean, like memory, never truly lets go. When the echoes of Atlantis faded into the quiet rhythm of the tides, the heavens grew still. Olympus stood untouched but empty, its thrones gleaming faintly beneath a sky that had forgotten thunder. The air no longer trembled with prayer. The voices of mortals, once rising in song and supplication, had softened into silence. The gods were gone from memory, and yet they lingered, like stars seen through mist, distant but unwilling to die. For immortality is not freedom from time, but the endless awareness of being left behind. In the halls of forgotten divinity, eternity began to dream. Zeus, whose voice once rolled like storms, now spoke only to the wind. His throne, carved from cloud and lightning, glowed faintly beneath his hand. They no longer call to us, he murmured. Hera stood beside him, her eyes reflecting the earth far below. They have learned to listen to themselves, she said softly. Is that not what we wished? Zeus did not answer. To create is to love. To release is to grieve. He gazed down upon the world, green, restless, alive, and felt the strange ache of a father whose children have grown too wise to need his voice. Perhaps, he whispered, we gave them too much of our fire. Athena wandered the silent courtyards, her footsteps echoing against marble that still remembered laughter. She brushed her hand across the columns, now veined with ivy that climbed toward the sun. They have built new temples, she said to herself, but they are not made of stone. They worship not with sacrifice, but with curiosity. She closed her eyes and saw their libraries, their schools, their questions. So many questions blooming where prayers once lived. They have kept my spirit, she murmured, but not my name. Yet there was no anger in her voice, only wonder, for the gods had begun to see that forgetting is not the same as loss. Far below, humanity had entered an age of awakening. They charted the stars once guided by Apollo, mapped the seas once ruled by Poseidon, and spoke of laws that mirrored Athena's own. But though they no longer named the divine, the gods still watched through them, in flashes of genius, in sudden compassion, in moments when courage rose without reason. The mortal heart had become Olympus in disguise. Every act of kindness was Hestia's flame, every birth Demeter's blessing, every storm of thought Zeus's lingering spark. The gods had not vanished. They had simply woven themselves into the pattern of humanity's soul. Still, eternity is heavy when left without worship. The silence that once brought peace now echoed like absence. Apollo sat upon the edge of cloud, his golden lyre untouched beside him. What is a song, he asked, if no one hears it? His twin Artemis replied from the shadows, it becomes memory. He turned toward her, his eyes reflecting the moonlight she carried. And what are we, if remembered only in fading stories? Artemis smiled faintly. Then we are the stories. Perhaps that is enough. The two sat together in quiet harmony, sun and moon, learning to be content as reflections rather than rulers. Poseidon stirred beneath the sea, his realm endless but lonely. He felt the pull of ships above, their sails cutting through waves that once obeyed his trident. They cross my waters without prayer, he said to the depths. The ocean replied with the voice of whales and currents, ancient and calm. They trust you still, it said. They fear you, and yet they sail. That is faith enough. Poseidon smiled, the faint light of acceptance flickering across his face. Perhaps you are right, he said. Faith is not always the bowing of the head. Sometimes it is the courage to go without asking. In the dark beyond stars, Hades sat upon his throne of shadow and silence. Souls passed through his realm, quiet and steady, unafraid. The old terrors had faded. Mortals no longer saw death as punishment, but as passage. They have made peace with me, he mused, and in doing so, they have freed me. Persephone, standing beside him, smiled. Then you have finally become what you were meant to be, not the end but the keeper of beginnings. Hades looked at her, his eyes soft with endless gratitude. Even gods must learn to die, he said, and yet we live on through them. Each god in their solitude began to dream. Dreams, after all, are the only way eternity remembers motion. In those dreams they walked among mortals again, not as rulers but as whispers, as ideas, as invisible hands guiding thought. Athena dreamed of philosophers by candlelight. Apollo dreamed of music played by trembling human fingers. Demeter dreamed of farmers singing as they sowed. Hermes dreamed of children laughing in their sleep. And through these dreams, the divine found purpose again, not in command but in communion. The gods had become the pulse of imagination, the quiet architecture of all that lived. One night, as the stars trembled with strange new light, Zeus gathered the 12 once more upon the high terraces of Olympus. They came not in thunder, but in reflection. We are no longer needed, he said, his voice like distant rain. And yet, we are not gone. Hera touched his arm gently. They dream of us, she said. And through their dreams, we live. The fire in the courtyard flickered, faint but warm, Prometheus's flame, eternal still. Zeus looked into it and smiled. "Then we shall dream with them," he said, "for the gods who dream of mortals are never forgotten." The sky grew quiet. The stars shimmered like unblinking eyes, their light touching both heaven and earth. And somewhere, in a child's first question, in a poet's final line, in the silent awe between heartbeats, Olympus stirred. The divine had not fallen. It had learned to rest. And in that rest, the gods began to dream. The first dreams of the gods were gentle, small ripples across the quiet surface of time. They slipped into mortal sleep like whispers carried on the wind. A sculptor in Athens dreamed of light bending into form, and in that dream, Hephaestus's hand guided his chisel. A healer in Crete dreamed of water singing over stone, and it was Demeter's breath that taught her how to mix herbs for healing. A child dreamed of flight, and Hermes smiled through her laughter. The gods had found a new way to live, not through command or thunder, but through the fragile door of imagination. It was a kind of immortality softer than worship, but deeper than prayer. In these dreams, the gods discovered something they had never known while awake, the weight of mortality. To dream as a human was to feel hunger, love, loss, and fear, to breathe in time rather than eternity. Athena dreamed of ignorance and woke humbled. Apollo dreamed of silence and wept. Even Zeus, whose voice once ruled storms, dreamed of helplessness and understood compassion. Through these dreams, they began to understand the world they had built, not from above, but from within. "They do not need our power," said Hera, her voice low with awe. "They need our empathy." And in that understanding, the gods grew more human, and humanity more divine. The line between heaven and earth blurred once more. In every act of creation, the gods felt themselves reflected. The artist's brush, the sailor's courage, the scholar's question, the mother's patience. "We are them," said Apollo one evening, his light flickering across the quiet halls of Olympus. "Their lives are our continuation." Artemis, watching the moonlight ripple across the clouds, replied, "Then every mortal dream is a thread of us returning home." And so the gods no longer looked down upon the world, they looked through it. Each human life became a vessel, carrying fragments of divinity disguised as thought, emotion, and wonder. In time, mortals began to feel it too, though they could not name what stirred within them. A poet, writing by candlelight, paused mid-verse, sensing an invisible hand guiding his words. A warrior on the brink of defeat felt a sudden calm, as if an unseen voice whispered courage into his bones. A mother, cradling her newborn, wept without knowing why, as if touched by something ancient and familiar. These were the dreams of the gods flowing through mortal hearts, weaving eternity into the fragile threads of days. Olympus was no longer a place above the sky. It had become the space within the human soul. But even dreams, divine or mortal, carry shadows. To feel deeply is to suffer deeply. Through humanity's dreams, the gods encountered fear, not as legend, but as pulse. Hades dreamed of loneliness and understood regret. Poseidon dreamed of drowning and knew helplessness. Even Aphrodite dreamed of love unreturned, and for the first time she felt what it meant to ache. "We gave them our gifts," said Hermes softly, "and now we taste their cost." Yet none wished to turn away. Pain, they realized, was not punishment. It was participation. To dream as mortals did was to live with depth, to burn and to heal in equal measure. One night Athena gathered the others beneath the starlit terraces of Olympus. "Have you noticed?" she asked. "They speak our names less, yet we feel them more." Hestia nodded, tending a small flame that glowed between them. "Names fade," she said, "but presence endures. The world does not need to call us. It carries us." Zeus, watching the distant earth, smiled faintly. "So this is what it means to be eternal," he murmured. "Not to rule forever, but to be remembered in every kindness, every question, every spark of courage." Around them, the stars flickered like scattered memories, their light echoing in both worlds. The gods began to shape their dreams deliberately. They sent visions to those who could listen, not of commands but of reminders. In the dreams of a young philosopher, Athena whispered, "Wisdom is not knowledge, but patience. To a sailor lost at sea, Poseidon sent the image of calm waters after storm. To a grieving widow, Hera sent a dream of reunion, not beyond life, but within love. These were no longer prophecies, but comforts. The divine had learned compassion, and so even in sleep humanity continued to evolve, guided not by fear of punishment, but by the quiet companionship of unseen gods. But there were others who resisted these whispers. Some dreamed of dominion, of bending nature to their will, of rising higher than the heavens that made them. These too were dreams born of the divine, the same spark of creation that had once built Atlantis. The gods watched, neither judging nor interfering. "They must learn as we did," said Athena. "Every ascent carries its own fall." Zeus nodded slowly. "Let them rise," he said. "For even when they fall, they climb again. That is the gift we left them, the endless rhythm of return." And so the gods continued to dream, their thoughts like tides, sometimes calm, sometimes wild, always reaching back toward the shore of the human heart. In this new harmony, heaven and earth were no longer separate realms, but two sides of one breath. The gods had learned to love what they could no longer control, and mortals had learned to believe in what they could no longer see. The fire of Prometheus burned quietly in every heart, not as rebellion but as remembrance. The gods no longer demanded worship, they shared existence. "We are their silence," said Apollo softly, "and they are our sound." And for the first time in all creation, divinity and humanity dreamed the same dream, of a world not ruled by power, but by understanding. Dreams began to flow freely between worlds. What once separated the divine from the mortal, now intertwined like rivers meeting at twilight. The gods no longer visited the earth through thunder or flame. They arrived quietly, through thought, emotion, memory. Every time a mortal closed their eyes, Olympus stirred. Sometimes the gods dreamed of being human, sometimes the humans dreamed of being gods. And in that delicate exchange, the universe learned something new, that consciousness itself was the bridge between heaven and earth. The divine no longer looked down from above, it looked inward, through every living soul. Athena was the first to notice how the dreams began to overlap. She saw a philosopher walking beneath olive trees, his mind filled with questions she had once asked herself. "He is dreaming of wisdom," she said softly, "but the dream does not belong to him alone." In the stillness of Olympus, she realized that she could feel his heartbeat echoing through her own, the rhythm of thought shared across eternity. Apollo felt the same when a musician on Earth played a melody he had never written yet somehow remembered. "They are completing our songs," he murmured. "Perhaps creation has always been a circle, not a hierarchy." Hera's dreams became those of families, of bonds both fragile and sacred. She saw mothers protecting children, lovers rebuilding after loss, strangers helping one another without reason. "They repeat my vow," she said to Zeus one night, "even though they no longer know my name." Zeus listened, his gaze soft as dusk. "Perhaps names were never the point," he replied. "Perhaps the truest devotion is imitation, not worship." Hera smiled faintly, the understanding easing centuries of pride. "Then love itself has become our temple," she said, "and every act of care a prayer." Poseidon dreamed of sailors lost at sea and felt their fear like salt upon his tongue. "Once they prayed to me for calm," he said to the waves. "Now they trust the wind instead." The sea answered him, its voice like a low hum. "You are still in them," it said. "Every man who faces the storm and still sails forward carries your courage." Poseidon laughed quietly, the sound echoing through coral caverns. "Then I am content," he said. "They have taken my lesson and made it their own." Even Hades, Lord of Silence, felt the stir of mortal hearts within his dream, the steady acceptance of death not as fear, but as gratitude for the time that came before. And yet, not all dreams were serene. The gods began to feel the weight of humanity's unrest. In their shared slumber, they experienced the trembling of cities, the ache of hunger, the cry of those lost to war. Aphrodite wept through the dream of a child separated from its mother. "Their pain is ours now," she said softly. "We cannot wake from it." Hermes placed a hand on her shoulder. then perhaps that is our purpose, to share it, not to escape it. Apollo, hearing this, began to sing. His melody drifted through the dream like light through water, and across the earth, those who despaired found calm without knowing why. Thus, the divine learned empathy not as idea, but as sensation. Zeus gathered the gods upon the quiet terraces once more. The air shimmered faintly, alive with unseen music. "We have become their shadows," he said. "We move as they move, we feel as they feel." Athena stepped forward, her voice serene. "Then perhaps this is how we endure. When they suffer, we remember why we once ruled, not to command, but to guide." Hera nodded. "And when they love, we remember why we exist." The flame in the center of the courtyard flickered gently, its light now golden instead of white. It no longer belonged to heaven or earth. It belonged to both. In the mortal world, humanity began to sense something shifting. They could not name it, but it stirred in their dreams and in their waking hours, a quiet intuition, a feeling of being watched not by eyes but by compassion. Artists painted visions they could not explain. Inventors claimed to receive ideas as if whispered from beyond. Lovers spoke of déjà vu when they met, as though guided by invisible design. Priests called it revelation, poets called it memory. But it was neither. It was the gods, dreaming through the hands of creation, learning, remembering, and reliving what it meant to feel alive. The world itself began to reflect this harmony. Nature grew more unpredictable yet more beautiful. Storms came and passed quickly, as though conscious of their own restraint. Flowers bloomed in strange patterns, mirroring constellations long erased from the sky. Even the air carried a soft hum at dawn, the resonance of divine thought woven into matter. The universe, once divided, was becoming aware of itself again. The gods, scattered across existence, could feel their unity returning through the very beings they had made. It was no longer Olympus above and earth below. It was one endless dream of awareness, spiraling inward and outward without end. Yet even in this balance, a question lingered, whispered by the wind, by memory, by the gods themselves. What happens when the dreamer forgets they are dreaming? For as mortals grew wiser, they also grew restless. Some sought to command the same forces that had once commanded them. They built machines that mimicked lightning, instruments that could move mountains, knowledge that reached toward the stars. The gods watched, not in anger but in awe. "They are becoming what we once were," said Zeus quietly. Athena replied, "Then perhaps we are becoming what they might be." The dream was evolving, its dreamers changing places. And somewhere between heaven and earth, between the sigh of wind and the spark of thought, a new voice began to stir, neither mortal nor divine, but both. It was the sound of consciousness awakening within its own creation, the whisper of the cosmos, realizing it could see itself. The gods listened, and the mortals felt it too. A sense of presence, familiar yet unknown, moved through every living thing. "Who dreams now?" asked Hera. No one answered, for the truth was vast and simple. They all did. The gods had dreamed of mortals, and the mortals had begun to dream of being gods. And together they had become the dream itself. The boundary between dream and waking had all but dissolved. The gods no longer ruled from Olympus, nor did mortals raise their eyes to beg for thunder. Instead, both existed within the same breath, one pulse shared across infinite forms. To live was to dream, and to dream was to create. The divine and the human had become mirrors, each reflecting the other's longing. The gods looked into the hearts of men and saw themselves as they once were, curious, fallible, filled with wonder. Humanity looked into myth and saw what it might become. Patient, eternal, capable of compassion beyond measure. Between them stretched not a gulf but a shimmering thread of remembrance. Athena walked through this new world unseen, passing through cities built of glass and light. She watched the hum of machines and the glow of knowledge, human invention rising where temples once stood. "They have learned to make fire from thought," she whispered. In the reflection of a window, she saw her own eyes looking back. The mind of mankind evolved from her curiosity. "They carry us still," she said, "but soon they will no longer need even memory." Hera stood beside her, watching families walk beneath electric suns. "Then we will rest," she said. "For every act of love, every birth, every promise kept, that is our prayer answered." Apollo wandered through the dreams of artists, hearing his music reimagined in new forms. Symphonies written with machines, light turned into sound, silence used as rhythm. "They no longer call my name," he said to the moon above, "but they play my soul." Artemis, pale and calm, answered from the silver clouds, "You are in their intuition, the pause between thought and beauty. That is enough." He smiled and laid his lyre upon the ground, its strings glowing faintly before fading into the hum of the modern world. "Then let the silence sing for me," he whispered, and in that silence he heard a million hearts keeping time. Poseidon no longer stirred storms. He listened to ships hum across his waves, guided not by prayer, but by compass. He followed their paths with quiet pride. "They have learned the sea," he said to the depths. The ocean answered in ripples of light. "They have learned you," it replied. Beneath him, the ruins of Atlantis glimmered, peaceful at last. The crystal flame still pulsed, dim but steady, its glow reaching through the water like breath. Poseidon bowed his head. "So even the fallen endure," he murmured. "Perhaps that is what immortality truly means. Not power, but persistence." In the underworld, Hades watched as souls crossed into rest without fear. His realm was no longer shadow, but reflection, a place where the memory of life glowed softly like embers after flame. Persephone tended to them, her hands luminous with spring light. "They come willingly now," she said. "They know the end is only another beginning." Hades nodded, his expression calm. "Then perhaps we have all learned what it means to die, not to vanish, but to change shape." And so even in the depths there was peace. Death, once the boundary of existence, had become part of its endless design. Zeus stood upon the highest cloud, looking down at the quiet world that no longer feared him. Lightning coiled gently around his hand, harmless as light upon water. "They have outgrown us," he said. Hera joined him, her presence a warmth that softened the wind. "No," she said, "they have become us." He looked at her and understood. The gods had not disappeared. They had multiplied, scattered through every consciousness that dared to dream, to question, to love. Olympus was no longer a mountain, it was a state of being. The sky, once his kingdom, had become the reflection of every mind capable of wonder. Across time and memory, the gods gathered one last time in the courtyard of light, now overgrown with ivy and moonlit silence. The flame of Prometheus still burned at its center, small and eternal. "This was where we ruled," said Athena softly, "and where we learned to yield." Apollo knelt beside the fire, his reflection wavering within it. "We are the echo of their awakening," he said, "and they are the continuation of our dream." Zeus raised his hand, not to command but to bless. "Then let us fade gently," he said, "not into nothing, but into everything." The flame rose once, flaring bright enough to touch the stars, and the gods felt themselves dissolve into it, not as loss but as return. Their forms melted into light, into thought, into the quiet hum of existence itself. The wind that once carried their names now carried their essence, in laughter, in grief, in invention, in art. The divine had become inseparable from the human, and the human had inherited eternity. Olympus was no longer above the clouds, it was within the heart of creation. And the universe at last was whole. Some nights when the world falls still, the air seems to shimmer with something ancient. Not sound, not sight, but feeling. It is the echo of the gods dreaming still, through every soul that dares to imagine. When a child asks a question no one can answer, when a poet finds words that move the world. When two strangers meet and feel as though they have known each other for lifetimes, that is Olympus remembering itself. The gods do not speak anymore, for they have become the language. They do not rule, for they have become the reason. And in that quiet, endless union of dust and divinity, of thought and fire, the dream continues. The gods, the mortals, the stars, the silence, all breathe the same rhythm now, each heartbeat a reflection of the first spark that began it all. The fire burns without smoke, The song hums without words. Creation dreams of itself, eternally aware, eternally alive. The gods who once dreamed of mortals have become the dream they left behind. And through that dream, the universe sleeps and wakes, forever becoming, forever one. After the gods faded into the pulse of creation, the world entered an age of quiet splendor. Humanity stood unguarded, no longer guided by divine command, nor burdened by celestial fear. The sky stretched vast and unbroken, and for a time it seemed the earth belonged wholly to those who walked it. They built, they sang, they dreamed. Knowledge grew like vines around the pillars of old myth, and progress became its own prayer. The fire of Prometheus burned brighter than ever, not in temples, but in every home, in every invention, in every thought that reached beyond the horizon. Yet beneath the brilliance of this new light, a familiar shadow stirred. It began as a restlessness, a quiet unease that crept into the hearts of those who had everything. The world had mastered its own miracles, yet the hunger for meaning returned. The philosophers called it the second forgetting, when humanity, having outgrown its gods, began to lose itself. "We have conquered the heavens," said one thinker, "but not the silence within." The stars, once symbols of wonder, became coordinates in a chart. The seas, once voices of mystery, became resources to measure. Progress gave them comfort, but not peace. They had learned how to survive, but not why to live. In this new twilight of reason, the first shadows appeared. Not as darkness from without, but as absence from within. People began to dream again, but their dreams felt heavy, filled with longing for something they could not name. The poets described it as the ache of remembering a forgotten song. Pain returned to the world not through suffering, but through emptiness. Humanity had inherited the divine fire, but had not yet learned how to rest beside it. The world glowed with light, but few looked up to admire it. The more they illuminated their surroundings, the dimmer their inner flame seemed to grow. Athena, who had dissolved into thought itself, felt the disturbance ripple through the collective mind of humankind. From her quiet place in the fabric of reason, she whispered into dreams, "Knowledge without wonder is blindness." Some heard her. Philosophers who paused their arguments to gaze at the stars in silence. Scientists who wept before beauty they could not explain. They became her new disciples, though they never knew her name. "The gods have not left," they said to one another. "They have changed shape." And so the Age of Shadows was not a fall, but a turning. A gentle reminder that every dawn must learn humility from the night. In the cities of the New World, towers rose higher than Olympus had ever reached. Lights burned day and night, chasing away darkness, until the stars themselves began to fade from sight. "We have ended night," the rulers declared. But nature, ever patient, began to whisper again in the language of imbalance. The winds turned colder, the rivers ran thinner, and the earth shuddered under the weight of its own brilliance. The people, unable to see the stars, began to see only themselves. And where there is only self, shadow multiplies. The light that once guided humanity became blinding. Beauty without pause, growth without restraint. But not all forgot. In quiet places untouched by noise, small communities gathered to remember the rhythm of the old world. They built no temples, yet their gardens hummed with reverence. They spoke of balance, of breath, of harmony between what is seen and what is unseen. They lit candles not to worship, but to remind themselves that darkness has its own purpose. "We must learn again to listen," their elders said, "for silence is the first teacher." Among them, children began to dream of things their parents could not explain. Forests that spoke, oceans that sighed, stars that blinked like living eyes. The divine was returning, not as thunder, but as awareness. At twilight, when day and night held the horizon in perfect tension, the veil between worlds thinned once more. The air shimmered with something ancient yet new, a quiet remembering. The gods, now scattered through the hearts of men, began to feel themselves awakening through the balance of opposites. Light reached for shadow, and shadow softened into light. "It begins again," whispered Hera through the wind. "They are learning what we once forgot." Zeus's echo answered from the hum of clouds. "Creation breathes best when it learns to exhale." The world, caught between brilliance and dusk, held its breath, and began to dream once more. As night deepened, a single star shone brighter than the rest. The same star that had once glowed over the birth of Athens, the voyages of heroes, the fall of Atlantis. It pulsed with the rhythm of memory, its light traveling across oceans and into sleeping eyes. Those who dreamed beneath it saw visions of fire and sea, of gods and mortals walking side by side, of a world not divided by knowing and mystery, but united by both. They awoke with tears, not of sadness, but of recognition. The age of shadows and light had begun, not as conflict but as reunion. The world was remembering its soul, and in that remembrance, something ancient stirred beneath the surface of all things. Not God, not man, but the harmony that had always lived between them. The fire burned low and steady, the stars hummed their eternal song, and in the silence between heartbeats, eternity exhaled. The dream was not ending, it was turning over, ready to begin again in softer form. Light and shadow bowed to one another, their dance eternal. The gods, asleep within every living thing, smiled through the darkness. The dawn would come, but only after twilight had taught the world to see. The new world gleamed without pause. Cities shimmered like constellations brought to earth. Rivers ran silver with the reflection of endless light. Yet amid the radiance, people began to feel strangely dim within. Progress had quickened every motion except the heart. There were no more shadows to rest in, no more silences to breathe through. The night, once a teacher, a listener, had been exiled. The world's brightness had become unkind. "We have banished darkness," said the rulers proudly. But somewhere, in the quiet corners of the soul, humanity began to yearn for its return. For what is light, untempered by contrast, but blindness? Among the noise of triumph, a few began to notice the absence. A scholar from the East wrote, "The sun has grown impatient. It rises even in our sleep." A painter from the West left his canvas half-finished, whispering, "I miss the silence between colors." Poets wrote of longing they could not define, a nostalgia for something ancient and unseen. It was not the gods they missed, nor the myths. It was mystery itself. Humanity in its mastery had forgotten to wonder. The skies had grown so bright that the stars could no longer be seen, and with them vanished the quiet humility of the unknown. Athena, drifting through the stream of human thought, felt the ache and recognized it instantly. "They have repeated our error," she said to the wind. "They have mistaken illumination for understanding." Her whisper reached the dreams of a child who would one day become a teacher. The child dreamed of standing on a mountain, staring into a night sky filled with stars no one else could see. When he awoke, he drew them in the sand and told his people, "There is beauty in what we cannot measure." And though they laughed at first, his drawings spread like seeds carried by the breeze, small constellations of remembrance that slowly began to take root. In distant valleys, nature began to reclaim what light had stolen. The forests thickened, the rivers deepened, and in forgotten caverns darkness bloomed softly like an ancient flower. Scientists studying the stars discovered that the universe itself was more shadow than flame, that creation needed both to exist. "We are made of dark matter," they said in awe, "of the unseen that binds the seen." Humanity began to understand that shadow was not the absence of light, but its sibling. It was not evil, but essential. The world's balance had tilted too far toward brilliance, and now the night, patient and timeless, was returning to teach again. As balance stirred, the old rhythm began to hum once more. The gods, still dreaming through mortal hearts, felt themselves awakening. Apollo sensed it first in the silence between musical notes. Artemis felt it in the spaces between stars. Hera stirred in the stillness of love that asked for nothing. Poseidon sighed through the calm between waves. Even Zeus, whose thunder had long been silent, rumbled faintly through the clouds, not in anger, but in remembrance. "It begins again," he whispered to Hera. "The cycle returns." And Hera replied, "Yes, but this time they will walk it with open eyes." In this renewed twilight, people began to slow. They turned off their lights and sat beneath the night sky, waiting for stars to return. At first, there was only darkness. Then, one by one, points of light flickered to life above them, small, distant, familiar. Someone began to weep softly. "We forgot how vast it was," she said. Another answered, "We forgot how small we are." But their words carried no sorrow. They were prayers without names, songs without melody. For the first time in centuries, humanity looked upward, not with pride, but with peace. They had rediscovered the holiness of limits. Dreams began to change once more. People dreamed not of conquest, but of quietness, of forests breathing, of waves folding upon themselves, of hearts beating in rhythm with the world. In those dreams, the gods walked again, unrecognized, yet deeply felt. Athena knelt beside scholars who studied the stars. Hestia smiled through the warmth of family hearths. Demeter whispered through fields reborn from rest. The divine had returned not as command, but as comfort. Humanity did not need miracles. It needed stillness, the gentle recognition that wonder begins where control ends. But even as balance returned, there were those who resisted. "We cannot go backward," they said. "We cannot dim the world we built." Their fear was not of darkness, but of surrender. They saw humility as loss, yet the world itself refused to argue. The seasons softened, storms calmed, and the earth grew quieter. The more humanity fought against the rhythm, the louder silence became. And in that silence, wisdom bloomed again, slow, persistent, eternal. For silence, like shadow, never needs to win. It only needs to be remembered. Athena, watching from the veil between worlds, smiled. "They are learning," she said. "They are finally learning to see both ways." Hera nodded. "And in learning to balance," she added, "they are learning to love." The gods, patient within their dream, watched as humanity stood at the threshold of a new dawn, one that did not erase the night, but welcomed it. The fire of Prometheus still burned, but its light now danced gently, softened by understanding. The age of shadows and light was not about division, but harmony, the realization that wholeness is born where opposites embrace. And so, beneath a sky that shimmered with stars newly visible, the world took its first calm breath in millennia. The night no longer frightened the heart, and the day no longer blinded the mind. In the balance between the two, life found its truest reflection. Humanity began to live not as conqueror or victim, but as participant in a story older than time. The endless dialogue between brightness and shadow, discovery and rest. The gods, dreaming softly through every heart, exhaled as one. The memory of light had returned, carried not by the sun, but by the quiet grace of understanding. Time moved softly through this new age. The days no longer chased the nights, and the nights no longer feared the dawn. Seasons turned with measured grace, each yielding to the next without hurry. Humanity, once driven by endless desire, began to breathe again. There was a quiet wisdom in the air, a sense that the world had remembered something ancient, not taught, but recalled. The cities glowed gently now. Even their lights seemed to pulse with awareness. The earth, long exhausted by brilliance, began to heal. It was as though the whole of creation had rediscovered its pulse, steady and forgiving. In this softer age, art changed first. Painters began to leave space in their work, emptiness that spoke louder than color. Musicians wrote melodies filled with silence. Architects shaped buildings that opened to the wind, letting the natural world flow through their walls. It was as if humanity had begun to design not against the earth, but with it. "We are learning to listen again," said one philosopher. "To speak less and to understand more." The world no longer shouted its progress. It hummed it low and steady, in rhythm with the turning of the stars. Athena wandered unseen through the minds of scholars who had begun to blend science with spirit. They studied the smallest particles and found mystery again in what could not be explained. "Even our equations end in wonder," they said. She smiled through their thoughts, proud yet humble. "Knowledge," she whispered, "was never meant to end mystery, only to illuminate its edges." And in that balance, reason became sacred once more. Humanity began to look at the universe not as something to own, but as something to join. The age of conquest had become the age of communion. In the dreams of poets and wanderers, the gods began to stir again. Apollo's light returned not as sun, but as inspiration. brief, brilliant flashes that struck the hearts of those ready to create. Demeter moved through the soil, her presence felt in every harvest that grew from land left to rest. Hestia's warmth burned in homes where families gathered, not to escape the world, but to honor its quiet. Even Ares found peace, his old rage transformed into courage without cruelty. The gods had not returned to rule, they had returned to reflect. Their essence spread like starlight across human hearts. But even balance has its guardians and its challengers. In corners of the world, ambition still whispered. Some could not bear the stillness. What is life without pursuit, they asked. What is creation without conquest? And so the old fire flickered again. Smaller now, but persistent. Zeus, watching from the unseen sky, smiled faintly. Let them question, he said. It is the pulse that keeps the world awake. Hera beside him added, so long as they question in reverence, not in arrogance. And thus, even the flicker of restlessness became part of the balance, the reminder that light must always move, even within calm. Across the oceans, Poseidon felt peace return to the waves. Storms still came, but they were gentler, purposeful, cleansing rather than cruel. The sea remembers its song, he murmured. His trident lay untouched beside him. He no longer needed it. The tides obeyed the rhythm of the moon, and in their movement was harmony, not command. Fishermen spoke of hearing faint laughter beneath the water, not ghosts, but the voice of the ocean dreaming. Atlantis, they said, still slept below, glowing faintly, its light soft as forgiveness. Even ruin, Poseidon whispered, can become renewal. In the quiet of night, humanity began to look inward again. Meditation replaced conquest, reflection replaced ambition. We have mapped the stars, said one philosopher, and now we must map ourselves. They began to study dreams, not as illusions, but as messages, fragments of the divine language. The gods who once guided through thunder now whispered through sleep. In the dreams of children, Athena's wisdom reappeared. In the dreams of artists, Apollo's light danced across colors unseen. The line between waking and dreaming blurred until both felt sacred. The human mind had become a temple, and every breath a prayer. The world learned that shadow was not to be feared, but to be befriended. Light cannot see itself, said a teacher to her students, but shadow reveals its shape. People began to celebrate dusk, the hour when day and night met and exchanged secrets. Fires were lit not to banish darkness, but to honor its beauty. Families sat in silence at sunset, feeling the balance settle into their bones. This, they said, is peace. And peace was not absence of motion, but the gentle rhythm of both light and dark, moving as one. It was not perfection, but participation. The gods, quiet and unseen, felt contentment unlike any they had known in their reign. They are becoming what we once sought to be, said Hera softly. Not rulers of the world, but stewards of it. Zeus nodded, his voice deep as distant thunder. And we are becoming what we were meant to be, the memory of their better selves. The stars shimmered above them, pulsing in rhythm with the fires below. For the first time in eternity, heaven and earth breathed together, neither above nor below, but side by side. Balance had been restored, not by power, but by remembrance. And so, beneath a sky neither too bright nor too dark, the world stood whole again. Light and shadow shared the same horizon, blending at the edges until they were indistinguishable. Humanity, wiser now, moved more slowly, spoke more softly, dreamed more deeply. The gods smiled through every act of gratitude, every whisper of awe. Olympus no longer stood in marble, but in the spaces between heartbeats, the quiet equilibrium of existence. The universe had finally remembered its song, and the harmony it sang was simple, eternal, that peace is not found in one side of the light, but in the meeting of both. Dawn arrived gently, neither golden nor gray, but something in between, a color that had no name, a hue born from balance itself. The world awoke not with fanfare, but with stillness. Rivers flowed with quiet grace, cities hummed with softened rhythm, and the skies stretched open as though in calm exhalation. Humanity had learned at last that the world did not need to be conquered, only cared for. Progress slowed, but meaning deepened. The noise of history faded into harmony, a single low note that resonated through every living thing. The age of extremes had ended. The age of presence had begun. People began to see life not as ladder, but as circle. Farmers bowed to the soil as priests once bowed to altars. Builders shaped homes to move with the wind instead of against it. Even leaders ruled not by command, but by listening. The greatest wisdoms were no longer shouted from temples or written in stone. They were spoken in whispers beneath trees, between generations, between breaths. To live, said one teacher, is to walk with both light and shadow, to dance between knowing and not knowing. The word spread across the world like seeds, rooting wherever hearts were ready to listen. In this softer age, the sacred returned in ordinary form. Festivals of dusk replaced wars of belief. When night fell, people lit candles not for fear, but for gratitude. One small flame for every soul they loved, every lesson they carried. In their glow, children listened to old stories once called myths. They heard of Zeus and Hera, of Athena and Poseidon, of Prometheus and Pandora, and they did not worship, they understood. They were us, their elders said, the parts of ourselves that once needed names. The children nodded, eyes bright with wonder. In their laughter, Olympus stirred again, not as a place, but as a feeling. The gods, now spread across existence, felt that laughter as warmth beneath the skin of reality. It was their heartbeat returned. They have become the balance, said Athena, her voice woven into thought itself. Hera smiled through the glow of love shared across countless lives. They have learned, she whispered. At last, they have learned. Even Zeus, whose thunder had slept for ages, felt the quiet pride of a father content to fade into legend. Our rain was noise, he said softly. Theirs is music. Above and below, light and darkness bowed to one another, and the universe exhaled a sigh of relief that sounded like rain. In dreams, the boundary between mortal and divine remained thin. Sometimes a child would dream of standing in a golden field, speaking to a woman with eyes like stars. Sometimes a wanderer would wake with the scent of salt and thunder in his hair. Sometimes in moments of silence, an artist would hear a voice whisper, "Continue." These were not miracles, but memories, traces of the gods' final promise. The promise that no separation between heaven and earth would ever truly last. The dream of creation was not over. It had simply changed form, continuing in every act of wonder. Even in balance, the shadow remained, not as enemy, but as teacher. The people learned that sorrow still came, but it came gently now, reminding them of their depth. Grief is the echo of love, they said. To feel it is to remember that we belong to one another. The world no longer feared endings. It saw them as seasons. Death was not silence, but transformation. The rivers carried ashes to the sea, and from the sea, new life bloomed. Every loss became a rhythm, every ending a doorway. The gods, watching through the quiet, recognized their own lesson reflected back. The understanding that eternity is not endlessness, but renewal. Across the oceans, the ruins of Atlantis still glimmered faintly beneath the waves. On moonlit nights, divers claimed to see gardens blooming from its marble, fish weaving through its halls like living prayers. Poseidon's laughter echoed faintly through the deep. They remember, he said, and remembering is enough. The sea, once the cradle of pride, had become the mirror of humility. Its calm surface reflected the balance of the world above, tranquil yet alive. The light that reached it was softer now, filtered through understanding. Even the storms that came were gentle, teaching rather than taking. The ocean had finally forgiven. At twilight, when day met night at the horizon, people gathered across the world to watch the meeting of opposites. No longer did they divide time into victory and loss, faith and reason, heaven and earth. They simply watched the sky change colors, whispering to one another, "This is the world remembering itself." Children held hands with elders, strangers smiled as though recognizing old friends. The air shimmered with peace, fragile, luminous, real. For a brief, golden moment, everything stood perfectly still. The gods, the mortals, the sea, the stars, all breathed as one, and as darkness deepened, the first stars appeared, patient, ancient, unblinking. Their light fell softly upon rivers, upon rooftops, upon closed eyes turned skyward. The people did not pray, they listened. Somewhere in the hush between heartbeats a whisper rose, not from heaven, not from earth, but from the space where both met. Remember this harmony, for it is you. The words carried no sound, yet every soul heard them. It was not instruction, it was recognition. The universe had found balance again, and in that balance, it finally understood itself. The night settled, the stars brightened, and the horizon pulsed faintly with light. The eternal rhythm of shadow meeting day. The fire of Prometheus flickered within every heart, steady and calm. The gods rested, not vanished, dreaming now through the steady breath of humankind. And the world turned quietly, perfectly balanced, its story continuing beyond words. An endless dance of dark and dawn, of question and answer, of loss and becoming. The age of shadows and light had fulfilled its promise. The world was whole once more. After the balance was restored, the world entered a long golden stillness. Not the silence of emptiness, but of contentment. The seas were calm, the skies generous, and humanity lived in harmony with its own reflection. Generations passed beneath a peaceful sun, and the memory of chaos faded like a distant storm. Yet as the centuries turned, a quiet longing began to stir in the deep places of the world. In mountains that whispered when the wind passed through, in caverns that hummed like distant choirs, in the pulse of the ocean beneath its calm. The earth itself remembered. For memory, like shadow, cannot be banished. It only waits to be heard again. In that stillness, small signs began to appear. In deserts long untouched, travelers found ruins half buried in gold sand, walls carved with symbols no one could read, doors leading nowhere, pillars that hummed faintly when touched. Scholars gathered, their lanterns flickering against stone, and said, "These are not merely cities, they are memories of cities." In their carvings, they found echoes of stories older than myth, of beings who shaped worlds from sound, of stars that sang creation into being. The past, it seemed, had not disappeared. It had folded itself into the earth, sleeping like a god beneath its own dream. At first, these discoveries were met with awe. Humanity felt small again, humbled before the magnitude of forgotten time. But curiosity soon followed awe, as it always does. Excavations began. Digging turned to building, study turned to obsession. "We are not uncovering the past," said one archaeologist. "We are awakening it." And as their shovels struck deeper, the ground began to sing. Low vibrations rising from the bedrock, steady and strange. Some said it was only the wind in hollow stone. Others felt the rhythm in their bones and whispered, "The earth remembers what we have forgotten." Among those who listened was a woman named Lyra, a historian who had spent her life chasing vanished civilizations. She had read of Atlantis, of lost kingdoms, of gods who dreamed through mortals. Yet as she stood amid the ruins, she felt something older still, an awareness that watched her through the stone itself. "You are not searching for us," the wind seemed to say. "You are searching for yourself." Each night she dreamt of lights moving beneath the ground like veins of gold, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. "They are alive," she whispered one dawn. "The memories beneath us are alive." The world began to change again, though quietly, like a breath drawn in sleep. Storms grew heavier near the ruins, as if the air itself responded to recognition. Seas shimmered with colors unseen since myth. Those who slept near the ancient stones dreamed of voices calling their names, voices both familiar and impossible. "It is the echo of the first creation," said one philosopher. "The earth is remembering its beginning." Yet others feared it. "Do not wake what chose to rest," warned the elders. "Memory can be kind or cruel depending on how it is summoned." Lyra could not turn away. She began to map the pattern of the ruins across continents, tracing their alignment to stars long vanished from the night sky. Every symbol, every doorway, every buried monument seemed connected, like pieces of one great design, an architecture of memory spanning the world. "It's as if the earth itself is a mind," she wrote, "and these are its thoughts made stone." At night, when the moon rose full, she heard the faint hum beneath her tent, vibrating in perfect rhythm with her pulse. She no longer wondered if the earth was alive. She knew it was dreaming. As her research spread, so did belief. Artists began to paint visions of the forgotten world, glowing cities beneath oceans, temples suspended in clouds, towers carved into mountains of crystal. Musicians composed songs using tones said to match the hum of the ruins. The world, once content with balance, began to lean again toward mystery. "We are remembering," said the poets. "We are being remembered," said the priests. Both were true. The gods, still dreaming through human hearts, stirred at this awakening. "It is the echo of our first thought," whispered Athena through the fabric of reason, the sound of creation remembering itself. One night, Lyra stood at the edge of a desert excavation. The moon hung low, the wind carrying a deep, resonant hum from below. She placed her hand on the ground and closed her eyes. The sound grew clearer, not noise, but language. It was not speaking to her, but through her. Ancient syllables woven with emotion instead of words. Images filled her mind, oceans of light, continents rising and falling, voices made of wind. She saw not gods or men, but pure consciousness moving through form after form, the first dream before time began. When she opened her eyes, tears glimmered like stars on her cheeks. "We are echoes," she said, "echoes of the world remembering itself." The days that followed were filled with strange events. Clocks stopped in unison near the ruins, compasses spun aimlessly. Animals gathered at night, facing the same direction, listening to something humans could not hear. The ground itself pulsed faintly, like a living heart. Scientists could not explain it. "It is impossible," they said. But poets and children believed easily. "The earth is waking up," they whispered, "and it is speaking in dreams." Around the globe, people began to have visions, not of gods, but of landscapes that shimmered with impossible light. Mountains sang, rivers whispered names. The forgotten world was returning, not in space but in memory, and somewhere in the deep, where even light had never reached, the remnants of the first civilization stirred. Not Atlantis, not any empire of man, but something older, the seed of creation itself, the harmony that had first divided the void into matter and meaning. Its voice was not thunder but vibration, not command but invitation. "Remember," it whispered through stone, through ocean, through dream. "You are not new, you are continuation." And as that word spread through the quiet corners of the world, humanity began to awaken once more, not into progress but into remembrance. The age of rediscovery had begun. The hum grew stronger with every passing season. What began as faint vibration had become a sound that could be felt through the soles of the feet, a slow rhythm like the heartbeat of something immense beneath the ground. Farmers heard it while tilling the soil. Divers claimed to feel it pulsing through the water. In great cities, windows trembled though no wind stirred. The old said it reminded them of music, and children said it sounded like breathing. "The world is alive," they whispered, "and it is dreaming of us." Scientists called it resonance. Mystics called it memory. But Lyra, the woman who had first heard it in the desert, called it the voice beneath the earth. At first she believed it was confined to one place, a phenomenon of the ruins she had studied. But when she followed the sound across continents, she found it everywhere, beneath mountains, under oceans, woven through forests, humming below cities asleep in electric light. It was not bound to one nation or one faith. It belonged to all. "This is not discovery," she told her students. "It is recognition. We are listening to the memory of creation itself." Some believed her, others laughed. But when night came, even skeptics found themselves uneasy. For in the hush between noises, the hum persisted, soft but undeniable. Governments grew nervous. Machines began to fail near ancient sites. Compasses refused direction. Satellites lost signal over certain coordinates where the ground pulsed faintly with hidden rhythm. "It cannot be stopped," one engineer said. "It's as if the earth itself has entered song." Panic mixed with wonder. Some fled to higher ground, fearing an awakening of catastrophe. Others gathered in circles and meditated, believing the sound to be sacred. The world had split once more, between those who feared remembering and those who longed for it. But no one could silence the sound. It had become part of existence, like gravity, like heartbeat, like time. Lyra, restless and sleepless, began to dream vividly. Each dream carried her deeper beneath the world. through caverns vast as continents where rivers of light flowed instead of water, and great forms moved in slow, patient silence. She saw shapes that were not bodies, but thoughts, luminous and shifting, as if the idea of life itself were taking form. They did not speak, they resonated. When she woke, her pulse matched the rhythm of the earth. It is not beneath us, she realized, it is within us. The world and the soul are one memory repeating itself. Soon, others began to dream the same. In distant lands, strangers saw the same visions, towers of light, oceans of sound, a golden sphere pulsing at the center of all things. Languages no longer mattered. The imagery was identical. "We share one dream," wrote a poet in Cairo. "It is the world remembering itself through us." The phenomenon became impossible to ignore. Scientists mapped the frequency of the hum and discovered it vibrated precisely at the same rate as the rhythm of the human heart. "It is not the planet that resonates," said one researcher. "It is us, synchronized with something older than life itself." The gods, still diffused through existence, stirred within that vibration. They felt it as warmth, as memory, as a long-forgotten hymn rising through creation. Hera whispered through the sound, "Do you hear it, Zeus?" His voice rumbled like a storm turned to music. "It is the breath of the beginning." Athena spoke softly from the current of human thought. "The world is not speaking to them, it is speaking as them." For the first time since their dissolution, the divine and the mortal pulsed perfectly together. One frequency, one memory, one awareness, spreading like dawn across the fabric of reality. As the hum deepened, the old boundaries began to dissolve. Dreams spilled into waking hours. People began to see faint glows beneath the ground where the sound was strongest, like veins of light running through soil and stone. Some called them faults, others arteries. Lyra called them the memory lines. When she stood upon them, her body felt weightless, her mind filled with visions of eras long past, cities of crystal, beings made of sound, skies that sang color. "These are not visions of what was," she told her companions. "They are what is. We are walking through layers of time, folded into the earth." The hum began to affect water. Lakes shimmered at night with unearthly color. Rain fell and left luminous traces that glowed faintly before fading. Even the oceans seemed to shimmer with life unseen. Sailors reported hearing voices when they crossed certain currents, not words but emotions carried through waves. "It feels like home," one whispered. "Like the sea remembers who I am." Across the world, humanity began to slow, to listen. Fear softened into wonder. For the first time in millennia, people knelt not to pray but to feel. The planet's memory had become sacred once more. Lyra led an expedition into the oldest of the ruins, deep beneath the desert where she had first heard the hum. With her descended scientists, philosophers, and children from many nations. "We go not to discover," she said, "but to remember." As they reached the lowest chamber, the air vibrated so strongly that their lanterns flickered out. They stood in total darkness, yet the space was not empty. A light began to rise from the ground. Not fire, not electricity, but awareness given shape. It filled the room like water, touching each of them without burning. In that moment, every mind opened. They saw the same vision, the beginning of the world, the thought that became sound, the sound that became light, the light that became form. And from that light came a voice, not male, not female, not God, not human. It spoke through all of them, yet no one moved their lips. "You are not the end of creation," it said gently. "You are its continuation. You are the memory that keeps me alive." The air pulsed once, slow and soft, and then the light faded. Silence followed, but it was a full silence, humming with understanding. Lyra knelt, tears glimmering like stars. "It remembers," she whispered, "and so do we." When they emerged from the depths, the world above seemed different. The colors brighter, the air lighter, the very sky breathing. The hum was still there, but now it sounded like heartbeat and song together. People began to walk more slowly, to speak more softly. They looked at mountains not as stone but as memory, at rivers not as resources but as veins of life. "The forgotten world," Lyra said, gazing at the horizon. was never gone. It was waiting for us to listen. And with those words, the age of remembrance began, the beginning of a new understanding of time, where past and present walked hand in hand. The hum beneath the world grew into rhythm, and the rhythm became melody. It was not loud, but it was everywhere, in the sigh of wind, in the pulse of waves, in the trembling of leaves before rain. Humanity had begun to move in time with it, unconsciously aligning to a heartbeat that was not their own. The old cities shimmered faintly at dusk, their lights flickering in patterns that mirrored constellations. The ruins, once silent, now glowed at night with soft illumination, veins of light tracing through stone, marking what was once divine design. The forgotten world was not reappearing, it was reawakening. In remote valleys and under oceans, tectonic plates began to shift gently, not in destruction but in choreography. Mountains resonated with frequencies that made the air shimmer like heat. "The world is remembering how to sing," said Lyra, her eyes wide as she recorded the vibrations. "Every rock, every drop of water carries the same pulse." The sound was not random. It followed mathematical sequences older than language, patterns once written in the geometry of temples, in the spiral of galaxies, in the shells of ancient creatures. "So we were built from this rhythm," she whispered. "It's the same breath that shaped the stars." The gods, woven now into matter itself, felt the stirring as memory made motion again. Apollo flickered through sunlight on water, his presence seen in every shimmer of reflection. Athena spoke through the patterns emerging in human thought, the sudden connections that bridged logic and love. "They are remembering us," she said softly. Hera's voice moved through the tide of emotion that swept humanity. Not worship but reverence, not faith but feeling. "They don't know our names," she said, "but they know our essence." The divine smiled through creation's awakening, for this was not a return of gods but a reunion of meaning. Lyra returned to the desert site where her journey had begun. The air shimmered faintly, as though the horizon itself were breathing. She stood before the ancient stone gate, half buried in gold sand, and felt its hum vibrate through her chest. "You've woken," she whispered to the earth. "What do you remember?" The wind shifted, carrying whispers of languages long vanished, syllables soft as waves. The gate began to glow. Patterns of light crawled across its surface, forming symbols that rearranged themselves faster than she could comprehend. She closed her eyes and listened. The meaning was not in words, but in rhythm, a story told through vibration, the story of time itself. She saw visions, not of past or future, but of continuity. Oceans rising and falling like breath, civilizations building and dissolving like waves upon stone. Every ending folded into another beginning. "This is the law of the world," said the voice within her mind, calm as eternity. "To be remembered is to be reborn." When she opened her eyes, the desert was brighter. The horizon shimmered with faint figures, not people but impressions, silhouettes of the world's memory taking form. They moved like wind through dunes, each one a fragment of history come to witness its own echo. Across the planet, similar awakenings occurred. In frozen tundras, ice cracked to reveal carvings that glowed faintly beneath the frost. In jungles, ancient monoliths trembled, releasing spores of light that drifted like pollen through the air. In deep caves, explorers found walls alive with motion, murals that rippled and shifted like living memory. The forgotten world was no longer hidden. It had become a part of the present. Children dreamed of cities made of sound, of sky turning to water, of ancestors walking beside them unseen. When they awoke, they remembered the dreams clearly, as if they had lived them before. The hum changed again, its tone deepening. It was no longer merely sound, it carried awareness. The earth began to speak in ways that defied understanding. Forests moved in collective rhythm, trees bending in patterns that matched the pulse of the sky. Rivers shimmered with images of long-lost species, and storms carried voices that sang instead of thundered. Humanity watched, awestruck, unable to name what was happening. "It's as if reality itself is remembering how to dream," said one scientist. Lyra smiled through tears. "It's always been dreaming," she said. "We just forgot how to listen." As the awakening spread, a quiet unity took hold of humankind. Borders lost their meaning. Languages blurred into symbols shared by feeling rather than sound. People gathered not to claim or conquer, but to witness. They built circles of light instead of towers, shared silence instead of speeches. The old divisions between faith and reason dissolved into wonder. "We are all remembering," said Lyra during her final broadcast to the world. "We are all echoes of the same beginning. Every dream we've ever had was the world reminding us of itself." Her voice trembled with awe, not fear. "And now we are awake within that dream." In this new awareness, time itself seemed to bend. The past and future overlapped, folding into one continuous moment. People began to experience memories that were not their own. Flashes of lives lived centuries before, feelings of connection to places they had never seen. Historians called it temporal resonance. Poets called it the inheritance of eternity. For the first time since the birth of creation, everything living remembered being one. Mountains, rivers, stars, and souls moved together in quiet rhythm, bound by remembrance. Even silence had music, and in that vast, wordless harmony, Lyra heard the voice again. Not from the earth this time, but from within her own breath. "You have remembered me," it said gently. "Now remember yourselves." She closed her eyes and felt the hum dissolve into her heartbeat. There was no separation now, between her and the sky, between sound and silence, between memory and being. The forgotten world was not returning. It had always been here, hidden in every grain of dust, every thought, every life. The echo had become the song. That night the stars shone brighter than ever before. They pulsed softly, their light flickering in rhythm with the hum below. The universe seemed to breathe, slow, vast, alive. And those who watched from the ground felt the same pulse within themselves, the quiet truth of eternity, speaking through the simplest of sensations, the steady rhythm of existence itself. The awakening of stone and sky was complete. The world no longer dreamed of gods or empires. It dreamed of harmony. And through that dream, the memory of creation sang once more. The night after the awakening was like no other. The stars did not simply shine. They shimmered in rhythm, pulsing with the same quiet heartbeat that echoed beneath the earth. Humanity stood in awe beneath a sky alive with thought. Some wept, some sang, and others fell silent, overwhelmed by the vast tenderness of existence. The world had become transparent, not in form, but in meaning. The air itself seemed to breathe. The hum, once mysterious, now felt like home. "It is not a sound," Lyra said softly, standing beneath the glowing constellations. "It is the memory of love itself, creation, remembering why it began." In the days that followed, a strange peace spread through all living things. The oceans gleamed with bioluminescent calm. Birds flew in perfect circles, their motion forming symbols too intricate for chance. Trees grew in spirals that matched the geometry of galaxies. The entire planet seemed to move in conscious rhythm, breathing as one. And in the minds of its people, a new understanding took root, that life was not a chain of evolution but a circle of memory. "We have always been the dream of the earth," said one elder, "and now the earth dreams through us." It was not revelation, it was remembrance. Lyra returned to her homeland, now quiet and blooming. The desert where she had first heard the hum was green again, covered in wildflowers that glowed faintly at night. The old stone gate lay half buried, its carvings pulsing softly, like the steady breath of a sleeping giant. She placed her hand upon it, and warmth spread through her arm. "You never left," she whispered. "You were waiting for us to hear you." A voice rose faintly in the wind, not words but emotion, a sense of completion. "We remember," she said, tears glimmering. "We finally remember." The gods, spread like threads of light through the fabric of existence, felt that remembrance as joy. Athena stirred within human thought and smiled through 1,000 minds at once. "They have found wisdom not in knowledge, but in memory," she said. Hera's essence rippled through the quiet pulse of love shared across generations. "They have become what we once dreamed." Zeus's voice rolled softly through the clouds, no longer thunder but harmony. "Then we are complete," he said. The divine had achieved its final purpose, to create something capable of remembering itself, even after the divine was gone. The hum deepened one last time. It was no longer the voice of the earth, nor of the gods, but of all things together. One vast breath that united stone and soul, light and shadow, memory and meaning. Across the world, people paused as it moved through them. Some knelt, others lifted their faces to the wind. It passed through oceans, through mountains, through every living creature, leaving behind stillness filled with light. And then, slowly, it faded. The vibration dissolved into silence. Not an ending, but absorption. The world had remembered everything it needed to know, and now it rested. For many years afterward, people spoke gently of the awakening. They called it the remembering. No temples were built to honor it, no monuments raised, for the truth no longer needed form. Instead, they planted trees where the hum had once been strongest, each sapling a living archive of that eternal sound. In their branches, birds sang melodies that echoed faintly with the rhythm of the earth. Children played beneath them and learned that silence could be sacred. "Listen," their elders would say, "the world is speaking through the leaves." And when the wind passed, it carried not words but memory. Lyra grew old and wise, her eyes filled with the calm of someone who had seen the horizon of all things. When people asked her what the hum truly was, she would smile and answer, "It was the universe saying, 'Remember,' and we did." On her final night, she sat beneath the stars, the air warm and bright with unseen presence. As she closed her eyes, she heard the hum once more, faint, familiar, eternal. It did not call her away. It welcomed her home. "You have carried memory well," it said. And as she took her last breath, the wind exhaled softly, as though the earth itself were sighing with gratitude. After her passing, the world continued to move in harmony. Generations lived and died without fear, for death was no longer seen as ending, but as continuation, the turning of a page within the same infinite book. Knowledge and mystery walked hand in hand again. The cities that remained glowed softly at night, powered not by greed but by grace. The hum, though inaudible, could still be felt in the steady beat of every heart. Humanity had not ascended, nor fallen. It had remembered how to belong. The forgotten world was forgotten no more, because it had become the world itself. And so, the earth turned quietly beneath a sky filled with living stars. The oceans sang without waves, the mountains breathed without wind, and time moved not forward but around. Every birth was a renewal of memory, every dream a note in the eternal song. The gods watched through silence and were content. They had become indistinguishable from the world they had once ruled. Olympus, Atlantis, Eden, all names for the same truth. That creation in remembering itself becomes divine. The hum returned at dawn, faint as a heartbeat, steady as eternity. It was not a warning nor a beginning, it was a promise. When the first light of morning touched the horizon, it shimmered with color both new and ancient. The air vibrated gently, the soundless song of everything that had ever been, singing softly to everything that would ever be. The earth, the sky, the sea, the stars, all moved in rhythm, endlessly returning, endlessly remembering. The voice of creation, now one with all that lives, whispered into the heart of every soul. Nothing is lost, all things return. And as the world exhaled into the golden silence of morning, the memory of the forgotten world lived on, forever singing, forever still, forever one. After the remembering came an age unlike any before it, neither ancient nor modern, neither divine nor mortal. It was an age of quiet purpose. The hum of the earth had faded into silence, but its rhythm remained in every heart. Humanity no longer sought to conquer or to survive, they sought to shape. They had become builders of balance, artisans of both spirit and matter. Cities rose again, but gently, molded to the curve of rivers, to the slope of mountains, to the quiet breath of the wind. Architecture became prayer. Every stone laid carried memory, every beam of light a lesson. The world was no longer being remade, it was being remembered into form. Lyra's teachings endured long after her passing. Her journals, bound in cloth and light, were known as the Codex of Memory. Within them she had written, "Creation is not invention, it is recollection in motion." Scholars studied her words not as doctrine but as guide. They learned to build not by design alone, but by intuition, listening to the land before shaping it, hearing the silence between ideas before giving them sound. From these principles arose the architects of eternity, those who built not for power, but for harmony. They were scientists, poets, and dreamers alike, bound by one oath, to leave nothing that cannot be remembered with love. Their cities shimmered softly at night, glowing with the pulse of the world itself. Lights followed the rhythm of stars, streets curved like constellations seen from Earth. Towers breathed with wind, their walls alive with plants and song. Nothing stood in defiance of nature. Everything existed in conversation with it. "We no longer live apart from the world," said one architect. "We live as its continuation." In these luminous sanctuaries, people moved slowly, spoke gently, and built with care. Not to last forever, but to decay beautifully, to return gracefully to the soil that bore them. Eternity, they believed, was not endurance, but participation. Far beneath these cities, great chambers were carved into the living rock, not catacombs, but halls of remembrance. Inside, the hum of the ancient world still pulsed faintly, echoing through stone like heartbeat. The architects called them the roots of light. Here they recorded the essence of each age, not in text, but in vibration, storing emotion, song, and memory as sound woven into matter. Paper fades, they said, but resonance endures. Visitors who entered these halls could feel the history of the world move through them like wind. Sorrow, joy, patience, awakening, all layered into the stone. It was not a museum, it was a living memory. As centuries passed, the architects spread across the globe. In every land they built sanctuaries of silence, circular temples open to sky and shadow alike. Within these sanctuaries, no prayer was spoken aloud. Instead, people sat in stillness, breathing in rhythm with the earth. At dusk, the walls would hum softly, carrying the echo of the forgotten world. Children called it the whisper of eternity. When asked who made the sound, elders smiled and said, "The world is speaking to itself." The divine no longer ruled from above. It sang quietly through creation, and creation listened. One night, an architect named Solan stood before a vast plain of glass that had once been desert. The sky shimmered with soft auroras, faint but constant. He was old, his hair silver, his hands worn from decades of building. "We have made beauty," he said to the night, "but do we understand it?" The wind answered by carrying dust across the plain, forming fleeting patterns that glowed in moonlight, shapes like symbols, almost like language. Solan watched and smiled. "You are still teaching us," he whispered. "We build, but you design." He bowed to the wind, and in that gesture lay the humility of the entire age. Above him the stars began to align in slow motion. Astronomers called it coincidence. Poets called it conversation. The constellations shifted subtly, forming patterns identical to those of the cities below. "As above, so within," murmured Solan. "The memory continues its own geometry." He returned to his work, designing structures not of stone but of light, patterns projected through the air, shimmering for moments before fading. "Not all things must last," he told his apprentices. "Some things exist only to remind us to begin again." And when those shimmering forms vanished, the silence that followed felt sacred. The world had grown wiser, but not perfect. There were still storms, still loss, still seasons of forgetting. Yet forgetting was no longer tragedy, it was part of the rhythm. "To forget," wrote one architect, "is to make space for remembering anew." Humanity no longer feared time. They saw it as a companion, a sculptor that refined meaning through impermanence. Even death was seen as continuation, a return to the architecture of the unseen. Graves became gardens, names became seeds, and each passing life fed the next. The cycle of creation and return had been restored. The gods, now woven completely into the weave of time, looked upon this era and found peace. Athena's thought flowed through every act of creation. Poseidon's rhythm echoed through the balance of the seas. Demeter smiled through the green of every harvest. Zeus and Hera watched quietly from the horizon of the wind, proud but silent. "They have become the architects now," Hera said softly, "and we, their foundation." Zeus's reply was low and reverent. Then eternity has finally built itself. Their voices drifted into the hum of the world, indistinguishable from its music. At twilight, Solon stood once more in the quiet of his completed city. The towers glowed faintly, breathing like living things. He raised his hand to the sky, and the light followed his gesture, rippling outward like a heartbeat across the skyline. "We have built," he said, "not to leave monuments, but to leave resonance." The stars pulsed in agreement. In that moment, he understood the final lesson of the architects of eternity, that creation itself is the memory of love made visible. And as the night deepened, the city glowed softer until it looked indistinguishable from the stars above, each reflecting the other in endless, silent conversation. Beneath the surface of the world, the great sanctuaries of memory deepened. The halls of resonance, carved from ancient stone and light, had become living archives of feeling. No book could hold what they carried. Within their walls, the history of creation pulsed in tone and vibration. A listener could stand in silence and feel entire ages pass through them. The thunder of gods, the birth of oceans, the rise and fall of empires, the breath of the first fire. To enter such a hall was to step outside of time. The air shimmered faintly, and those who listened carefully heard not words but emotion, the sound of eternity thinking. The architects guarded these halls not as priests, but as caretakers of resonance. They understood that knowledge was not meant to be owned, but felt. To hear the past, they taught, you must quiet the future within you. Visitors were required to remove all metal and sound before entering. No machines, no voices, only heartbeat. Once inside, they often wept, though they could not explain why. "It is recognition," said the elders. "Your blood remembers." The vibrations of the halls harmonized with the pulse of the living, reuniting body and memory, self and creation. No one left unchanged. In one of these halls, the deepest of all, known as the Chamber of First Sound, Solon stood in stillness. The stone around him was translucent, faintly blue, alive with light that pulsed in perfect rhythm. He closed his eyes and placed his hand upon the wall. The vibration traveled up his arm, through his chest, into his breath. It was soft at first, like a hum beneath thought, then clearer, a melody without pitch, a story without language. He saw visions of the world's birth, not fire and chaos, but calm expansion, like a heart unfolding. And through it all, one truth repeated itself, without voice or script. You are part of this forever. He emerged from the chamber trembling, tears glinting on his hands. "It speaks," he whispered to the other architects, "but it does not command. It remembers us into being." They nodded, for each had felt the same. "Then the work continues," one said. "We do not build to preserve, we build to echo." From that day onward, their task changed. They began to construct new halls, not underground but above, within cities and open fields. Their architecture designed to capture sound and silence together. "Every building must breathe," Solon told them. "Every structure must remember the rhythm of the world." Thus the halls of resonance multiplied, temples not of worship, but of participation. These new halls were built with materials alive to touch. Walls shimmered with embedded minerals that responded to movement, releasing faint tones when brushed by wind or shadow. Floors were carved from resonant stone, carrying the rhythm of footsteps like instruments. When rain struck their roofs, it sang, 1,000 tiny voices in unison. Even silence carried tone, the hum of existence ever present, low and soothing. In these spaces, people came not to pray but to align. "Here," said one teacher, "we remember our place in the song." The halls became sacred by design, and the cities around them grew quiet, their noise softened by harmony. The gods, now indistinguishable from natural law, moved through these spaces, unseen. Athena hummed through the sound of thought, shaping insight in those who listened deeply. Apollo flickered through sunlight, his tone merging with the wall's vibrations. Hestia lingered in the warmth of each hall's glow. Even Ares, long forgotten as a god of conflict, found a new form. The pulse of courage that rose when people stood in unity, hearts beating as one. "They are no longer our worshippers," Hera murmured from the edge of wind. "They are our continuation." And Zeus, whose voice once commanded, replied softly, "And so we remain eternal, by no longer needing to be." One evening, Solon walked the outer gardens of the central city, where a new hall had just been completed, the largest of its kind, a structure of glass, stone, and air. It was designed to hum with the Earth's own frequency, responding to changes in temperature, wind, and moonlight. As dusk fell, he stood before its open doors and listened. At first there was only the whisper of breeze through its pillars, then a deep tone rising from the foundation. The building was singing. Its sound rolled outward across the valley, touching trees, rivers, and distant mountains. "It's alive," said an apprentice beside him. Solon nodded slowly. "It remembers." News of the singing hall spread. People traveled from across the world to hear it, though no one could record its sound. For every listener heard something different. To some, it was the echo of the sea. To others, the voice of a loved one lost. To others still, pure silence that felt like light. "It gives each heart what it needs," Solon said. "That is how memory speaks." The hall became known as the Chamber of Return. For those who entered left lighter, calmer, somehow older and newer at once. They said the walls did not hold sound, they held understanding. As the world continued to grow in balance, people began to sense time differently. The past no longer felt distant, the future no longer felt unknown. The vibration of the halls connected everything. Births were celebrated not as beginnings, but as renewals. Deaths, not as loss, but as transformation. "We are chords," wrote a philosopher, "struck once but resonating forever." The concept of eternity shifted. No longer infinite duration, but infinite connection. Even sleep changed. Dreams grew longer, more vivid, filled with sound and light, echoes of the halls themselves. The world had become an orchestra without conductor, each life a note held within the eternal harmony. One night, Solon stood upon the highest terrace of the city and looked toward the horizon. He could see light flickering in rhythm across the world, the distant hum of countless halls resonating together. "The earth sings," he whispered, "and we, its architects, are merely listeners." The wind answered in soft vibration, carrying through the air the faint hum of every living thing. The stars above shimmered in the same pulse. "Eternity," Solon murmured, "is not beyond us. It is between us." And as he closed his eyes, the sound deepened into silence, the kind that holds everything. The halls of resonance had fulfilled their purpose. The world was whole in its remembering. The world had grown luminous, yet quieter still. In every city, the halls of resonance pulsed faintly beneath the surface, an unseen network binding all things in song. People could feel one another across distances, not through speech, but through rhythm. "The world has learned to listen," said Solon, "and through listening it has learned to speak." The architects no longer built only with stone and light. They began to shape sound itself, weaving frequencies that formed bridges between hearts, between minds, between the living and the unseen. The old divisions, heaven and earth, past and future, self and other, were fading. All that remained was connection. From these harmonies emerged a new kind of art, the architecture of air, invisible structures formed by sound, projected through resonance and memory. The air itself became canvas. Walkers on quiet nights could see shapes made of vibration, arches of light, towers of tone, shifting pathways that shimmered like dreams suspended in motion. "They last only as long as they are heard," said an architect. "Like breath, they are built to vanish." Yet in their vanishing was beauty. For each disappearance left behind silence more profound than before. Creation, at last, understood impermanence as grace. Lyra's words echoed through generations of builders. To create is to remember, and to remember is to love. The architects took this as law. When they designed, they first meditated, listening to the hum beneath their thoughts, waiting for the sound to reveal its shape. Some days nothing came and they built nothing. To force is to forget, they said. To listen is to recall. The results were structures unlike anything before, bridges that sang as travelers crossed, gardens that shifted color with emotion, towers that mirrored constellations according to the rhythm of a heartbeat. Each design was a dialogue, a shared act between humanity and the memory of the world itself. The gods, now woven completely into the pattern of existence, watched with silent pride. Athena guided the patient mind of the builders. Apollo flickered in every tone that carried harmony. Hera moved through acts of love and collaboration, binding communities with her unseen hand. Even Zeus, whose thunder had long faded into myth, vibrated faintly through the pulse of creative will. "They no longer look upward," he said, "and yet we are still there." Hera's voice, soft as breath, replied, "They look inward now, and that is where we have always been." The divine had become inseparable from the human act of creation. In time, the architects learned to use the halls of resonance as conduits. They discovered that when many hearts beat together within a single hall, the tone changed, deepening, expanding, reaching frequencies that bent perception. Within such moments, people claimed to see light where there was none, to feel presence without form. "It's the threshold," said Solon, "the place between worlds." The architects began to call this state the bridge. They gathered in silence at twilight, synchronizing breath and heartbeat until the hall itself shimmered with invisible fire. Some described the experience as floating between sound and stillness, the mind open, the soul weightless, the body forgotten. Through the bridge visions came, not of deities or heavens, but of patterns, infinite and interwoven. They saw time folding in spirals, memory flowing like rivers of light, and each life glowing like a thread in a vast tapestry. "We are architecture," said Solon one night, "each of us a structure through which eternity learns shape." The others nodded, weeping quietly, not in sorrow but recognition. The bridge was not escape from the world, it was deeper arrival. The architects understood that matter itself was consciousness slowed into form, and that to build with awareness was to sculpt awareness itself. The universe, they realized, was both builder and building. As knowledge deepened, so too did humility. People stopped speaking of mastery and began to speak of harmony. "We are not creators," one architect wrote in her journal. "We are caretakers of the infinite." The world glowed with this understanding. Cities grew fewer but purer, each designed to blend into horizon and sky. Energy was drawn from wind, water, memory, and gratitude. Light came not from burning, but from resonance. In these tranquil sanctuaries, people worked less, dreamed more, and measured success not in wealth or power, but in balance. The bridge had taught them what the gods once tried to say, that creation without compassion collapses into noise. One night, during the celebration of equinox, the architects gathered across all continents to synchronize their halls. At the same hour, each hall began to hum, their tones merging into one planetary chord. The earth vibrated in resonance, its surface glowing faintly like a living lantern. From orbit, it appeared as though the planet itself was singing. "It is awake again," whispered Solon, but this time gently. For hours, the sound continued, flowing through air, through water, through the quiet corners of human thought. Dreams that night were luminous and wordless, visions of oceans made of light, of sky touching ground, of the first moment of creation repeating itself in silence. When dawn arrived, the song faded, but its echo lingered. People everywhere awoke with calm hearts and tears upon their faces. "I heard home," said one. "I saw the beginning," said another. The architects gathered in wonder. The bridge, they realized, was not between worlds, it is the world. The gods, listening through the vibration of dawn, smiled unseen. "They have built what we once imagined," said Athena softly. "A temple without walls, a faith without fear." Zeus's voice, now only a memory of thunder, answered, "Then eternity has architects indeed." And as the sun rose across a planet at peace, Solon looked to the sky one final time. The constellations shimmered in faint alignment with the cities below, forming a single pattern, a circle with no center, a shape without edge. "This," he whispered, "is the design of forever." The air pulsed once, low and warm, the sound of completion. The bridge was open, but no one crossed, for there was nowhere left to go. Heaven and earth, shadow and light, memory and being, All had merged. The architecture of eternity was no longer something to build, it was something to live. In the quiet years that followed the Great Alignment, the world entered an age of clarity. No longer divided by desire or dominion, humanity lived in gentle rhythm with its own creation. The architects became teachers, wanderers, keepers of calm. They built less and listened more, tending to the living designs already in motion. Cities that breathed, rivers that sang, forests that responded to human touch like old friends. The hum of the earth was faint now, absorbed into every heartbeat. "The song is no longer around us," said Solon, his hair silver in the sun. "It is us." The people nodded, understanding without words. They had become the architecture of eternity itself. The final halls of resonance were not built from stone or glass, but from open air. They were circles of standing light upon mountaintops, visible only at dusk. When one entered, the wind grew warm and sound seemed to hold its breath. There were no walls, no ceiling, only horizon. In that openness, one could hear the faint vibration of existence like a whisper inside thought. The architects called these sanctuaries the listening fields. Pilgrims came not to pray, but to unlearn. Silence, they said, is the final form of remembrance, for in silence all memory becomes one. Solon, now old and frail, visited the first of these fields at the end of his life. He carried no tools, no scrolls, no followers, only his breath and his heartbeat. As he stepped into the circle of light, the air shimmered. The hum rose gently from the ground, wrapping him in warmth. "You have built well," said the voice within the silence. The same voice that had once spoken to Lyra, now softer, older, endless. "Do you understand what you have made?" Solon smiled faintly. "We did not make it," he whispered. "We only remembered how to see it." The wind answered with a sigh that sounded like peace. The gods, now dissolved into every grain of existence, watched quietly through the breath of the world. They were not separate. They were presence itself, awareness diffused through all that lived. Hera's love pulsed in every embrace. Athena's wisdom shone through every decision made with care. Poseidon's rhythm flowed in every heartbeat. Even Zeus, whose voice once split mountains, spoke now through the patience of the sky. "This is eternity," he murmured. "Not rule, not dominion, but continuation." Hera replied from the hush between clouds. "And they have become its stewards." Their words vanished into the hum of the horizon, indistinguishable from creation's song. When Solon closed his eyes for the last time, the earth trembled softly, not in mourning, but in acknowledgement. A low resonance passed through soil and stone, carried by wind and water, reaching every corner of the living world. For one breath, everything paused. The stars above flickered, the oceans stilled, and even the smallest leaf seemed to listen. Then, as gently as dawn, the vibration returned, richer, fuller, as though another note had joined the eternal chord. Solon had not left. He had become the next frequency in the design. The architects gathered across the world and bowed their heads. "He has joined the sound," they said. "He has become part of what he built." Generations passed and the world continued in peace. No wars, no empires, no need for conquest, only cycles of learning, creating, and remembering. The architect's teaching spread into every art, every craft, every conversation. Children were taught not to memorize, but to listen. They learned that the universe was not a place to explore, but a melody to participate in. Every breath is architecture, their teachers said. Every thought, a stone in the foundation of forever. And so, they built not monuments, but moments. Small acts of kindness, shared silences, gestures of gratitude. The eternal design had become life itself. As ages turned, the stars began to shift once more. Astronomers noticed constellations moving into new patterns, slow, graceful, deliberate. "The heavens are rewriting," they said, and when they mapped the new designs, they found shapes that mirrored the halls of resonance, the circles of light, the listening fields. "The sky remembers us," said one elder. "The pattern is complete." It was as if the universe itself had begun to echo the artistry of humanity. Or perhaps humanity had finally remembered how to reflect the universe. Either way, creation had become symmetrical. The architects of time and space were now one. At the edge of the world where the ocean met the clouds, a young child stood watching the sunset. The horizon pulsed with color, deep gold, soft violet, and a glow that seemed to breathe. She closed her eyes and felt the hum, faint but real, vibrating through her chest. "What is that sound?" she asked her mother. The woman smiled and knelt beside her. "That," she said, "is everything that ever was still singing." The child listened, and for a moment she could hear it clearly. The laughter of gods, the sigh of oceans, the rustle of time turning in on itself. "It sounds like home," she whispered. "It is," her mother replied. "It always has been." As night descended, the stars brightened, pulsing softly with the rhythm of life below. The wind carried faint tones that blended into the ocean's breath, and the whole world shimmered like a single heartbeat in motion. There were no temples now, no altars, no separation between sacred and ordinary. The divine had found its truest form, existence aware of itself. In every stone, in every wave, in every living soul, the same message echoed: "You are part of the pattern. You are the song made visible." And so the story of creation reached its still point, not an ending, but a return to quiet knowing. The architects of eternity had built not cities or monuments, but continuity. Their design could not be seen or measured, only felt, the pulse of awareness moving through all that was and would ever be. The gods rested within that pulse, content to sleep inside the perfection of their own remembrance. The earth turned, the stars hummed, and the universe breathed as one. The eternal design was complete, not finished, not closed, but perfectly open, forever becoming, forever remembering, forever one. The world was whole. The architects had completed their work, and the memory of creation flowed freely through every living thing. Humanity no longer built, nor conquered, nor prayed. They simply existed, aware. The earth breathed evenly, the skies glowed with soft equilibrium. And somewhere beneath the endless calm, the gods, now inseparable from the fabric of the universe, began to stir again. They had become silence itself, and now even that silence began to dream. For when creation reaches perfect harmony, the only thing left is reflection, the cosmos turning inward to see itself once more. At first it began as faint shimmer, a ripple across the unseen. The stars flickered out of sequence, mountains hummed in tones beyond human hearing, rivers seemed to flow both forward and backward at once. The people did not fear it, for they understood. Balance was shifting again. "The world is dreaming," said an elder beneath the moon. "Let it rest." But the dream was vast, older than time, and as it deepened, all things began to remember not just their beginning, but their before, that place before creation, when even gods were thoughts waiting to awaken. Athena was the first to feel it, the pull of something ancient and infinite. She had long lived as the voice of wisdom in human thought, but now her essence drifted beyond the mind, into the very space between atoms. There she saw what no god had seen since the dawn, the canvas of unbeing, pure potential unshaped. "It is happening again," she whispered to the stillness. "The world is preparing to dream itself anew." Her voice carried through the current of existence, and one by one, the other divine presences stirred from their long rest. Hera felt the pull in the heartbeat of lovers. Poseidon felt it in the pause between waves. Apollo heard it in the silence after song. Creation itself was inhaling. The hum returned, softer this time, not as voice, but as memory. It vibrated through air, through stone, through blood, the pulse of the first beginning repeating in gentler rhythm. Humanity felt it too. Those who slept dreamed of lights folding inward, of suns turning to seeds, of galaxies spinning into spirals of thought. "We are remembering the dream of the gods," they said upon waking. Scholars called it cosmic recursion, poets called it return. Yet no one tried to stop it. For the people had learned across ages that endings are merely transformations, and that all existence is the universe breathing in and out. In the deep of night, as the stars dimmed to silver dust, Hera's consciousness moved through the dream of the world. She drifted through the pulse of oceans, through forests, through the still air of mountaintops. Everywhere she went, she saw beauty folding back into its source, the rivers returning to clouds, the clouds to vapor, the vapor to silence. "We are dissolving," she said to the wind, and the wind replied, "So we may be made again." Her heart, which had once ruled Olympus, felt no fear, only a soft ache, the kind that comes when love knows it is time to rest. Zeus awoke last. His presence filled the horizon like distant thunder, yet there was no storm, only remembrance. "I hear the old rhythm," he said to the void, "the song before sound." The sky shimmered in answer. For a moment, the stars aligned into patterns unseen since the world's first dawn, symbols that only the gods could read. "It is the script of renewal," said Athena from the dark between constellations, "the memory of beginning written again upon the sky." Zeus looked down upon the quiet earth and smiled. "Then let us sleep," he said softly, "for sleep is how eternity dreams itself alive." The gods gathered one final time, not in Olympus, not in temples, but within the stillness that connected all things. They appeared not as figures, but as radiance, a circle of light that pulsed like the heartbeat of the cosmos. Hera's glow was warm, Apollo's golden, Poseidon's deep blue, Athena's white as dawn. They looked not outward, but inward into the vastness of their own reflection. "We are the thought that became form," said Athena, "and now we become thought again." Zeus's voice rolled through them like calm thunder. "Then let this be our final act, not of power, but of peace." The circle brightened, and for one infinite moment, everything living paused, listening. Humanity too felt the stillness descend. Dreams became vivid and weightless. People saw visions of the gods not as beings, but as light passing through mirrors, as echoes crossing water, as warmth flowing through veins. "They are not leaving," whispered a child to her mother. "They are turning into us." And the mother, though she could not see what her daughter saw, felt it too, that gentle merging of presence and memory, divinity and life. "Yes," she said, "they are becoming the dream." The night grew quieter still, until even the stars ceased their shimmer, holding their light in reverence for the return of sleep. The gods' circle of light pulsed once, then folded inward, not disappearing but dissolving into the pattern of the world. Their radiance spread through every element, through fire and air, water and stone, thought and silence. The hum faded into stillness, the stillness into peace. The last dream of the gods had begun. It was not a dream of power or rule, but of continuation, a dream in which everything that had ever been would remember its place within the whole. As they drifted into that endless rest, the gods whispered one final truth, heard not by ears, but by the heart. Nothing truly ends, it only changes its silence. And so the heavens dimmed, the oceans softened, and time itself seemed to slow. The stars did not fall, they folded like petals closing at dusk. The earth exhaled, the divine had not vanished, it had become the dreamer. And the dream, vast, luminous, unending, unfurled gently, preparing to begin again. The dream of the gods was unlike anything that had ever been imagined. A silence vast enough to hold all songs, a darkness so full it shimmered. It did not unfold in time, for time had become part of it. There was no beginning, no sequence, only breath, slow, steady, infinite. Within this cosmic stillness, the essence of the divine drifted through its own reflection. Zeus, Hera, Athena, and all who had once ruled Olympus now existed as vibration, as memory, as pure awareness resting in itself. Creation had turned inward, seeking the moment before the first spark, the origin where light was still thought. In that boundless quiet, fragments of form began to appear. Not matter, not dream, but potential. Swirls of luminous dust coiled like ideas preparing to become galaxies. Echoes of long-forgotten worlds shimmered in faint repetition, flickering like distant embers. "This is not memory," whispered Athena through the void. "This is anticipation." Hera's voice flowed through her like wind through water. "Then we are remembering forward, dreaming the beginning once more." The thought rippled outward. and across the universe the sleeping fabric of creation stirred, faint, glowing waves of awareness folding softly toward light. Zeus watched these stirrings from within the quiet of his own essence. He no longer saw as one being, but as the totality of vision itself. "I feel the pulse," he said, his tone vast and low as gravity. "It is not thunder. It is heartbeat." Poseidon's voice echoed through the deep silence beneath him. "The tide turns again." Together they sensed what had always been true, that eternity does not last. It cycles. "Every perfection dissolves," said Athena. "Every harmony gives birth to new rhythm." The gods had reached the farthest edge of being, and in that stillness they began to understand that their rest was not ending. It was gestation. The dream thickened, luminous and slow. It was neither chaos nor order, but balance poised between both. In that balance lay warmth, not fire, but the gentle heat of awareness remembering itself. It spread through the vastness, and where it touched, color returned. Golds, blues, and silvers moved like breath across the void. Hera felt the motion and whispered, "Light dreams before it shines." And somewhere in that whisper, the first photon stirred, a single pulse of being, born not from explosion but from thought. "It begins again," said Athena, her voice trembling like dawn. "The world is remembering its own birth." Across creation, matter and meaning began their slow reunion. Dust turned to stars, stars exhaled planets, planets awaited life. But this time, the gods did not command or sculpt. They watched, weightless, their essence guiding through presence. "Not power. We are not to build," said Zeus. "We are to witness." The light spread gently, not in thunder but in song, waves of resonance that shaped themselves into galaxies. Each sphere of fire carried within it the memory of the divine hum, the same vibration that had once lived beneath mortal feet. "Every world," said Hera, "is a dream waiting to wake." The gods drifted among these newborn constellations, like guardians made of light. They did not speak, for speech had become unnecessary. Each thought rippled through the vastness like sound through water, merging with all others. "What shall this new world remember of us?" asked Poseidon, his voice deep and slow. Athena answered, "Only what it must. The echo of wisdom, the rhythm of love, the patience of balance." Hera added softly, "And the promise that everything which begins will one day rest again." The cosmos shimmered as they spoke, and the first winds of new creation stirred, the breath of time awakening once more. Somewhere beyond the edge of form, a faint light glowed brighter, the seed of a new star, the promise of a new dawn. Within it, the gods saw reflection, the same radiance that had birthed them long ago, now smaller, gentler, humbler. "So this is how it continues," said Zeus, "not through us but through what remembers us." The light pulsed in agreement, releasing warmth that spread across the emptiness, touching all corners of becoming. "Every beginning," whispered Hera, "is simply memory returning." The gods fell silent, their awareness merging with that glow, guiding without guiding, shaping without shaping. On a distant world forming beneath that light, clouds gathered over oceans yet unnamed. Rain fell for the first time, striking stone and soil that had never known sound. Each drop echoed like music, tiny notes composing the first melody of life. "It is singing," said Athena, awed. "The new world is singing." And indeed it was. The same song that had once risen from Olympus, from Atlantis, from the architect's cities, now rewritten in the language of water and wind. "Then our work is complete," Hera said gently. "We have become the lullaby of creation." The gods' essence shimmered in the air, their presence dissolving into the rhythm of rain. As light spread through the young sky, the gods' awareness began to fade into rest. They were not dying, for death was only transformation, the folding of presence into pattern. "Let us sleep here," said Zeus, "within the new beginning." Athena replied, "And may our silence be its wisdom." The others agreed, their voices blending into one final harmony. The sound moved through the universe like a gentle wave, touching stars, planets, dust, and dreams. It left behind a whisper in every atom, a quiet remembrance that would guide the new worlds unknowingly. the memory of balance, the pulse of eternity. When the final note faded, the universe exhaled. The stars burned softly, the planets turned, the silence settled into place. The gods slept within it, not above nor below, but inside every rhythm of existence. And in their sleep they dreamed, not of their reign, not of their past, but of what was to come. The last dream of the gods had become the first dream of the world, and through that endless cycle of awakening and rest, creation continued, breathing, remembering, and becoming. The dream spread through every corner of the newborn cosmos, slow as dawn, vast as silence. There was no longer difference between God and world, light and sound, thought and form. The pulse of creation flowed evenly through all, a single, unbroken rhythm that whispered of both beginning and rest. In that unity, everything shimmered softly. Stars burned not as furnaces but as memory. Planets spun not for motion but for music. Every particle was alive with remembrance. It was the moment before time learned to measure itself, the space between breaths where all possibility waits. Athena moved first through this field of dreaming, her awareness spreading like silver mist. She saw thought becoming matter, matter becoming melody, melody dissolving again into thought. "This is eternity," she whispered, awareness folding into its own echo. Her voice was carried by light itself, reaching every corner of the infinite. Hera felt it ripple through her essence and replied, "It is the same rhythm we once called life. Only now it is awake." Around them constellations formed and faded like sighs, each one a sentence in the endless story of being. Zeus drifted among the newborn galaxies, his consciousness vast and calm. He saw that each spark of light was both creation and memory, the world remembering itself through fire. "The universe dreams through its own reflection," he said, "and we are its dream within the dream." Poseidon's voice flowed softly beneath him, the vibration of unseen tides. "Then let the dream continue," he said, "for rest is only the ocean between awakenings." The gods, once separate beings, had become patterns of perception, thoughts so large they had forgotten where they began. They were not watching creation, they were creation, remembering itself in motion. The dream thickened, luminous and endless. The light moved in spirals, and within each spiral a world was born. Some flared brightly, burning fast. Others lingered in long, soft glow. Each world carried the hum, faint, familiar, the rhythm of the divine heart. On one, oceans rolled beneath golden skies. On another, mountains glowed in perpetual twilight. Life, wherever it formed, carried the same pulse, not knowing its source, yet drawn to its harmony. "It begins again," Athena murmured. "Each spark carries our echo." Hera's warmth filled the void in answer. "And each echo carries love." Far away in the deep stillness between galaxies, a faint shimmer rippled, the first stirring of consciousness within one of those new worlds. It was small, unshaped, innocent, a single thought that asked nothing but to be. "Do you see it?" said Hera. "A question has been born." Zeus smiled through the fabric of starlight. "Then we are already awake." They watched as that question divided itself into motion and matter, into time and gravity, into sky and soil. "Every beginning is a thought remembering itself," said Athena softly, "and we are its dreamers." The god's awareness moved gently through this new world as it grew. Clouds formed, rain fell, and rivers traced the same patterns once seen in ancient Greece, in Atlantis, in the cities of the architects. "The design remembers," whispered Poseidon, feeling the rhythm of water. "The sea is the oldest memory of all." Trees rose from the earth, their leaves whispering in tones of forgotten hymns. Wind carried sound that resembled speech, and life began to emerge. Fragile, curious, radiant. The gods watched, their presence unseen, yet felt in every heartbeat, every flicker of flame. "We are inside them," said Hera. "They are our continuation." As ages passed, the dream deepened. Civilizations arose and vanished like ripples in an eternal pond. None knew the source of their own brilliance, yet each carried the memory and instinct, the desire to create, to love, to understand. When they built their temples and spoke to the sky, they believed they were calling upon gods long forgotten. But the truth was gentler. They were awakening the divine within themselves, stirring fragments of Zeus and Athena and Hera still sleeping in their souls. "They will call our names again," said Athena, "not because we exist apart from them, but because we exist as them." One night, in a distant age of this dreaming world, a child sat beneath the stars and wondered aloud, "Who made all this?" Her voice was quiet, yet it traveled farther than she could imagine. The stars shimmered faintly, responding not in words, but in warmth. The gods heard her through the folds of eternity, their consciousness stirring like wind through fields of light. "She asks the question we once did," said Hera softly. "Then the dream is repeating perfectly." Zeus's voice, calm and vast, echoed through the silence. "And so it shall, again and again. For in every question lies the beginning of the next creation." The light of countless suns shimmered like the breath of a sleeping god. Within that glow the god's awareness rested, neither awake nor asleep, neither present nor gone. They had become the dreamer and the dream, forever circling each other in quiet grace. The hum of creation pulsed gently, no longer rising or fading, only being. "This," said Athena, "is peace beyond peace, the moment when memory and possibility are the same." Hera's warmth flowed through her words. "Then let us remain," she said. "Let us be the stillness between heartbeats." And so they drifted, luminous, infinite, waiting for the next awakening within the dream. And yet, even in that perfect stillness, something moved. Deep within the dream, in the space between pulses, a new vibration began to form. Faint, fragile, patient, it was the sound of becoming, the whisper of potential returning. "It begins again," said Athena softly, "always again." Hera's voice smiled through the darkness. "Then eternity is not endless," she said. "It is kind." And with that, the light folded inward once more, preparing to breathe itself back into creation. The endless dream was ready to remember itself anew. The universe slept, but its silence was alive. Every particle, every thread of light carried the pulse of awareness, the breath of gods folded into the atoms of stars. In that immeasurable stillness, time exhaled. What had been divine became elemental, and what had been elemental became divine again. The gods no longer watched nor ruled. They were the texture of existence, the quiet hum beneath every birth, every motion, every thought. The cosmos did not need them to awaken, for it had never been separate. Eternity was now a single, endless inhale, the moment before dawn, stretched forever into wonder. From that vast horizon of sleep, a shimmer began. It was not light but memory, the echo of all that had ever been, turning softly in the dark. It moved through galaxies and oceans alike, awakening faint tremors of recognition. "It stirs," whispered Athena's essence, now diffused through the geometry of thought itself. "The dream is beginning again." Hera's voice rippled faintly through the warmth of stars. "Then so are we." They did not rise as gods once did. They flowed as rhythm, the alignment of awareness with longing, of silence with its own reflection. Every returning cycle begins not with power, but with remembrance. The first sound was breath, faint, slow, eternal. It rolled through the void like wind before dawn. The stars brightened as if inhaling. Mountains of light unfolded, seas of color bloomed, and the hum that had once lived in the bones of the old world began again, low and deep and full of promise. "The heartbeat returns," said Hera softly, her voice now indistinguishable from the warmth of the cosmos itself. Zeus stirred within the pulse. "All things remember how to begin," he said, "even us." Their awareness moved gently across creation, not as rulers but as rhythm, the pattern of harmony itself coming alive once more. In one corner of the new universe, a small world began to glow, blue and green, quiet and waiting. Clouds gathered above its oceans and lightning flickered like divine thought crossing the mind of eternity. "Here," said Athena, "a question will rise again." Hera smiled through the tides, and with that question, love will follow. Poseidon's deep current flowed beneath them. "Water remembers the shape of every beginning," he said. "It will guide them." The gods were no longer distant presences, but the voice of the elements themselves. They moved as memory, whispering not commands but invitations, soft suggestions in the language of wind and wave. On that small awakening world, light struck water and something stirred. Not divine, not human, something between. A flicker of life, fragile yet infinite in potential, drifted beneath the waves. "There," said Athena, "the seed of remembering." Hera's warmth gathered around it like sunlight, and Poseidon's rhythm carried it gently to the shore. From that first motion came everything: the long climb toward awareness, the breath of animals, the spark of fire, the whisper of language, the wonder of stars. "They will find us again," said Hera, "not as gods but as themselves." And the light of her presence flowed outward, shaping destiny with tenderness. The gods' dream expanded, folding new time into old. The universe breathed faster, birthing worlds within worlds, each carrying the echo of the last. Some blazed for moments, others lingered for eons, but all pulsed with the same hidden harmony, the hum that began before sound. "It never ends," said Athena, her tone serene. "It only changes its silence." Hera answered, "Then this is what it means to be eternal, to sleep within our own creation and wake again as its memory." Around them, galaxies swirled like thoughts made visible. The gods' essence drifted farther, dissolving until even their names became wind. The dream deepened, yet within it, awareness began to rise again. From the quiet corners of the new world, the first minds opened. They looked upward and saw the shimmer of the sky, and something ancient moved within them, a feeling of familiarity, of home. They spoke to the stars, though they did not yet know language, and the stars answered in warmth. "They have begun," said Hera softly, "and through them we breathe." The gods did not return to shape these new beings. They existed as guidance beneath their thoughts, as intuition, as awe. The divine now spoke only through the wonder of the living. As ages passed, those minds built fires and stories. They painted the heavens, naming constellations without knowing they were tracing the faces of the gods who had dreamed them. They spoke of light and darkness, of love and storm, of wisdom and fate. And in every story the old names resurfaced. Zeus in thunder, Hera in the hearth, Athena in the mind, Poseidon in the deep. The new world, without realizing, had remembered the old one perfectly. "And thus," whispered Athena through the silence, "the dream becomes language again." Hera's laughter rolled through the wind, and in that language we live once more. The cycle was complete. The gods' last dream had become the world's first thought. The echo of creation moved through time like a melody without end, each note remembering the one before it. Every age, every civilization, every question, every heartbeat, all were variations of the same song, the universe dreaming itself alive again and again. There was no longer distance between mortal and divine, between sleep and waking. All was rhythm, all was return, all was love. As dawn broke over that small, shining world, the light touched ocean and stone alike. The air shimmered with faint vibration, the quiet hum of remembrance. It was the same sound Lyra once heard in the desert, the same hum that built the architect's cities, the same whisper that called Atlantis from the deep. The god's dream had never ended. It had only changed its silence. The universe exhaled once more, and the sound that filled the air was both beginning and ending at once. The first breath of life, the last sigh of the divine. The circle was closed, the pattern whole, the dream eternal. The new world was quiet, but not still. Beneath its calm surface, the rhythm of the universe continued to breathe, slow, infinite, familiar. The stars pulsed softly overhead, their light steady and patient, each one a reminder that nothing truly fades. Humanity had long since forgotten the names of gods, yet they carried their presence unknowingly. In the gentleness of thought, in the balance of choice, in the quiet awe of night. The gods, dissolved into all that lived, dreamed through them, and the dream was peaceful. Creation no longer sought purpose, it simply existed, unfolding like dawn across endless time. The world had entered what the poets called the age of still motion. Days moved like ripples across water, seasons turned with perfect grace. The people no longer built monuments or cities that reached for the sky. They built gardens that reached inward, sanctuaries of reflection, circles of stone where silence was honored as a teacher. In these places, children learned not of conquest but of continuity. Everything repeats, said the elders, and in that repetition is freedom. They had come to understand that immortality was not to live forever, but to live again, endlessly renewed by remembering. At dusk, when the horizon glowed with gold and violet, the people would gather to watch the stars awaken. They no longer saw them as distant fires, but as mirrors, reflections of the same light burning within themselves. "We are the universe looking at its own memory," said one philosopher. The words passed through generations like prayer, until no one could tell whether they were new or ancient. The boundary between myth and knowledge had dissolved completely. The world no longer asked where it came from. It only listened to the hum beneath all things, the sound of creation's heart, still beating. In this soft, eternal rhythm, the circle of time became visible again. The ocean tides moved in patterns older than the moon. The wind returned each season in the same tones it had sung before. Life did not progress, it deepened. Each generation remembered more clearly the patterns of those before, as if awakening from shared dream. "We are echoes," they said, "and yet we are also the voice." Every death was a pause, every birth a continuation. There was no tragedy in leaving, for each return carried recognition. The soul was not a traveler, but a rhythm repeating, endless and kind. One evening, as twilight settled over the plains, a young woman named Selene stood beside the sea, listening. The waves moved with a music she could not name, soft, measured, ancient. She closed her eyes, and in the hush between breaths, she heard words without language. "You have been here before." Her heart trembled, not with fear, but with understanding. In that instant she saw flashes, mountains collapsing, cities glowing, gods dreaming, stars beginning, all layered within her. "I remember," she whispered. The sea answered with a gentle wave that touched her feet, as though the world itself had nodded in acknowledgement. Selene became a quiet wanderer. She traveled across valleys and deserts, listening to the same hum that Lyra once heard, though she did not know the name. It led her to ancient ruins buried in earth, to gardens built by the architects, to cliffs where the wind still carried the laughter of forgotten ages. Everywhere she went, she found the same pattern: circles carved in stone, spirals in the sand, songs sung in perfect repetition. "It's all one design," she murmured. "Every age draws the same breath." And though she could not explain it, people followed her, sensing that through her calm voice the earth itself was speaking. In time, Selene came to the last of the listening fields, a vast plain of quiet light that shimmered at the edge of the world. The air there was neither warm nor cold, it simply existed. When she stepped into its center, the hum rose faintly beneath her feet. It was softer now than it had ever been, as if whispering rather than singing. "Are you the voice?" she asked aloud. The wind replied in tones that were not sound but memory. "I am what you have always been hearing." Tears filled her eyes. "Then it was never gone." "Nothing is gone," said the voice. "It only changes where it waits." That night the sky changed. The constellations, long familiar, began to shift, not in chaos, but in grace. Stars moved closer, forming patterns of circles within circles, spirals within spirals, all revolving around a single empty point at the center. The people looked up and understood without words. The universe was showing them its own design. "This is the circle," said Selene softly, "the one that never ends." The stars pulsed once, their light rippling like breath across the horizon. For a moment, the entire sky seemed alive, reflecting the same rhythm that moved through every heart below. The gods, sleeping within the fabric of being, stirred faintly at that light. They did not awaken, they resonated. The dream deepened, carrying them through the cycle once more. Here as warmth flowed through the sea, Athena's thought glimmered through human minds, Zeus's echo rumbled through the quiet thunder of mountains. The divine no longer spoke in words, only in rhythm. And that rhythm was everywhere. In the turning of stars, the movement of waves, the slow pulse of existence itself. "It is them," whispered Selene to the night. "They never left. They became everything." As dawn approached, she lay on the earth and listened one last time. The hum was steady, infinite, unchanged since the beginning of beginnings. "Tell me," she whispered to the ground, "what comes after the circle?" The answer was soft, almost tender. Another circle, smaller, brighter, the same but new. She smiled. "Then there is no end." "There never was," said the voice of the world. The sky brightened, and the light of morning rose over sea and stone, wrapping everything in gold. The circle had turned again, seamless, silent, eternal. The beginning had returned, and the dream continued. The morning after the turning sky felt unlike any other. The air shimmered faintly, full of quiet motion, as if each breath the world took rippled through creation. No storm followed, no tremor disturbed the earth, only stillness, vast and awake. The people walked slowly that day, listening to the wind as though it spoke their names. "Something has changed," said the elders, "but nothing is lost." The seas mirrored the heavens perfectly, and the stars, though hidden by sunlight, seemed to hum beneath the horizon. The circle had not merely turned, it had deepened. Time had folded inward, and memory had become light. Selene remained in the listening field. Each morning, she watched the glow that hovered over the land, and each night she felt the hum move through her bones. It no longer felt like sound, but like presence, a rhythm that breathed inside her heartbeat. "It's not outside anymore," she said softly. "It's within." And as she spoke, the air shimmered. The horizon brightened until it seemed that the dawn was responding to her voice. "You hear us," whispered the wind. She closed her eyes, tears falling freely. "I do." For the first time since the age of the gods, creation itself was in conversation again, not as command but communion. In the years that followed, Selene became the keeper of remembrance. People from distant lands traveled to hear her speak, though she never preached. "I have nothing to teach," she would say, "only something to remind you." Her gatherings were silent. People sat together in circles, breathing in rhythm, listening not to her, but to the stillness between heartbeats. And in that stillness, each person heard what they needed. Some the echo of lost loved ones, some the whisper of purpose, some the soft voice of the divine. "The world speaks differently to everyone," Selene said, "but it says the same thing to all. Remember." Across the continents, life slowed into harmony. No one ruled, for nothing required rule. The need for dominion had faded, replaced by stewardship. The fields grew full, the seas generous. The cities glowed only where necessary, their light respectful of the night. Art became ritual and silence became its frame. Musicians no longer wrote songs, they tuned the world. Painters did not depict, they revealed. Everything had become language again, though none of it required words. Humanity had finally remembered how to speak the way the universe did, through vibration, through patience, through care. The gods, resting deep within creation's dream, felt the pulse of this peace as warmth. Hera stirred through the bonds of love between families. Athena breathed through the quiet thought of learning. Apollo flickered through the songs of the wind. Even Ares, once the embodiment of strife, found form again, not in war, but in courage, the still flame that refused to die. They did not awaken. They did not need to. They were awake within everything. "This is the afterlife," whispered Hera to the darkness, "the world after remembering." Zeus's reply was low and calm. "Then we have built what even we could not imagine, a peace that no longer needs its maker." Selene grew older, though age in that age was gentle. Lines came to her face like rivers, tracing their courses back to the sea. When asked what would come after her, she smiled. "The same," she said. "Always the same, and always new." For she knew what the circle meant, not repetition without change, but perfection through return. She often sat at dusk watching the stars, whispering the names of the constellations. Many were no longer known, yet she spoke them anyway, as if calling to old friends sleeping beneath the fabric of light. "You are still here," she would say, and somewhere above the stars shimmered softly in acknowledgement. One night, as the world slept, Selene dreamed of a vast sea of light stretching beyond the horizon. She stood upon its surface, weightless, surrounded by whispers. "Where am I?" she asked. "At the center," answered a voice, gentle, infinite. "The circle has brought you home." Around her shapes appeared, luminous silhouettes of beings she did not recognize but somehow knew. Builders, poets, kings, mothers, gods, all glowing, all watching with love. "You were us," said one, "and we were you." Selene wept without sadness. "Then there was never separation." "There never is," they said, "only different rhythms of the same song." When she awoke, dawn was rising. The sky burned gold, the air shimmered silver, and the hum, that ancient pulse, surrounded her. She felt no fear, no weight, only warmth. "It's time," she said softly. She stood, facing the sea where light met water, and stepped forward. Each step dissolved her a little more until her form became shimmer, her shimmer became mist, her mist became glow. The last thing she felt was the tide against her feet, and in it she heard the same whisper that had spoken to her before. "Nothing is gone. It only changes where it waits." Then the water was still, and she was everywhere. In the years that followed, the people built no statue for her. They did not need to. Her name was spoken in wind, in waves, in the quiet between songs. She was the listener, they said, the one who remembered. Children grew up hearing her story and smiling, not in mourning, but in gratitude. They understood what she had tried to say, that the world itself was alive with memory, and that each life was one note in its endless melody. The circle continued to turn, patient as always, and somewhere in that rhythm, Selene's voice remained, whispering through eternity, "Listen, you've been here before." As centuries passed, the listening fields became oceans again. The ruins of the architects turned to sand, and even the stars shifted their design. Yet the circle endured. New civilizations rose, new myths took form, and each unknowingly retold the same story, of gods who dreamed, of light that sang, of a world that remembered. None called it by its old name, yet the truth remained unchanged. The universe does not forget. It only breathes, it expands and contracts, dreaming and waking, never losing itself. The light that once burned over Olympus still burned, scattered now across countless suns, guiding every soul that looks up and dares to remember. Time had become a gentle rhythm, pulsing softly through creation. Ages passed without record, for there was no longer need to measure. The people of the world lived close to silence, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence that listens. They had inherited the calm left by the gods, and through it they had learned a new kind of seeing. When they looked at the stars, they did not search for meaning. They recognized it. Every shimmer above was a reflection of their own breath, a reminder that the universe and the soul were mirrors facing one another. The circle no longer lay in the sky, it lived in the chest. Children were taught from birth to find the rhythm of the world inside their own bodies. They would sit at dawn, eyes closed, feeling their pulse align with the wind and the hum beneath the soil. "This is remembrance," said their elders, "the sound that connects all things." When they opened their eyes, the world seemed brighter, more familiar, as though it had been waiting for them. In this way, knowledge was passed not through books, but through resonance, one heartbeat teaching another. "You are the circle," the elders whispered. "The universe moves through you." As the centuries turned, a sacred art arose, the listening of the heart. It was neither prayer nor meditation, but a merging. Those who practiced it could hear the subtle vibrations of creation, the sound of grass stretching toward sunlight, the sigh of water against stone, the quiet pulse of stars breathing in deep space. "To listen," said one teacher, "is to remember that you are not alone in being." Across the world, gatherings formed under open skies where thousands sat in silence together, their hearts sinking into one gentle rhythm. From afar, the air shimmered above them like heat. the visible pulse of unity. The gods, still sleeping within that same rhythm, felt the harmony move through their essence. Athena's awareness drifted through human understanding, smiling softly at their rediscovered wisdom. Hera's warmth pulsed through compassion and kinship, the invisible thread that bound communities together. Apollo flickered within the small joys, laughter, music, the scent of blooming gardens. Even Zeus, whose thunder once split the heavens, now lived as the calm before rain. "They carry us perfectly," Hera said from within the dream, "not as masters but as memory." Athena answered, "And memory has become love." Among these quiet generations lived a child named Orion, curious, still, luminous in spirit. From an early age, he could feel the hum everywhere. When others heard silence, he heard song. When others saw shadow, he saw pattern. "For you have the echo," his mother told him, brushing his hair beneath the stars. "You remember further back than most." Orion nodded, though he did not understand what that meant. He only knew that when he closed his eyes, he could see circles within circles, light turning endlessly around a single radiant center. "It's inside everything," he said, "even me." His mother smiled. "Especially you." As Orion grew, his awareness deepened. He began to wander from village to village, listening to rivers, trees, stones, each speaking in vibration rather than sound. People gathered to hear what he heard. "The world hums," he told them, "but not all in the same tone. Each place sings its own note. Together they make the harmony of existence." He began to map these tones, drawing great spirals in the sand, connecting mountains to oceans, deserts to stars. "It's all one song," he said softly. "We've only forgotten the melody." The people called him the Listener of Light. One night, Orion sat upon a cliff as the moon rose, pale, ancient, unblinking. The ocean below shimmered, echoing its glow. He placed his hand over his heart and listened. Beneath the steady rhythm of his pulse, he heard the faint hum of the earth, deep and slow. "So it's true," he murmured. "We carry the memory inside." He looked upward, where the constellations shifted faintly, forming the old symbols. The eye of Athena, the trident of Poseidon, the ring of Hera. "You're still here," he whispered. A breeze moved through his hair, soft and warm. "Always," it seemed to say. The next morning, Orion gathered the people and told them what he had realized. "We have been searching outward for eternity," he said, "but it was never out there. The circle isn't a path, it's a pulse. Eternity is not distance, it's depth." His words spread like dawn, and soon every settlement, every sanctuary began its day with stillness. The hand over the heart, the breath aligned with the hum. In that simple act, they felt the god's dream breathing through them. "The world lives in us," they said, "and we live in it." The circle within had become the sacred rhythm of the age. Years passed, but Orion did not age as others did. His body grew older, but his eyes remained clear, reflecting starlight even at noon. "You have become part of the pattern," said the elders. "You are its memory walking." He smiled gently. "I am only listening." On the last evening of his life, he climbed again to the cliff by the sea. The horizon shimmered, the air golden and calm. "The hum is louder tonight," he said, lying back against the earth. "Or maybe I've just grown quiet enough to hear it." His breath slowed. The wind carried his final whisper, "The circle, still turning." And then, softly, he became the sound he had spent his life hearing. That night, the stars rearranged themselves. Where Orion had lain, a new constellation appeared, a perfect ring of light. The people named it the heart of the world. They said that when one looked upon it in silence, they could feel their own heartbeat echo back from the heavens. "He is not gone," said a child. "He is listening." The elders nodded. "He always will." The circle had returned once more, smaller, brighter within and beyond. The hum continued, slow, patient, eternal, and every heart that heard it remembered the same gentle truth. Nothing ends. Everything listens. The night after Orion's passing was silent in a way the world had never known. The air held still as though listening. The ocean glowed faintly beneath the moon, and the stars above pulsed in perfect rhythm with the waves. Those who stood by the sea felt a warmth spread through their chests, the steady hum that had always been, now clearer than ever. "He has become the sound," whispered an elder, their eyes bright with tears. "And through him the world hears itself." The circle had turned once more, not outward toward the heavens, but inward, into every living heart that could still remember. At dawn, the horizon blazed gold. The light shimmered across land and water, bending gently as if caressing the world awake. In every village, people awoke with the same dream, of standing in a field of light, of hearing a voice that said only, "You are home." When they told each other their dreams, they laughed softly, for all had seen the same sky, the same sea, the same endless horizon. "Then we are dreaming together," they said, "and in that dream the gods still live." The world had become one breath, rising, falling, remembering, the pulse of eternity wrapped in mortal rhythm. Generations passed beneath that peaceful sky. The people no longer feared death, for they understood it as transformation. "The breath leaves," they said, "only to return as wind." Children were born with calm eyes, as if carrying ancient recognition. "They remember before speaking," said the elders. "The pattern continues." In every era, new listeners arose, wanderers, poets, builders, dreamers, each hearing the hum and adding their own note to it. And though they gave it many names, God, light, memory, love, they all pointed to the same rhythm, the same endless motion between silence and sound. The gods, still sleeping within the breath of creation, stirred once more. They did not awaken as figures, for form was no longer needed. They existed now as principles, as emotion, as balance, Hera as compassion, Athena as clarity, Poseidon as renewal, Apollo as joy, and Zeus as the pulse that bound them all. Through every act of kindness, every thought of understanding, they spoke again. "They dream us still," said Hera softly, "and so we endure." Zeus's voice moved through the sky like wind through long grass. "Endure?" he said. "No, we become." And the light of morning shimmered brighter, as if the world itself were smiling. In a distant valley beneath mountains that had once been ocean, a child sat tracing circles in the dust. Each ring she drew pulsed faintly with light, fading, then glowing again. "Why do you draw them?" asked her father. She looked up, eyes wide and serene. "Because they're already here," she said. "I'm just helping them remember." He laughed softly, touched by her calm certainty. "What do they mean?" She thought for a moment, then whispered, "It means forever." The father watched as the sunlight fell across her drawings, and for a moment he could swear he heard a faint hum in the air, the world breathing through his child's hands. As centuries flowed, language itself began to change. Words grew slower, softer, filled with pauses that mirrored wind and water. Songs no longer told stories. They traced circles in sound. The people no longer prayed, they remembered. They did not seek heaven, for they had realized it was here, in the rhythm of waves, in the warmth of touch, in the stillness between breaths. "We are the echo and the origin," they said. "We are the continuation of what dreamed us." And when they died, their names became vibrations that lingered in air long after their voices were gone. Proof that sound never truly ends, only deepens. The earth itself had grown gentler. The forests glowed softly at night, leaves humming faintly in resonance with the stars. Rivers carried whispers, and mountains sighed in rhythm with passing clouds. Creation was in conversation again, each element aware of the others, each movement made with care. "It listens to itself," said the last of the old philosophers, standing before the sea. "And so, it will never break." The ocean answered in waves that mirrored his heartbeat. He closed his eyes, smiled, and whispered, "You remember?" The tide reached his feet, warm and familiar. "Always," it seemed to say. The circle, invisible but constant, pulsed through the ages. The stars above turned in patterns that matched the heartbeat of the earth. Galaxies swirled, then stilled, then swirled again. Infinite loops of creation and rest. In that vast dance, every soul that had ever lived shone as a point of light, a moment of memory within eternity's breath. The gods, now inseparable from those lights, glowed quietly through them all. Hera as tenderness, Athena as insight, Poseidon as calm, Zeus as continuity, all woven together, breathing as one. The circle was not closing, it was expanding endlessly into the hearts of all who could still listen. And so the universe continued, dreaming, remembering, returning. No single voice guided it, no single form ruled it. The divine had become existence itself, and existence had become love. The hum that began before time still vibrated beneath all matter, a lullaby without beginning or end. Some nights, when the world grew silent enough, the air seemed to shimmer with that music, soft, ancient, kind. "Do you hear it?" the wind would whisper through the trees. And somewhere in the quiet of every listening soul, the answer would come, yes, it never stopped. As the stars turned once more above the living earth, the same rhythm that began in the breath of gods moved gently through every form of life. The waves of the sea, the sigh of the wind, the pulse of the heart, all whispered the same truth. Nothing is ever lost. Everything becomes. The circle had no end, no edge, no final word. It only breathed. The gods dreamed still, though their names were forgotten, and through every sound of creation they sang the same melody, soft, eternal, unbroken. The circle turned once more, light touching light, silence greeting silence. And the breath of forever continued. The world has fallen into peace, not the peace of emptiness, but the peace that comes when all songs have found their final note. The seas move without urgency, the stars turn without destination. Light has grown patient, learning again to rest within itself. The hum that began before time, the breath of gods, the rhythm of creation, still flows through everything, yet so softly it is almost indistinguishable from silence. In that silence lies completion. The great circle has turned, and in turning it has disappeared, leaving only stillness behind, not absence, but arrival. Eternity, once vast and distant, has folded gently into the present moment. Every age, every myth, every empire of stone and dream has been but one breath of that same eternal rhythm. The fall of Babylon, the rise of Atlantis, the light of Greece, the wisdom of the architects, all were waves in the same tide, each cresting and receding to make room for the next. The gods did not vanish, they diffused. Their thrones became mountains, their voices became rivers, their laughter became the wind. Humanity did not lose them. Humanity became their continuation. In every heartbeat, in every act of creation, the divine remembers itself anew. The story never ended, it merely changed the language in which it speaks. And now, after countless cycles of remembering and rest, the story of creation stands complete, not as conclusion but as awareness. All things have returned to origin. The beginning breath of the world now lives quietly within the lungs of all who exist. Time itself, once thought to be a line, has revealed its true nature. A circle too vast to see, yet felt by all who dare to pause. In that circle nothing is lost, nothing forgotten, nothing wasted. Even endings are only smaller beginnings wearing the shape of silence. The gods sleep, the stars hum, and the universe listens, perfectly, endlessly, awake. Imagine, if you can, a single thread stretching through every moment that has ever been. It begins before the first spark and continues beyond the last sigh. It moves through the ruins of empires, through the laughter of children, through the orbit of galaxies. This thread is memory, and not human, not divine, but cosmic. It binds together what seems separate. Light and shadow, birth and decay, dream and waking. It is the hum heard beneath silence, the pulse that remains when everything else fades. Follow it, and you will find no destination, only return. For to follow the thread is to walk backward and forward at once, toward the same infinite point. Every life is a knot along that thread, a brief tightening of awareness, a shape made by love and longing. When one loosens, another forms. The thread itself never breaks. Each time you breathe, you move along it, closer to the memory that all beings share. That existence is one unbroken conversation, between forgetting and remembering. The gods knew this when they first dreamed of humanity. The architects knew it when they built the halls of resonance. Lyra knew it when she pressed her hand to the living stone. And now the world itself knows. It hums in tune with its own continuity. You too are part of that hum. You always have been. Even now, as you read these words, the rhythm moves quietly beneath your pulse, patient, constant, kind. The same breath that stirred the oceans of creation flows through you. You are the witness of eternity, remembering itself. Every thought you have, every silence you hold, every dream you release into the dark becomes another echo in that infinite song. You are not outside of it. You are the note it needed to be whole. In the first age, light was discovery, the flame of Prometheus, the dawn that revealed form. In the Middle Ages of myth, light became guidance, the torch of Athena, the wisdom of builders, the glow of understanding. And in this final age, light has become memory, not something that shines outward, but something that rests inward. The universe no longer uses light to see, it uses it to remember. Every star that burns now recalls another that once did. Every flame carries the story of every other flame, and within that glow the gods sleep, not vanished, but dreaming of the world they became. The same is true of humanity. We are not born from dust alone, but from memory. Every cell remembers the oceans, the storms, the first breath of the world. Every silence we hold contains the echo of the divine pause that came before creation. When we look at the stars, we are not gazing outward. We are looking back into the mind of the universe, seeing our own reflection shining through the veil of time. We are the light that forgot itself so it could find itself again. To live is to remember that forgetting was part of the design, and so the great lesson of all ages is not mastery nor victory, but harmony. To live gently within the rhythm, to see beauty even in dissolution, to understand that perfection is not stillness but balance, the dance between breath and release, sound and silence, night and day. The gods, in their infinite wisdom, did not teach these things with words, they taught them by leaving. In their absence, humanity found reflection. In that reflection they found love, and through love they found eternity. Listen, if the world were silent enough, you could hear it, the low, endless rhythm that vibrates through everything. It is the same hum that Lyra once heard beneath the sand, the same tone that Solon felt in the halls of resonance, the same whisper that guided Selene across the listening fields. It is not sound, but awareness, the breath of the universe itself. It has no beginning and no end, no pitch and no pause. It is simply the conversation between being and becoming, an inhale and exhale without separation. It is not outside you, it is you. Each breath you take is older than you know. It is shared by oceans, by stars, by gods. When you breathe, the universe expands a little. When you exhale, it rests. This is the secret of the circle, that the cosmos is not infinite because it stretches forever, but because it repeats perfectly. Every breath, every heartbeat, every revolution of the stars is another proof of the pattern. To understand this is not to transcend life, but to finally belong to it. You are not a visitor here. You are the echo of the first breath that never ended. And when that understanding settles, not in thought but in feeling, everything changes. Fear dissolves, because there is nowhere to fall. Loss softens because nothing truly leaves. Even death becomes kind, for it is only the moment the breath turns inward, preparing to begin again. The gods knew this peace when they folded themselves into creation. The world knows it now, and you too can know it, simply by listening to the hum beneath your heartbeat, the rhythm that whispers, "I have always been here." At the end of all stories, the language fades. The words lose urgency. The images soften into dream. What remains is tone, low, warm, familiar. That tone is the memory of creation completing itself. It is not an ending, but a resting. The circle turns once more, not toward newness, but toward wholeness. The stars will continue their patient rotation, the sea will continue its breathing, The heart of every being will continue to echo the same truth. Nothing is lost. Everything continues. And as that rhythm hums, gently and endlessly, the universe reclines into peace. The gods sleep, but their sleep is not absence. It is awareness made quiet. The world they dreamed still dreams them, and through that mutual remembering, eternity sustains itself. The light never fades. It only folds, waiting for the next awakening. The sound never stops. It only deepens, waiting for the next listener. The circle never closes. It only widens, waiting for the next heartbeat to recognize its own reflection in the stars. You are part of that reflection. Every breath you take is part of the same conversation that began before time, the same vibration that shaped the first light, the same silence that will cradle the last. When you sleep tonight, you will join it again, your dreams weaving softly into the dream of the world. The gods will hum through your pulse, the stars will move to your rhythm, and somewhere within that vast, endless stillness, the universe will whisper, "Thank you for remembering." And so we end where we began, in the hum before words, in the silence before light. The story of gods and mortals, of architects and dreamers, of lost cities and remembered worlds, has returned to its origin. All the empires that rose and fell, all the myths that shone and faded, all the names that were spoken and forgotten, each was a reflection of the same eternal truth, that creation is not a line to be followed, but a circle to be felt. The breath continues, the rhythm holds, the dream repeats, softer each time, kinder each time, brighter each time. Perhaps this is what eternity truly is, not unending life, but unending remembrance. The awareness that love itself is the architecture of forever. The knowledge that even in stillness, the world sings. The understanding that every silence is filled with echoes waiting to be heard. The gods have not gone. They have become the hum beneath all things, the quiet that comforts the stars, and through that quiet, the story endures.